The kingdom is collapsing, nobles are tearing each other apart, and in a forgotten village one kid starts making bricks, for a survival, for a castle. While armies chase crowns, he builds foundations. While chaos spreads, his land grows stronger, richer, safer. By the time the nobles notice him, the poor farmer already owns the ground they're standing on. Nations aren't conquered, they're engineered. From mud to monarchy, let's see how. This story begins with the protagonist, Ars, touching the ground and thinking that he seemed to have adapted quite well to the element of earth. The town inn uses bricks he made. That's why he filled the entire inn with his mana, implanted memory retention into his brain, and then recreated the inn's structure using magic. His experiment in recreating the inn was a success. Several years ago, one day, the protagonist realized he couldn't move and his head was foggy. MC burst into tears and wondered if he'd been in an accident. At that moment, a beautiful girl named Mary entered the room, approached him, and with a gentle smile asked him if he was hungry. Ars wondered, is this beautiful lady a nurse? Does that mean he's in a hospital? The room was dark, but Mary activated the light, and the room was brightly illuminated. The protagonist, looking around, realized this wasn't a hospital. He cried even louder, and Mary took him in her arms, trying to calm him down. And then it dawned on the protagonist. He had entered another world. This wasn't Japan, and not the world he knew. This was a world where magic existed. Mary held him to her breast and told him to enjoy his food. Feeding on his mother's milk, he thought his body was moving on its own. Not only did magic exist, but this young lady was his mother. When he was full, Mary put him to bed. The protagonist stretched and thought being reborn into this world was the best thing that had ever happened to him. He began a new life as a child, but he still didn't know his name. MC was Ashira and Mary's third child. It turned out that only when he turned 6 would he be able to receive a name at a naming ceremony held by the Holy Church. When Mary walked with him down the street, the locals would say, "What baby? Is this Ashira and Mary's third child?" He was starting to feel uneasy. In any case, he was truly curious about the existence of magic. Lying in his bed, he began to look around and concluded that, judging by what he saw, there was no light in this room. Maybe it was because they used magic to create light. After all, he saw his mother doing it. This meant that possessing magic was probably common in this world. In other words, he knew how to use magic. Flicking his arms and legs, the protagonist vividly imagined himself controlling the elements. His heart was already racing from the mere feeling of mastering all forms of magic. He had to try it immediately. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist tried to summon light, but nothing happened. Ars tried a few more times, but to no avail. He burst into tears, offended. Mary came up to him, picked him up, and asked what had happened. He thought his attempt at magic had failed. He was simply a loser. MC thought he needed to change his tune. First, he needed to observe his family when they used magic, and then figure out how they did it. His mother often approached him, each time summoning light, and the protagonist watched intently. She twirled her finger in the air, said the word light, and energy flowed out of her hand, lighting up the room. The protagonist realized he had somehow seen some kind of energy flowing from her body. It seemed this energy was necessary for using magic. Mary picked him up, and he began babbling something to her in his baby language. She remarked endearingly, "He really does love to talk, doesn't he?" The protagonist thought his vocal cords hadn't yet developed enough to cast spells, but he would find the energy that lay dormant within him and train it. And so 3 years had passed since he dedicated his days to mana training, and now he still couldn't use magic. His stomach began to make the characteristic sounds of hunger. He realized that, besides being unable to use his power, he was also always hungry because his family was so poor. Seeing him with his knapsack, his mother asked him where he was going. He told her, to the fields in the backyard. Poverty was wearing him down, even though he was only 3 years old. In any case, he needed to start growing his own food, and he needed to start today. Arriving there, the protagonist thought about several types of mana, one inside the body, one outside. Even air contains mana. You can inhale external mana and combine it with internal mana. And since he realized this, he began combining these types of mana within his body, controlling it so it spread throughout his body. Thanks to this, he could now refine his mana effortlessly. And this at only 3 years old. But he still won't be able to use magic unless he receives a name at the naming ceremony when he turns 6. Watching everything suddenly sparkle, the protagonist noted that he could only use simple life magic like light, fire, and water. His parents only knew how to use everyday magic, nothing more. He'd gone through countless mistakes since he was a child to use magic. Now, sitting on the ground, MC touched its surface and finally felt a response for the first time. The energy he needed emanated from it. Ars closed his eyes, concentrated, and took a deep breath, slowly connecting the internal and external mana in his lower body. Then he pulled it to his chest and distributed it to his other limbs. Without lifting his hands from the ground, he heard a rumble. Then he pulled it out as the mana touched each end of his body. The rumble grew louder. The protagonist understood he had to be careful not to miss anything. Slowly but smoothly, he began to circulate mana around his body. External mana is like a light gas when it's still suspended in the air, but the purified mana within his body transformed into something like a thick liquid. He then gathered the overflowing mana in his palms and poured it all into the ground. The ground trembled and something bubbled within it. The protagonist resolved to calm himself. He mustn't lose his concentration. He had done something similar before, but then he'd cast a spell carelessly, and the mana he'd vigorously infused into the soil had dissipated. Now, however, he imagined it as he had with his own mana. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the foundation of the field is the quality of the soil. Soft and fluffy soil is warm to the touch and rich in nutrients. The soil of his grandmother's village, filled with all the necessary fertilizers. A field, cultivated to receive ample sunlight, with well-plowed soil and weeds already removed. The smell of earth and warmth. Imagining all this, MC began to sweat profusely. Popping sounds filled the air, and his sweat poured onto the ground. Suddenly, everything sparkled, and Ars realized with surprise that he had succeeded. A cultivated field stretched before his eyes, the earth loose, fluffy, and warm. Looking at the garden beds, the protagonist noted that they were approximately 10 meters long, which of course was not ideal. But that was not the point. Although they were farming, they had to work on hard weed-filled ground, which was not the best for planting. He didn't see a single agricultural machine. Technology in this world was apparently undeveloped. But he had succeeded. The magic is quite simple, and yet, for the first time since he arrived, he was able to use it. This is his first step. The protagonist felt weak and realized that using energy must require a lot of effort. MC, nevertheless, decided to start planting vegetables. The food poor farmers give their livestock is useless vegetables. He planted them at equal distances from each other. 20s are root vegetables that mature in just 20 days. They look so-so and taste even worse. And it doesn't matter what anyone thinks of them, he needs to eat something. To be honest, up until this moment, he wasn't particularly happy with his reincarnation. He was constantly hungry. Commanding himself to do everything quickly and efficiently, he planted all the root vegetables, watered the soil, and sighed heavily. After all, such work is hard for a 3-year-old. Watering takes so much energy. In the end, 5 days had already passed since his first attempt at magic. Every day he tried to do something with the soil, and now the ground had partially softened. On the 5th day, the protagonist was surprised to see flowers blooming. The flowering plants promised a good harvest, but only 5 days had passed, while it should have taken 20. Clearly, this had happened too quickly, and it was just as clear that this was abnormal. However, nothing could be done about it. Having pulled out a 20 bush, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, there are so many of them." There were a whole bunch of them. Usually only a few edible fruits grow, but here there were about 10. MC picked one, washed it, and began to taste it. It tasted, of course, simply disgusting. And so began the farm's revival. After improving the soil, he began breeding. As the protagonist had already noticed, the vegetables in his field were growing much faster. 20s usually ripen in 20 days, but his were ready in 5. What he ate in his past life was delicious, fresh, and beautiful. Breeding takes quite a while. Still, there's something here that's different from ordinary things. Magic. Continuing to eat the root vegetable, the protagonist exclaimed. He doesn't know much, of course, but vegetables are growing. He had to take advantage of this. He hoped he could improve their flavor. Even so, how could he do it? Sometime later, when Mary said goodnight, MC, thinking about breeding, remembered a story about green peas. Once, the folds on 1,000 pea pods were counted. And with this data, the principle of heredity was discovered. It was Mendel's law. Ars realized he didn't have any 20 varieties to crossbreed, so his first step was to determine the characteristics of these 20 varieties. Arriving at his garden the next day, the protagonist sat down among the beds, pulled out a couple of vegetables, and noted not only the roots, but also subtle differences in the stems and flowers. Some were simply black, others had a purple tint. Some were smaller but more numerous in a cluster, white flowers, yellow. He needed to compare everything, including the taste, although all these fruits tasted disgusting. After some time, when the protagonist had separated everything by species, he began crossbreeding. Beforehand, he divided the field into 6 parts, each part for a different species. Although he began this to provide himself with food, it had now become his usual activity, and he realized something. These vegetables are magical too. The magic he devised combines internal and external mana, so when he used this energy, it was a mixed form of mana. If he tried to mix the mana further, his internal reserves would be completely depleted, and he wouldn't be able to use magic. If that happened, how would he restore his internal mana? Of course, it regenerates over time, but not as quickly as he would like. MC learned this when he constantly ate only root vegetables. Therefore, he concluded that if he constantly ate these vegetables, his mana would regenerate much faster. But it took some time for the results to be noticeable, so he hadn't noticed it before. So, an interesting question arose. Which fruits restore mana the fastest? Different types of 20 do this differently. The taste remained almost unchanged, and Ars decided he'd deal with it later. It all started out as simple curiosity, but he loved discovering something new every day. Now all that remained was to find the variety that best restored strength. He would undoubtedly need to compare all the 20 varieties and cultivate the one that would be most beneficial. After all, he too had limits to his mana usage. If he remembered correctly, to sort different types of rice, the seeds were dipped in salt water to see which would sink. The 20 seeds, however, all sank. Sighing, the protagonist decided to simply expand the field for now. These thoughts were tiring him greatly. Without closing his eyes, he set about his plan. At first, he had difficulty concentrating with them open, but now he had gotten used to it. Activating his magic, the protagonist suddenly noticed his heart trembling, and everything became very blurry. He commanded himself to concentrate the purified mana on his eyes, and when he did, his amazement knew no bounds. It was as if a blue flame had blazed up in the middle of the field. The protagonist cautiously approached, thinking with delight that he knew it. Blue flames were emanating from the 20s. The blue parts of the roots were literally evaporating into thin air. He felt a little creepy when MC realized that some of the fruits were disappearing on their own. So, the bluest fruits probably restored the most mana. In other words, the blue flames were mana. Ars clenched his fist and raised it above his head in triumph, feeling victorious. Afterward, he continued to observe, concentrating his mana before his eyes. Thus, the protagonist discovered that in a cluster of 5 or 6 fruits, the largest one contained the most mana. He tasted it again and found that the disgusting taste had not changed. Day after day, he continued his research, and now, at 5 years old, he was still discovering new things. Eventually, the protagonist found a species that restored a large amount of mana. However, it did not happen so quickly. When he concentrated mana on his eyes, everything he saw around him changed into vibrant colors. Everything he learned about the color blue and magic helped to invigorate him. One day, as he was falling asleep, he suddenly thought, what if he concentrated mana on other parts of his body? How come he hadn't thought of this before? And such thoughts weren't wrong, but now he needed to sleep. The next day, he continued his research. Until then, the protagonist had simply poured his mana into the soil. But now he could use mana without letting it leave his body. Legendary strengthening magic. Thanks to it, the protagonist could easily water vegetables and expand the area of fields. So when power is concentrated on any part of the body, physical abilities are greatly enhanced. He wondered, if it was possible to strengthen body parts, then what about internal organs? If he could enhance the ability to digest food, then perhaps the amount of mana absorbed would also increase. After trying it, MC rejoiced. It seemed like the amount he consumed and absorbed had increased significantly. He had such a feeling. He had spent a lot of time learning to use his magic properly, and one day, he would pass away. Sometime later, they saw their father off. Mary, holding back tears, asked her husband to take care of himself and return safe and sound. Ashiro looked at his son with a smile and told him he was leaving the rest to him. War descended upon them like a wave. It engulfed everything, taking away practically the entire village workforce. The protagonist always thought that technology in this world was underdeveloped. Most likely, the war was the reason. In more peaceful times, villagers would gather together and gradually cultivate the land. There was an abundance of available land in the village, and the amount of what a villager could grow was directly related to the size of their land. If there were no wars, the fields would remain unharmed, which would contribute to technological advances and overall prosperity. The protagonist tried to reassure his mother, telling her not to worry so much. This wasn't the first time his father had gone to war, right? Everything would be fine. In other words, the cultivation magic he'd created was vital. Taxes were paid proportionally to the land used, so his fields had a clear advantage. Now MC was concerned about the meager military equipment of those who had gone to war. Many had only been able to take pitchforks and axes, but those were hardly weapons. This was war, after all. Such people were mere cannon fodder. It was unlikely many would return. And unplowed land was useless, so they could lose everything they had. Ars thought it would be a good idea to increase his military potential. He had a lot of trouble in his past life, and he didn't want to kill anyone. Weapons and armor make up the bare minimum of military equipment, and most importantly, money. There's no such thing as too much of that. And yet, people may do as best they could. Their neighbor came to them and asked his mother if she'd mind trading her harvest for her potatoes. The protagonist shuddered. This barter system was simply awful. Mary agreed to her neighbor's offer. The protagonist dejectedly noted that life in the village offered no opportunity to earn money. Bartering vegetables didn't bring in any money. Since things were like this, he had only one option left. He needed to take up trade. When MC shared this idea with his mother, the woman became inspired and exclaimed, "Well then, why not make sandals? Straw can be used to weave all kinds of shoes, sandals, boots, and ankle boots." And then he could buy whatever he wanted. He always thought about his family, didn't he? The protagonist thought this wasn't the most efficient method. A merchant travels from place to place, selling their wares. They also need to be able to negotiate prices. It has to be a win-win situation. They need to make money. Still, this was a good start for now. They wove several varieties, and Ars went to the local market. A merchant named Kale approached him, chose a product, and said, "These sandals are great." The protagonist replied, His mother taught him how to weave them, and he practiced every day. The buyer took the shoes, paying only 6 worn copper coins. MC, looking at his earnings, came to the logical conclusion that it wasn't that the merchants were fooling them. The prices for the sandals must be lower than he expected. At these prices, he'd never be able to afford a weapon. The protagonist grabbed Kale by the sleeve of his robe and asked permission to ask him a question that had been troubling him. The man complied, surprised by how such a frail boy could draw such strength. Several days had passed since the protagonist, with the help of that restless merchant, had researched the market prices. He decided to try something different than shoes. According to what he'd learned, it was bound to be a profitable venture. Having prepared everything he needed, including wood, MC began experimenting with creating magic mushrooms. The merchant had told him exactly that. He showed him what a mushroom looked like and added that magic mushrooms are very difficult to grow, making them scarce and hard to find. The protagonist wondered in amazement. Wouldn't such experiments cost a pretty penny? And do mana restorers even exist? The protagonist's appearance seemed familiar, and he wondered if it wasn't a shiitake mushroom. The merchant gave him a sample and asked admiringly, "Doesn't it taste delicious?" MC grimaced after trying it. Contrary to his expectations, the mushroom tasted rather bland. And now, using a special kit, he'd grown his own mushrooms. In fact, this product grows on nutrient-rich wood mold, and if magic mushrooms grow like shiitake, then the world will shine with new colors. If we can recreate the environment for wood mold to thrive, then mushrooms can be grown too. Ars shouldered the logs he prepared and realized they were already dry, which was undoubtedly a good thing. But then a local resident appeared and asked him for some of the logs. The protagonist shared some wood with him. Then, stacking the logs, he tried to grow the mold, but to no avail. Ars consoled himself. If it were that simple, everyone would be growing mushrooms. It's never that simple. He thought about creating the right conditions of dryness and humidity. In that case, what should he do? Since it's a magic mushroom, it must contain mana. If the mushroom absorbs nutrients from the tree, doesn't that mean it also takes the tree's mana? So maybe he should just infuse the logs with his mana? He thought about trying different amounts of mana first. His life was simply eventful. During the day, the protagonist tended the fields, infused mana into logs in the evenings, and crafted sandals at night. And after some time, 3 mushrooms appeared on the logs. The protagonist enthusiastically thought that to profit from this, he needed to grow more mushrooms. Even that merchant had only a few, but these were definitely not enough. After a while, his mother told him there was no more room in their house. There were logs, straw, sandals, and harvested crops everywhere. MC decided he needed a separate building for all this instead of a storage room. When he uses magic to make a field, he lifts the earth to create beds. The same principle can be used to build a building. He'll discover a new magic within himself, the magic of a builder. And this isn't just a silly idea. The reason is that these piles of earth can become excellent building material. It's true. The rules of magic state that creating something out of nothing is incredibly difficult. For example, earth magic often appears in games. Purified inner mana is collected in the palm of the hand and used to create stones for throwing. The effect of such a throw depends on its speed. To do this, you need to imagine the entire process from start to finish. For now, this is possible. Sure, it's cool, but ineffective, especially when it comes to shaping stones. One throw, and that's it. He seems to have a special connection with earth magic. The method of spending mana is much more convenient, since it uses what already exists. Ars sat down on the ground and thought, well, he'll give it a try. The only thing he can do is use dirt. He's tried so many things, but it's impossible. On the contrary, it would be nice to build a warehouse himself, using only earth. The protagonist sighed heavily. If only he could turn earth into metal, this wouldn't be a problem. And so he set to work. He went through the usual manipulations of distributing mana, but this time, something went wrong. The earth reacted too violently to his influence. The protagonist shook so violently that he became frightened. Everything went dark before his eyes, and he lost consciousness, falling on the spot. He lay there until late evening, ants crawling over his body. When MC came to his senses, he saw his mother and brothers leaning over him, worried expressions on their faces. Ars felt how severely his head ached, and it was so heavy. He learned from Mary that he'd been unconscious for 2 whole days. Perhaps his loss of consciousness was due to his insufficient knowledge of magic, a severe lack of magical energy, so to speak. He'd angered everyone. His mother sternly told him his help wasn't needed here. He should go to bed. The protagonist thought the magic that was originally within him was an advanced form of magic, strengthening his body and enhancing his own magical power. Magical power actively participates in the body's movements, but he was lucky to be alive when his magical power disappeared. Although MC was able to understand this, it must be assumed it wasn't a senseless mistake. The reason was that he'd instantly expended all his energy. When he returned to the very spot where he'd lost consciousness, he looked at the crater in the ground and thought, the mark left by his failed magic isn't that big, and his magic itself would never have exhausted itself. In that case, it has to do with area and volume. A large field relative to a large building. This meant he likely expended 10 times the magical energy needed to create an entire field in a single instant. He should abandon the idea of constructing the building and instead try channeling his magic into creating building materials. Having begun this project, the protagonist happily realized he was succeeding. After some time, When he had created a large number of bricks, he declared that architectural magic was a dream he was not going to give up, and from that moment on, he was challenging himself. The brick-making magic worked. After some time, MC began laying the building. After constructing it, Ars critically assessed whether it was a clay warehouse or a box. It was immediately obvious that this wasn't a professional builder. He had simply piled bricks on top of each other. But nevertheless, the building stood. This was only the beginning. Essentially, he was using only earth magic, but for different purposes. Stepping beyond the boundaries of his cultivated field, the protagonist glanced at the abandoned spot that had once been his ancestral field and noticed how unsightly it all looked. It was a completely useless field. It was the legacy of their ancestors, expanding over the years, and now it had become who knows what. Usually the protagonist didn't pay attention to such trifles, but now he couldn't ignore it. Not even a tractor could get through. Having finished his plan, MC happily thought that the village field's unique appearance was a source of secret pride. He removed all the stones and stumps, tidied everything up. Field cultivation magic, enhancement magic, brick-making magic, now he could use them all. Ars muttered, but field cultivation magic seemed a bit long-winded. Only he used this magic, so there was little point in giving each one a name, since it didn't manifest when he spoke its name. And yet, he renamed it Soil Improvement Magic. He found it funny. When he used magic, he always accidentally mentioned its name. Still, it seemed like the name was what really made it work. Ars touched the soil and activated his magic. Instantly, the land transformed into a well-tended field with long, even rows of crops. This simply amazed the protagonist. As soon as he cast the spell, the magic worked, although, no matter how hard he tried to use his imagination, nothing worked. And this was much more convenient than it seemed. He had managed to master new magic, although he himself hadn't expected it. MC cast the spells. He thought it was great that magic had a name, but it was a bit tiring. He had to concentrate and imagine the process itself, which took a lot of effort. Still, he couldn't complain. Ars activated the soil enhancement and noted that there were about 10 meters on each side. Magic allows you to create objects that are absolutely identical to each other. It seemed like they used to grow rice here. All the beds are practically the same size. If you use magic without a spell, you can also change the cultivation area. The magical power consumption varies depending on the cultivation location, but using a spell consumes less power. So how did he manage to create the spells in the first place? Maybe it was because he muttered them to himself every time? Sighing, the protagonist declared, "The trial begins." Touching the ground, he began chanting a spell to make a brick appear. The protagonist did this all day, and even at night, in his sleep, he continued chanting. Several months later, during another attempt at creating bricks, he finally succeeded in using a spell to create bricks of uniform size and weight. The creation of this building material with a spell was successful, but there are some peculiarities. It's similar to Pavlov's principle, where a person gives a dog food and blows a whistle, causing the dog to salivate. A spell is, in a way, a key to activating magical power. He discovered new possibilities. Thus, Ars was able to acquire a new spellcasting technique. He decided that he needed to switch the rest of his magic to this mode as well. However, the villagers might not like this. Looking at the entire mountain of bricks, the protagonist suddenly realized that he had gotten a little carried away. His mother, seeing this, said in confusion, "He overdid it. If it were dishes, they would have found a use for them." The protagonist was surprised. How come he hadn't thought of this before? If he could create bricks, then he could make dishes too. The principle was the same. After a while, he piled dishes on Mary, handing them to her and explaining that these were new rice bowls, and this one would be good for bean soup. He even fixed the broken dishes. Mary laughed and said, "Of course she's happy. These are wonderful dishes." But that's enough, and thanked him for his help. MC decided it was time to move from quantity to quality. He wanted so much to please his mother, who was sad because of his father's absence, that he did not notice how he had created a lot of this. All the dishes he'd previously made were the color of clay. What if he tried making a white cup? When the protagonist completed his plan, his mother was delighted, exclaiming that she'd never seen such snow-white dishes before. The protagonist made her a new snow-white porcelain set. He remarked with a smile, delighted by her reaction. Apparently, he could create various materials. Mary continued to admire it. It was a shame to even use it now. She again thanked her son for such a wonderful gift. MC made a decision. He would make something cool and make her happy. The result was a new product, a porcelain cup with floral patterns. Mary was also delighted. This time he even drew flowers. Thank him so much. Ars was dejected. He clearly saw that he had no talent for drawing, but he wouldn't let it go. Then, he needed to make something other than porcelain. He'd heard you could use sea sand. He should be able to do it. He'd used something like that every day before. The protagonist imagined an oblong, rounded shape, a light texture, and medium thickness, transparent. Ultimately, he created a new product, a glass tumbler. So, the protagonist began crafting rather rare items, previously unseen by the inhabitants of this world. He also began selling sandals and magic mushrooms. His first profit was 14 copper coins. The protagonist thought dejectedly, more copper coins, so he needed to speed up the cultivation of magic mushrooms. At that moment, Kale called out to him and told him about the mushrooms. MC happily thought this would be a good deal. He was just about to sell the dishes he had recently made. Ars responded to the merchant's request. The man told him that he would actually like to buy bricks from him. The merchant, noticing the protagonist's astonished look, added, "They recently built a small house next to them, didn't they? It really is nice." The protagonist replied, confused, "But he doesn't build houses. Maybe he means that warehouse?" Kale was surprised. "So that brick building is a warehouse? And yet, he'll ask someone to sell it to him." MC replied that it wasn't necessary since he built this warehouse and there was plenty left. The merchant, dumbfounded, asked him again, "He built this himself?" Ars exclaimed, but instead, he started making clay pottery. "Let him look at this beautiful merchandise and then buy it," the man remarked in bewilderment. Pottery? But he needed bricks. He'd buy the pottery another time. The protagonist grabbed him by the sleeve again and exclaimed, "Don't let him say that. He won't harm him." The way he spoke of fear. The merchant recoiled from him and told him he was afraid, so he shouldn't do that. Eventually, they came to the point where the protagonist led him to his warehouse. Once inside, Kale admired how wonderful everything was. How did he do all this? MC told him it was a secret. The merchant said, "Okay, then he'll buy this incredibly beautiful dishware along with the bricks." He gave Ars 5 coins and said, "That's the price for everything." The protagonist was simply dumbfounded. 14 coins. And that's all? He grabbed the merchant by the sleeve again and angrily shouted at him, "This is pure robbery." He thinks that because he's taking this from a child, he can just cheat him like that? He shouldn't treat him like that, Kale countered. "But he's just buying dishware," MC retorted. "Why so cheap? Such exquisite items cost many times more." "Then maybe he should sell the dishware to wealthier people?" The man told him that no matter how beautiful they weren't worth spending a lot of money on. He buys all this for the villagers. Merchants like him travel through the villages and do business. They have no competition, unfortunately. He only does business with one merchant from the village. That's all. Ars thought that no matter how wonderful the product, it would be difficult to sell. He needed to come up with something that would entice other classes to buy it. But in this world, there was no internet, let alone newspapers. So the best advertisement would be something like an ad for a first-class tableware for a first-class family. But how would he distribute such an advertisement? The protagonist approached the merchant and told him there was probably no point in asking him. Kale was surprised. His attitude had suddenly changed. He laughed and advised Ars not to be so upset. He was completely out of space now, but next time, he'd buy all his goods. MC exclaimed, "Next time, he'll make 10 times more." By the merchant's next visit, the protagonist had fulfilled his promise. The merchant stared in amazement at the pile of bricks and exclaimed, "It seems he kept his word and made quite a few bricks." The protagonist reminded him he'd promised to buy everything. Kale laughed, gave him a gesture of admiration, and said, "They've known each other for a long time. It's time to stop treating him like a child." At that moment, a dragon appeared from behind the building. MC exclaimed in fear. "What kind of creature is this? Isn't it a monster?" Kale asked understandingly. "So this is his first time seeing a riding dragon?" The protagonist exclaimed in amazement. "Is this a riding dragon?" Kale said. "It's different from real dragons. It's one of the service beasts." The protagonist was surprised. He thought about eggs. A service beast is a creature hatched from an egg, raised by humans and used for various tasks. Such an egg grows using the magical power of its owner. Thus, service beasts always obey their masters or creators. It could be said that, depending on the energy this creature has absorbed, the creature inside the egg changes according to the owner's power. This is precisely why such unusual and rare beasts are so highly prized here. While lost in thought, the protagonist hadn't even noticed how he'd loaded all his bricks into the cart. The merchant praised him. He'd done a good job. MC looked at the harnessed dragon again and thought, a strong, sturdy, and fearless beast would be in demand. Apparently their strength is what makes them so popular in this world. And this beast looked impressive too. There were other steeds with boundless strength and birds capable of soaring high. He asked Kale if such a beast would cost a lot. The merchant replied that it was. For example, this dragon was worth a fortune since it could be harnessed. Ars thought, while bricks were in demand now, it wasn't a given that he'd be able to continue trading them. He'd keep some for sale just in case. One could only guess what might hatch from the egg. But somehow, he was sure he'd pull out a lucky ticket. The protagonist enthusiastically approached Kale and told him he wanted an egg like that too. He desperately needed a beast like that, so let him bring it. The merchant grumbled, "Enough is enough," and named a sum equal to all the money the protagonist had earned in recent years. But there was nothing else to do, so he gave Kale everything, down to the last coin. Sometime later, the men from the village who had gone to war returned home. Ashira returned while Mary and the protagonist were busy in the garden, picking vegetables. The protagonist's younger brother rushed to his father. The commander asked the little boy if he was Ashira and Mary's fourth son. His father had done a good job. Waving them a wave, the man moved on. Mary exclaimed, "Well done. They need to buy something for the holiday." She turned to MC and asked if he could borrow money, right? Ars, confused, told her he had nothing else. The woman exclaimed in surprise, "How could that that be? He felt awkward in front of his mother. From early childhood, she had supported him in everything, encouraged all his endeavors, and made sure he didn't overburden himself with hard work. When he wanted to plant radishes, she told him that even if he succeeded, radishes weren't very tasty, and they had something better. But when the woman saw his enthusiastic gaze, she said with a smile, "Let him grow lots of radishes. He could choose any spot he liked." Then, he enthusiastically planted the entire garden with radishes. And even then, she didn't scold him, but said that their child was simply a genius. And when, at age 5, he told his parents he wanted to earn a lot of money, Mary supported him. He was so smart. She'd already told Ashira that he was so young, but he'd already decided to become a merchant and even grown magic mushrooms. He sometimes frightened people with his persistence, but he even built a warehouse himself. He also remembered how she'd admired his dishes, how his mother had thanked him endlessly, and kept repeating how he'd become so gifted. And now, she was looking at him with such a look that he was ready to sink into the ground with shame. He had to tell her where he'd spent all his money. After listening to him, Mary exclaimed, "What was he thinking?" She couldn't believe he'd spent all his money on some magic egg. He hadn't even consulted her. The protagonist, holding the egg in his hands, objected. She was wrong. If the beast hatched, they'd have more money than before. His mother replied that if it were that simple, everyone around him would have become rich long ago. Spending money on something like that was like gambling. Buyers should be warned of the consequences. She'd heard somewhere about vendors cheating customers by selling them ordinary eggs, claiming they were rare. Ars thought excitedly. He hadn't realized the odds were so slim. Well, he'd show that merchant. His mother wouldn't let up. He said he wanted to save money. That's why she let him engage in trade. A man shouldn't be so frivolous with money. Ars tried to justify himself, but it was all perfectly fine. Besides, he'd earned it himself and was free to spend it as he pleased. Mary flared up and shouted at him irritably. Does he even understand what he's talking about? That was the money he got from selling sandals, which, by the way, the whole family had made. She forbade him to buy whatever he wanted. The brothers stared at them, silent and tense. The protagonist asked her, "Please, just this once." But the woman exclaimed sternly, "No way. Let him learn to save already." The protagonist, holding back tears, thought how his always sweet mother had instantly turned into a terrible, nasty woman. Was it the sandals that were driving the trade, or his bricks? He was responsible for making and selling the bricks. It couldn't be helped. He'd conduct business secretly and save a little money. But first, the egg. He'd place it in a bag made of radish stalks so he wouldn't have to worry about breaking it. And so the beast could absorb magical energy. It would carry it close by. Of course, he could care for the egg with others, but everyone's magical energy is different. It would probably be difficult to raise the egg alone. It seemed like the egg could easily absorb the necessary energy, but there wasn't any energy in it yet. Although it had turned a little blue. Maybe it's time to give him some of this? The protagonist took the egg, closed his eyes, and summoned a magical injection. After a while, he was surprised to see it darken. It seemed the magic had been successfully absorbed, but he still didn't understand how much energy he needed. MC leaned over the egg and whispered to him, "Please, let him take as much as he needs." Thus, Ars watched over his newly acquired pet every day and continued to pour his energy into it. One day, he began to wonder if he should secretly build himself a house. His mother said he couldn't spend money thoughtlessly. This doesn't mean she dislikes anyone. Here, participating in the war is a heroic act, and he began earning money to buy a good sword. True, as the youngest son, he should either work his whole life and become his father's assistant, or somehow become independent. In that case, he should get something more significant than a simple sword. As he was getting ready to go about his business, the protagonist decided, okay, after all, it's true what people say, you have to hurry to do good. He pondered the situation as he walked. The village was surrounded by a fence. Beyond that, the forest stretched wide. When peace came, people cleared this area, cut down the trees, and built the village. Nowadays, the fields have shrunk considerably, all for the sake of other people's opinions. The land beyond the village belongs to no one. Therefore, whoever develops it will be its owner. Arriving at the site, he looked around and thought with anticipation, so, where should I build a house? First, the protagonist activated his enhancement magic, so he could work tirelessly. Then MC moved on to the roots. Using magic again, he destroyed the entire root system of the area he needed, and thought, that's it, the roots can no longer support the trees. The protagonist, again, resorted to one of his magics and cut down the trees from the area he needed. Pausing, the protagonist thought, so far, everything was going according to plan. At this rate, he'd soon get it all sorted out. So he pulled out all the unnecessary trees, and now he could confidently begin building the house. Ars used purification magic to level the ground. This ability is quite good. He'd only used it a few times, but the results were simply incredible. Of course, he'd have to sweat again to recreate the bricks for the house. He wished he had magic that could build an entire house in a flash. However, he didn't want to faint from exhaustion again, especially if that happened here. Suddenly, it occurred to him, maybe he didn't need to build a house after all. The use of magical energy is closely related to the volume and area of the object he was creating. Of course, this was just a hypothesis. When he builds a building, a lot of energy is expended on the interior. This is much more dangerous than one might imagine. Then, everything is elementary. He needs to build the building gradually. The foundation of the building will be the bricks he recently made. The protagonist began using magic. Touching the ground, he closed his eyes and imagined himself applying mortar so that the bricks would fit tightly together, carefully one after the other. And that would be one wall. When everything was finished, the protagonist critically examined the building and sighed with resignation, but still, it was just a box again. And he would have to make the roof and doors himself. It looked like tofu. And so, MC secretly built a house in the depths of the forest. After some time, Ars took out the egg and noticed that it had grown larger. The blue had become darker. Maybe a beast would soon appear. At that moment, his mother entered his room and told him they were leaving soon. The protagonist happily replied that he was already on his way. This year he would turn 6, and when that happened, they would hold a baptism ceremony in the village church. And finally, that day had come. When the whole family arrived for the baptism, Mary noted to herself that there weren't that many people, maybe 10. In her past life, the baptism ceremony wasn't such a stirring occasion, but now it is. The naming ceremony. When everyone had gathered inside the divine building, a priest named Paul called for everyone to remain silent and create complete silence. He proclaimed, "So, let's begin the ceremony." The protagonist thought with bated breath, now he'll have his own magic. He fidgeted, sighing excitedly, imagining what it would be like. Mary had to restrain him, telling him to be quieter. The priest explained that once upon a time, people had to live in the shadows, hiding from monsters. However, later they mastered magic, and thus their capabilities significantly increased. And those who couldn't stand up to the monsters alone united in colonies, expanding their territory. Magic was the reason for humanity's rapid development. So, they'll move on to the naming ceremony itself. Ars thought impatiently, here it is. But Paul continued, saying that during this ceremony, ordinary people receive their magic. Noticing the nervousness of the protagonist who sat across from him, the priest said with a smile that he would now tell you a little about the process itself, so you'll have to wait a bit. The church receives believers, and the owner is later given a list of names. The system operates on the basis of mutually beneficial cooperation. This applies to everyone. By receiving a name, a person comes under the patronage of the owner, and also gains the ability to use magic. However, it can only be used for good. The priest looked at the protagonist and asked, does he swear that he will not use his power for evil intent? Ars swore so. Paul opened the sacred book and said, good. MC noted that the book looked quite impressive. Perhaps it was made of sheepskin? And when naming, do they use a dictionary of names? The priest looked at the book, closed it, returned it to the table, and placed his hand on it, closing his eyes. Extending his other hand forward, palm facing the protagonist, the priest solemnly declared, the third son of Ashir and Mary. He is named Paul, the Holy Father of this church. From now on, bearing the name Ars, may he live an honest and incorruptible life. May he live this way, and he will receive the protection of the one who bestowed this name upon him. Paul then began to chant the spell, and the protagonist anxiously wondered, preparing to activate the magical power. Looking closely, he realized it was true. He was concentrating energy in his palm. Suddenly, a bright, glowing oval formed in front of Paul, followed by a magic circle with symbols. The protagonist was surprised. Those symbols. He had been given the magic of memory preservation. Something cleared in his mind, and he wondered what would happen if he concentrated magic in his head. Memory preservation was undoubtedly a very useful thing. The priest was making a monotonous sound, and a powerful aura emanated through the magic circle toward MC, which he felt with every cell of his body. He thought that some kind of information was probably being transmitted through the magic circle. That's how Ars got his name and his magic. He recalled his initial magic, light, and thought that this magic seemed intended for everyday use. The duration and power of the technique were the same for an inexperienced child or an adult. He tried to hone his power and improve his magic, but there was no change. So, it's impossible to level up fire magic just by mastering its technique. The protagonist thought that if he obtained his magic, he would be able to master other powers besides earth magic. But there was nothing he could do until he abandoned this idea. Pastor Paul's magic circle. There was something else. He could peer into the depths of all the magical powers in this world. The protagonist immediately tried to implement his plan, but it didn't work. Ars scratched his forehead in confusion. He'd thought about this for so many days, but he couldn't understand anything at all. MC felt sleep-deprived from the various thoughts that crept into his head at night. The protagonist decided to methodically analyze everything. He could start with the fact that he couldn't read these symbols. Were they even ancient or modern? And besides, until now, he'd thought about nothing but food and income. To be honest, he couldn't even write only his own name. At that moment, the cracking of an eggshell was heard. The protagonist jumped up to it, wondering with anticipation, is this really it? I wonder what will happen. The shell took a long time to crack, and the MC languished in anticipation, impatiently wondering if he should help him. Finally, the top of the shell shattered into tiny fragments, revealing a wondrous creature resembling a reindeer with horse-like features, which emitted a gentle sound. Ars stared at the creature in amazement. The beast emerged from its shell and stood up, greatly astonishing the protagonist. He could already do that? Calling the beast to him, he enthusiastically said, Valkyrie, come on, let her come to him. She can do it. The creature took a few hesitant steps and emitted another gentle sound. The protagonist patted Valkyrie on the head with a happy laugh, admiring how desperately these creatures try to survive. Is simply incredible. Come to think of it, she looks like a reindeer with some horse-like features. She has a pedigree build, seemingly, but her mane is too long. Will she be able to carry cargo when she grows up? Valkyrie suddenly began eating her own eggshells, which crunched between her teeth. MC exclaimed in bewilderment. Is it normal for her to do this? By the way, what does she eat? The animal's appearance changes depending on the magical energy it feeds on, and its shape probably changes too. It's clear with a riding dragon, it feeds on meat. A poor man like him would have a hard time feeding her meat every day, and there have been many cases where the owner simply lacked the means to care for the beast. What if Valkyrie wants milk? He can't get it with magic. The beast continued crunching its shell. Ars brought her a 20 he'd grown near his house, and Valkyrie ate it with relish. The protagonist asked her in surprise, did she like it? He thought it must be a herbivore, and it seemed he'd managed to avoid food problems. He told the little one there were plenty of radishes, let her eat as much as she wanted. Suddenly, Valkyrie looked at him and climbed into his arms. The protagonist was surprised. What's wrong with her? She'd settled comfortably on the hem of his shirt and fallen asleep soundly. MC looked at her in surprise and was touched by how adorable she was. After some time, in just 10 days, Valkyrie had grown, leaving Ars completely baffled. So fast. He told her to grow, of course, but at this rate, he'd definitely sell her. He didn't even want to give her a name, so as not to get too attached to the creature, but he still knew that wouldn't work. The protagonist decided on a special name. Paul had said that magic was a gift from the gods, but it felt as if the magic program had simply been programmed into his head using a magic circle. And now he wanted to try using it to name his beast. If everything worked out, she would be able to use magic herself and get her own water. What if she drank the local water and died of an upset stomach or illness? It wasn't much, but water magic was better than nothing. He was a little afraid of using fire magic. If something happened, he hoped to somehow figure it out. Standing next to the creature, MC thoughtfully wondered what name would suit her. He wasn't sure he knew how to choose names well, any more than he knew how to draw, but he still wanted to try it himself. He remembered the association game and began to consider options. A unicorn would be a unicorn, and a two-horned one a bicorn, or what? A Viking or a bicorn? Suddenly, it dawned on him. He would name her Valkyrie. Her snow-white mane shone like silver, the goddess of war of legend, as if a sacred, unearthly being stood before him. He asked her if the name would suit her. Valkyrie nodded her head in agreement. This amazed Ars. Apparently, she understood some human speech. He had told her, and she was smart. Having settled himself comfortably, the protagonist began the naming ceremony. He had already mastered his magic enough to use it without any problems. This time, he would be very careful and precise. Having created energy, he concentrated the magic in one point. It was not easy for one to hold magical power in place. Then he concentrated and began to chant the spell. A glowing oval began to appear within the altered aura, gradually taking the form of a magic circle. The protagonist thought that controlling magic outside the body was much more difficult. The magical power itself was trying to manifest a magic circle located somewhere deep within the mind. All the blood seemed to rush to the brain. The blood vessels were about to burst. Finally, a full-fledged magical oval with symbols formed, the light of which spilled onto Valkyrie. MC exhaled heavily and exclaimed with delight. He had succeeded, but this was his limit. He extended his palm to the creature and named it Valkyrie. When the magic dissipated, the protagonist fell to his knees, exhausted, and thought this had turned out to be more difficult than he had expected. He looked thoughtfully at the creature. If it didn't work, then he had failed in his goal. Exhaling, the protagonist suggested Valkyrie try, and she agreed with a sound. MC understood that using fire in the house was dangerous, but looking at the beast, he thought admiringly, she's smarter than him. Valkyrie concentrated, stamped her front hooves, and a bright fireball appeared above her body. Ars said in bewilderment, it's light magic. He jumped happily and shouted at her, she's so smart, she's doing great. Now, let her try something else. Valkyrie used every kind of magic, one after another, fire, water, and purification. But the manifestation of the magic itself remained unchanged. This puzzled the protagonist. The animal suddenly stamped its front hooves, and bricks immediately began to appear on the ground. The protagonist was simply stunned by what was happening. This was magic for creating bricks, landscaping, and improving the soil. It was hard to see, but it seemed to be transferring magic and strengthening the body too. Children named in the church can only use one kind of magic. So why did the Valkyrie possess the magic he created? Maybe the magic circle malfunctioned? Or maybe he performed the censure ritual incorrectly? MC sighed heavily. So many questions and no answers. He decided to experiment. Touching the ground and activating one of his skills, he created a cup. He showed it to Valkyrie and asked if she would try making it with magic. She made a puzzled noise, almost like a refusal. Ars immediately thought, so that's how it is. Valkyrie can only use magic activated by spells. For example, to level the ground, he first changes its size, then expends magical power corresponding to that size. However, Valkyrie's landscape leveling magic scales to 10 meters. In other words, by performing the rite of naming, magical power can be transferred. However, the owner of the name can only use magic activated by spells. Still, the rite of naming is a more systematic phenomenon than a divine blessing. Then, this explains why he couldn't fully master light magic. Valkyrie approached him at that moment and asked him in a voice, "Is he satisfied?" The protagonist smiled, patted her mane, and told her everything was great. He wondered if he'd have any problems putting her up for sale. After all, She was skilled in using not only her own magic, but his as well. He needed to think carefully. Sometime later, when Kale arrived, he asked the merchant if a service beast could use magic. The puzzled man replied that he'd never heard of such a thing before, so probably not. The protagonist thought that the fact that he'd come from another world was quite valuable information. The special demand for bricks continued, since the merchant, who had traveled far and wide, had never heard of it. It must be true. Perhaps beasts with magic do exist, but they're very rare. Kale looked at the thoughtful MC with bewilderment and asked him if he was asking, so the egg had already hatched, was he right? Ars replied that it was true. His beast could also carry heavy loads. The merchant exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. Can he show it to him?" The protagonist hesitated, but wasn't particularly worried. He'd told Valkyrie not to use magic in public, but Kale was persistent, so he told him to wait while he brought his beast. When MC brought Valkyrie, the merchant exclaimed admiringly, "She's wonderful. Not only can she carry cargo, but she's also so beautiful, and the color white is especially popular with the rich. What luck!" The protagonist indignantly replied, "This beast isn't for sale." Kale was surprised. Why? He wanted to make money from this all along, didn't he? The protagonist drawled, "That's true, but he'd already grown attached to her and decided to keep her for now." He thought. Actually, he was worried about her using his magic. To be honest, he wanted to keep her for himself. After all, despite being a service beast, she understands everything he says and possesses incredible strength, unlike him, which will certainly make his life easier. With these thoughts, he hugged Valkyrie around the neck and gently stroked it. The beast responded to his caress. Kale exclaimed, "Then perhaps they could make a deal?" He had 5 more wonderful beast eggs, and he would give them to him for safekeeping. Of course, not for free. He was a businessman after all. He was giving them to him, and he, using magic, would raise the beasts for him, and he would buy the hatched beasts. The protagonist asked him in bewilderment, so he wanted to take all the beasts for himself, right? Kale told him they understood each other. After all, it wouldn't be difficult for him to raise them. Of course, he'd have to be patient at first, but afterward, he would receive everything in abundance, especially since they'd known each other for a long time. The protagonist noted that in that case, some clarification was needed. He began listing the details. If he suffered significant losses, he had the right to terminate the contract. He himself decided how many animals to raise and when to sell them. They would discuss the price at the time of purchase and sale. He would raise the eggs and sell them to him. He would receive the magical eggs from him, free of charge. The term of the transaction was 1 year. If the duration changed, there would be an opportunity to amend the terms. MC summarized. In his opinion, everything wouldn't be so bad. The merchant looked at him with surprise and admiration for his business acumen. The protagonist decided that from that day on, he would raise magical eggs. Come to think of it, there was no better way to make money in their remote village. He exclaimed joyfully. No matter what, he would see this through. He would try his best. Valkyrie supported her master with her sound. Kale let out a surprised breath. When the merchant and the protagonist parted, Ars mused, "We need to imbue each egg with magic." Valkyrie made a sound and brought her muzzle close to the eggs, noisily sniffing them. Suddenly, she took one in her mouth, and the protagonist cried out in fear. "You can't eat that." She dropped the egg in surprise, and it fell to the floor. The protagonist, closing his eyes, exclaimed in fear, "Did it break?" When he looked at the egg, to his immense relief, it remained intact. But Valkyrie lay next to his wares, her belly resting against the eggs. Ars asked her in surprise, "Does she really want to hatch them herself?" Valkyrie tapped them with her nose and began making sounds in her own language. The protagonist's amazement knew no bounds. She could transfer magical energy with a spell? So, animals and eggs could already absorb magic? He interrupted Valkyrie and exclaimed, "But that's not right. After all, depending on whose magic they absorb, their appearance will change. If he wasn't the one raising them, what was the point?" Noticing several darkened eggs, he realized 3 had already absorbed her magic. They could care for them together, but it wouldn't be easy to distribute the magical power properly. After thinking for a moment, MC pointed to the 3 darkened eggs and said, "Valkyrie, then, he entrusts them to her. Let her take good care of them." The protagonist laughed, remembering a story. Once upon a time, in a past life, he picked up a puppy. His mother had scolded him terribly, asking him sternly, "Who will look after it? Will he do it himself?" That was a huge responsibility. Could he handle it? Ars was confused. He thought if he brought it home, he could save it. He was stunned by his parents' words, but he decided he would definitely take care of it, and they allowed him to keep it. He did feed and walk it himself, but his parents paid for the food, grooming supplies, vaccinations, and veterinary care. Upon reflection, he realized they were absolutely right. Indeed, caring for a living creature is not easy. After some time, all the animals hatched successfully. But there was something interesting. The ones raised by Ars were slightly larger, but they all looked like Valkyries. So, the first stage was complete. After examining the empty storage bins, the protagonist noted with disappointment that the more animals there were, the faster the food ran out. Replenishing the supplies would take time. If he was going to start a business, one field would clearly not be enough. In that case, he needed to clear the forest and increase the number of fields. He called the animals to follow him and set to work. Having chosen a planting site, he decided to do everything as before. Loosen the roots and fell the trees. Once he had succeeded, MC moved them, loosened the soil, and then, using the soil improvement skill, prepared several beds. After inspecting his work, he was satisfied. Excellent. The field was ready. At that moment, all the animals stepped onto the field and began using their magic to improve the soil. Ars exclaimed in amazement. What are they doing? He hadn't named anyone yet. Why on earth were they using this power? Doesn't magic pass along with the name? Animals have their own rules in this regard. Valkyrie began chanting spells in her own language next to his ear. It was a bit loud, and the protagonist, covering his ears, wondered in confusion. Will all the animals born now have magical powers? He should tell Valkyrie not to use magic. He decided to put it aside for now and continue tending the fields. He remembered that width could be measured in domes. After a while, he looked at the created field and noted that it resembled an overgrown forest. It was so wide, it seemed like this place had once been a field. But after the development of new lands began, the population dwindled and it became overgrown. Thoughtfully stroking Valkyrie's neck, it occurred to him that the forest was large, so he could easily increase the number of fields. The village headman wouldn't object. If he wanted to raise beasts like Valkyrie, he needed to expand the pastures, making them even larger. However, the wider the field became, the further they moved from home, so he would have to consider safety. The protagonist asked his creature if she would give him a ride. Along the way, he realized she wasn't exactly a horse, but he would still need a saddle and stirrup. MC asked his father about this, and Ashura replied, puzzled, that there were no craftsmen in this village who made stirrups and saddles for service beasts. The father thought that it looked like the animals had already hatched from the eggs. He asked his son if he needed a cart. Ars noted that harnessing animals seemed common here. He told his father that a cart was indispensable for working in the fields, but he wanted to saddle a service animal. He wanted to learn to ride. Someday, he too would be called up to the army. Horsemen on horseback were more powerful than foot soldiers. That much was clear. With Valkyrie as his mount, he would become an excellent horseman. Making a rope from radish stalks, the protagonist draped it over his mount's head, thus creating a bridle. He thought, even without a saddle and stirrup, he would learn. The protagonist told her that he trusted her, and Valkyrie responded with a sound of agreement. Ars knew he needed to know how to saddle a horse properly, but riding his pet turned out to be much easier than he thought. After a while, MC told her it was enough. She moved, so he could ride comfortably. Thanks to her, he was able to ride without any problems. The next day, his entire body ached. The protagonist was perplexed. What was happening to him? He'd ridden once, so why was this pain? No matter how much Valkyrie tried to help him, some things couldn't be stopped. To avoid falling, he sat firmly on her, and that's how his body went numb. By mobilizing all his torso muscles and maintaining his body's axis, the trembling significantly decreased. With a saddle and stirrup, it would have been easier, of course. But you can't give up just because you don't have something. From that day on, the protagonist decided to persistently learn horse riding. One evening, Bite, his older brother, asked him what he always talks about every night before bed. He always mutters under his breath. MC countered, what is he talking about? He doesn't say anything. Ars thought, continuing his horseback riding training, and began working on creating a new magic that would rely on spells. At that moment, Mary came into their room, carrying their sleeping younger brother in her arms, and told the children to go to bed. The protagonist looked at his mother and realized that when he concentrated magic in his eyes and looked at someone, a blue haze appeared around them. Perhaps this was the magic built up within him, bubbling up, and this lasted an inordinately long time. But what could he do to prevent it from bubbling up like this? The solution was to multiply his natural healing power several-fold. Magic that was wasted would become his additional healing energy. He had long noticed this effect, but hadn't cast any spells on it. He attached it because they had a permanent effect. Land-clearing magic can clear land of a certain width, and brick creation magic allows him to create bricks of the same shape and size every day. Body-strengthening magic also allowed him to become as strong and durable as stone for a certain period of time, and if he used a spell on him, the effect would last for a long time. Once, he even slightly damaged a wall while rolling over in bed. In other words, if he used a spell, the magic's effect would last longer. The effect of body-strengthening magic, caused by the spell, could last even during a deep sleep. Essentially, he used the spell to prolong the effect of labor restoration magic. Again, in his sleep, he uttered meditation. Using this, he would be able to fully recover by morning and get rid of muscle pain. Just think, the ability to completely restore his body while lying in bed. He felt like some kind of brave hero. Bite grumbled through his drowsiness, but he was still muttering something. Having mastered the method of complete healing, the protagonist, without any embarrassment, continued learning to ride. Sometime later, Kale came to visit him. The merchant exclaimed in amazement, "Does he mean to tell me that every single hatched beast has gone through the transformation process?" He thought there would only be one or two, but his beasts grow very quickly. Looking at the field, the man noticed how wide it was. The protagonist said, "Is that so?" The merchant continued, "It takes about a month to raise them. Usually, even if he has several eggs, that doesn't mean they'll all hatch at once." MC wondered in surprise. Maybe it was because of the magical injection. He asked Kale if they were safe to sell now. What would he do? Was there anyone willing to buy them? The man told him that, frankly, he had no intention of selling them. Ars, confused, asked, "Does he want him to go and trade?" Kale said, "Yes, of course, but in reality, they'll give them away for free." The protagonist was indignant. Perhaps the merchant had forgotten? He'd remind him. He promised to sell them. He'd lost his trust. The man soothingly said, "Come on. He doesn't understand. He's still just a child. This will be an offering for the nobles who rule these lands." He'd warned him earlier that he didn't have any connections for such large deals. For the rich to buy from him, he first had to earn their trust. Also, the rich had their own businesses, and they were inveterate monopolists. It would be difficult to break into their circles. The protagonist reminded him. He'd said the same thing when he bought the dishes from him for next to nothing. Kale didn't deny it. The man added that only nobles could buy rare, priceless items. Therefore, for him, a merchant with neither connections nor trust, it would be difficult. So they would present these beasts to the nobles, and that would be it. A service beast that could be harnessed was highly valued here and recognized by all. Moreover, on the battlefield, these beasts could become a strategically important resource. These beasts are in high demand, and if offered to high-ranking officials, they will become a conduit of power. Kale continued, "Well, if they like them, they can offer the beasts to other wealthy families." MC, listening attentively, asked him what he meant. The merchant said they couldn't ignore the ruling nobles. Looking at this business from a social perspective, selling these beasts as a strategic resource to feuding families would mean everyone involved would find themselves in a difficult situation. Kale then suggested that he go to the nobles. Ars exclaimed in surprise, "Will he go too?" The man replied that he was and asked him to convey this to his father. The protagonist, amazed, thought, so Kale seriously decided to take him along to his patrons? Thus, he left their village for the first time. On the way, he and his father chatted with the merchant about various things, and before they knew it, they had reached the city. When the allies entered the territory, the protagonist was shocked by everything he saw. He thought in amazement, so this is a city of nobles. Leaving their home village, they set off along bumpy roads in a dragon-drawn carriage. The journey took 3 days. They arrived at the city's fortress wall. The protagonist was delighted. This was his first journey in his life. Of course, they weren't riding the high-speed train, but it was worth the time. He turned to a merchant and told him it was quite crowded. Kale stopped near a building under construction and explained that this was the reason why bricks were in such high demand. To expand the city, part of the fortress wall had to be torn down, and now everything needed to be rebuilt. Of course, they were using the old bricks for this, but they were still in short supply. MC asked him, "So, the demand won't decrease?" The merchant said thoughtfully, "Is that right? But the bricks are made locally, so bringing them from far away is unprofitable." Ars thought, "I see. So trading this commodity won't be so profitable. Then, they need to start negotiations quickly." The first person they met was the manager of the Fontana house, a young man named Raymond. He met them in the granary square and told them that he was counting on them. Ars was not entirely pleased. He thought they would at least be allowed inside. Well, naturally, commoners and merchants like them cannot meet with the head of the family. Raymond noted that, as he had been told, these service animals can be harnessed. Kale answered him, "That's right. They are beautifully built and can be harnessed without any problems. They will be very grateful if Lord Fontana accepts their gift." The protagonist thought perplexedly. After all, the merchant had said they were going to establish connections with the upper class, not just chat. Raymond asked Kale who was with him. The merchant told him that it was indeed Ars, the one who had raised these beasts, and the other man was the boy's father, Ashira. The manager exclaimed, "Oh, if that's true, then such beasts could be raised in large numbers." Kale said that was right. They were called Valkyries. The protagonist wondered in surprise what he was babbling about. Valkyrie was the name of his beast, not the name of an entire species. The merchant told Raymond that they would like their permission to breed and sell such beasts. Ars thought with a smile his pet had stayed in the village, looking after the house. She was his friend, and he had no intention of selling her. The manager said, "Okay, he'll give me written permission later and inform Mr. Fontana." Kale thanked him. MC thought in surprise, so the negotiations were successful? Kale told the manager, but he didn't know if these animals could be used in combat. Raymond reacted with surprise. What did he mean? The merchant explained that the horns were a hindrance. They were clearly not for combat. Without thinking, the manager turned to his assistants and ordered them to saw off the horns of the magical beasts. The assistants approached the creatures. Ars wanted to run up to them and stop them, but his father put a firm hand on his shoulder, signaling him not to interfere. The protagonist was shaken to the core. This nasty man was going to cripple their animals for no apparent reason? He clenched his fists and thought with frustration he wasn't even allowed to say a word against it. He watched with fury in his eyes as the manager's assistants mercilessly cut off the animal's horns. Sometime later, while staying at a hotel, The protagonist's father told him he'd held up well. MC sat on the floor, angrily thinking, those idiots. How dare they hurt his little ones like that? Ashira sent him to wash his hands. The main character looked at his palms and noted that he felt as if his horns had been sawed off. The animals didn't make a sound. It's like a guide dog. During the first days of training, they must remain silent. Even if they accidentally step on a burning cigarette butt, even if they cut themselves, they don't even whine. Since ancient times, dogs have been man's faithful companions, giving their all. Service animals are just dogs, but why did they do this to them? Ars couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He clenched his fists, and his whole demeanor spoke of his suffering from his own helplessness. His father told him to calm down. The protagonist asked him in despair, didn't he feel sorry for them? He was more concerned about their health than the fact that their horns had been sawed off. If the animals he'd given them died, who knew what would happen to them? It was absurd, considering they were a noble family. What else could one expect? Would the animals die quickly if their horns were cut off? He knew nothing about the lifespan of these creatures. It was a shame their horns had been cut off, but if he was going to continue breeding them, he needed to thoroughly investigate. MC told his father, he's so calm. Ashira smiled sadly and said he was just thinking about how defenseless the common people were against the elite. Ars looked at him understandingly and thought, my father, although uneducated, is not stupid at all. Despite his knowledge of another world, my father noticed things that even he overlooked. As a child, he managed to achieve some success in agriculture. Some might find this odd. In fact, some began to resent him for not paying taxes. The village headman even planned to take away his fields. However, his father was able to explain everything. He explained that he needed fields for breeding service beasts, and that radishes were needed for them, and that the wheat grown in the radish fields wasn't enough. Then there was the poll tax and the land tax. At first, the nobles said they didn't care about either the breeding of service beasts or the taxes. But thanks to his father, they simultaneously received permission to breed and sell the beasts, the right to own land, and the right to pay taxes not in wheat, but in cash. Kale was overjoyed. Now they had connections. Ashiro looked at his son and said, well, since they're in town, why don't they buy a few things and explore the surrounding area while they're at it? The protagonist looked at him with warmth and a smile, thinking that he had a father he could always rely on. Yes, he was an incredibly happy man. While walking around the city, the protagonist noticed that there were no wooden buildings here. Perhaps it wasn't their primary building material? His father replied that yes, that's right, wooden buildings could burn down. MC continued, and besides, there aren't any windows here, right? Ashura told him that light magic could leak through them and set everything on fire. Besides, windows weren't necessary at all. Ars muttered in bewilderment, and no matter how you look at it, everything was connected to magic. His father laughed and remarked that it was all thanks to God's blessing. The protagonist thought about the life magic that comes with a name. Is this really God's blessing then? Does magic really have anything to do with God? Suddenly he exclaimed joyfully, pointing, there it is, a window. He thought that durable window panes would be in much greater demand than glassware. That would be his new product. If he combined magic with a spell, he could make them in large quantities. And was it possible that there would be a great demand for buildings too? The father, watching his son, noted with a slight smile that he was up to something again. The merchant said, he has so much drive. Ashira replied, he knows how to surprise. And yet, it was thanks to him that their village began to prosper. And yet, only recently, everyone around was dying of terrible famine. Kale said, they must have been tormented by hunger for years. For years on end, people died of starvation, and most of the lands fell into ruin. From the very beginning, these lands were engulfed in the flames of war. People were so exhausted that they began to fight for food, and this almost became the turning point for a new war. And during all this, he came across a plant, a strange kind of radish. It grew everywhere, even in abandoned fields, and it didn't taste all that bad. Yes, this root vegetable wasn't tasty, but not so much that it was completely inedible. It was thanks to 20 that the number of deaths from starvation could be reduced. It was used to preserve food for the winter, and it also grew very quickly. He was surprised to find himself in a village located near the northern forest where this type of radish was grown. Recently, most villages had sunk into despair. Life had become unbearable. However, this village was different. Growing this root vegetable, the people here lived without knowing hunger. And that's when he met Ars, who offered to buy his product. Kale was very surprised then. A boy not yet of baptismal age, an unusually smart fellow. He constantly peppered him with questions about whether there was anything else he could sell. He was very smart, even too smart for an ordinary peasant. As a merchant, he was forced to go door to door, offering radishes and sandals. He took a liking to the little fellow and began coming regularly to the northern village. Each time, Ars interrogated him for an hour, and so, just a few years later, now grown up, he created something else. These were the magic mushrooms he'd mentioned earlier. This rare product would fetch a considerable price, and trade could flourish in the poor village. However, it was very dangerous for such a young child to venture into the forest alone. Therefore, he advised him to take it up when he was a little older. But Ars assured him everything would be fine. He'd be perfectly fine. That blind confidence of his. He'd known many young men who had died from such arrogance, so he pretended to be unconcerned with his plans and suggested he make bricks. His material was consistent and in demand. Furthermore, the protagonist told him he'd make pottery. When Ars showed him his wares, Kale was amazed. Everything was so beautiful. How had he done it? The boy told him it was a secret, and then, looking at this amazing dish, he saw the boy's true face. He must have been born into a noble family. The protagonist assured him that this was not so. Then he exclaimed, "The dish looks exactly like a family heirloom passed down through generations," and then he refuted his words. Then, Kale suggested, perhaps he was from an impoverished noble family, and Ars refuted this. And now, having undergone the baptismal rite, he will continue to amaze. From the egg Ars bought from him, an incredibly beautiful and rare beast hatched. He has a remarkable characteristic. He is very determined. Even though the boy already creates bricks and grows magic mushrooms, he is constantly searching for something new. He'd already heard the answer to his question about why he was trying so hard to earn so much money. The boy wanted to buy a weapon, and yet, he probably wanted to restore his family's honor by winning renown on the battlefield. Although no, that's not true. Perhaps these parents weren't his real parents. Again, no, they looked similar. They were probably caring for a child whose family was forced into hiding, but that also sounded like nonsense. This little one would undoubtedly become a great man. To establish a stronger bond with him, he would act as his go-between. He absolutely had to maintain good relations with Ars. He had to earn his trust before he grew up. At that moment, the protagonist interrupted him and asked him in surprise if he wasn't going to buy the goods. The merchant replied that he was coming with him. Kale looked at the protagonist and told him he would follow him anywhere. MC was surprised. What was going on? And so his life began to revolve around this boy. After some time, the allies rode silently in the carriage, listening to the creaking of the wheels. Mary met them, joyfully greeting them. The main character rushed into his mother's arms, shouting that they were home. He thought that after spending several days in the city and buying everything they needed, they had finally returned home. They bought a saw to remove the trees he had felled while clearing the forest, a cart for transporting radishes, and sock that his father wanted. The protagonist grinned. It seemed the money he had earned was about to run out, but only this time. After all, now he would make a large profit from selling his service beasts. He took the new magical eggs. MC decided to call these service beasts Valkyries and sell them for the price of a riding dragon. Ars ran to his beloved and shouted to her that he had returned. He hugged her neck, and Valkyrie made joyful sounds in greeting. The protagonist thought service animals are worth a fortune. It's like being the only manufacturer of expensive cars. Moreover, now they had permission. However, he needed to do something before he began. At Fontana's house, 3 animals had their horns sawed off, and he needed to find out what would happen if he did it right away. He had 2 animals left. He would saw off one of the horns and leave the other one as is, and then he would see the difference. And in general, you need to think of service animals as goods, or like livestock. Approaching one of the animals, he patted its mane and asked for its forgiveness, asking it to be smart. Collecting his thoughts, he sawed off the animal's horns, and a few days later, he realized that nothing had happened. The animal was alive and well, but as Ars suspected, he'd lost his magical abilities. The beast hadn't used either his magic or its normal form. Although it didn't seem like he'd lost his magical power entirely, he simply couldn't use it. It happens to people too. His father had told him that people who lost both arms in the war couldn't use magic anymore. Come to think of it, to activate magic, you have to cast a spell and place your hands in the right place. Otherwise, it won't work. It's similar here. If you saw off the beast's horns, it loses its magical abilities. This knowledge will work to his advantage. As the merchant had said, a beast with magic here is a great rarity, and if there are any, it could cause major problems. Moreover, if the Valkyries were to raise magical eggs, he'd hardly be able to become the sole producer of such a rare commodity. And without horns, their lives are in no danger, and their manes conceal everything. He patted the neck of his test beast, which responded with a joyful sound. Thus, the protagonist gathered all his willpower and sawed off all the Valkyries' horns to sell to a merchant. After some time, Paul invited him over. The priest told him he'd done well. MC asked him if he meant the Fontana family's permission. Paul answered, yes. But it wasn't just about the permission to trade service beasts. Previously, there had been nothing unusual in this remote village except a book with strange symbols. So, on rainy days, he came here, to the church, to learn to read them. His parents were illiterate. The priest showed him the document and said, this is the permission to use the land he'd cleared in the forest. The protagonist exclaimed, it's all thanks to his father. After all, it was hard to pay the wheat tax. Paul smiled and remarked, Ashira then. But it wasn't just about the taxes. Paul read the clauses, the permit for land ownership in the northern forests, and the payment of taxes in cash. MC was surprised. Had anything changed? The priest had told him. And now, a tricky question. What area did the land he'd plowed cover? Ars asked him if it was where he'd cut down the trees and cleared everything. The priest answered, yes. It doesn't say when, where, or how much land is meant. This means that all the land he'd plowed up to this point and any land he'd plow afterward will be his property, and the fact that they've allowed him to pay taxes in cash means it doesn't necessarily have to be fields for growing crops. The document doesn't even say how this land can be used, which means he can do whatever he wants. The protagonist, confused, asked him, What does this all mean? The priest said he can now become a large landowner. The protagonist was dumbfounded by what he heard, and then asked the priest, "Is that really so cool?" Paul shook his head and said, "Oh, really? That same Fontana family certainly governs these lands, but that doesn't mean they own them entirely. They take an influential family that owns a portion of the land and grant them special rights. Thus, the state manages these lands, and the taxes the families pay are needed to raise troops." The protagonist asked him, perplexed, why they allowed him to become a landowner. Trading would be enough, wouldn't it? The priest told him he was the youngest son and probably didn't really want to move to other lands to breed service animals. He was probably thinking about giving the land away. That would be simply terrifying. Besides, they didn't expect such a child to be able to plow lands equal to the holdings of an entire family. Returning home, Ars thought, that's too much for a mere child. He himself hadn't noticed how he'd changed professions. If so, he'd expand his lands as much as necessary and wouldn't let them look down on him. And now, he had to develop new lands. He'd use magic to fell all the trees, use the Valkyries to gather them in one place and level the cleared space. But even so, it wouldn't bring in any income. He had 4 ways to make money: breeding Valkyries, cultivating magic mushrooms, crafting bricks, and growing radishes. Of course, selling Valkyries would be enough, but it wouldn't hurt to be on the safe side. The demand for bricks might soon run out, and growing mushrooms requires labor. He had land, but he certainly couldn't manage it alone. Then he'd need to find someone. He definitely couldn't do anything here alone. He needed people to clear the land, harvest the crops, and be responsible for storage. Although, the sales would still be his responsibility. To concentrate on plowing the land, he needed to find part-time workers. The protagonist asked his family if anyone could help with this. By the way, they had bean soup and white bread for dinner that night. Bite happily told him he'd come to the right place. He shouldn't forget that he has him. The protagonist thought with confusion. The older brother had asked for part-time work. No, of course, he was looking for workers, but an older brother? That didn't seem right. Bite again nonchalantly told him he could rely on him. The MC was confused. Was it normal for the older brother to work for the younger one? He turned to his mother for advice. Mary told the eldest son he was right. He and Ars would be a great help with the wheat harvest. The protagonist thought perplexedly. So it was possible. Bite exclaimed with glee. It will be done. The protagonist decided, well, if his brother really wanted it, then he had nothing against it. But he was always avoiding homework. That's what was bothering him. If he did that at work too, he'd have to fire him. He looked at the thoughtful Bite and wondered what he had in mind. He definitely had something in mind, Bite exclaimed. He'd already decided. Let him give him 1 Valkyrie. It's so unfair that only he gets to ride. MC thought. Well, there you go. He answered his brother. He'd been in the saddle a couple of times, after all. Did he like the Valkyrie that much? Bite shouted, of course. All heroes save beautiful princesses on horseback. Everyone looks up to men like that. The protagonist sighed heavily. It looked like trouble was still to come. So Bite began helping him in the field. Entering his warehouse, his brother told him that this secret hideout of his didn't look cool at all. It looked just like a prison. Ars thought irritably. Out of nowhere, he'd called his domain a prison with impenetrable walls. A lonely prison in a vast field. Don't underestimate him. At this thought, the protagonist clenched his fists. And then he thought, it's true. The building doesn't look so great. He's growing every day, and so are his abilities. He's always been fascinated by architecture, and now was the perfect opportunity to make his dreams come true. He took a close look at the inn where they'd spent the night during their trip to the city. The protagonist had memorized its exterior and interior layout. He studied the building with magic, and thus activated its magical power. With a well-honed spell, he carefully distributed it along the structure. He was familiar with the earth technique. After this, MC activated the memory retention skill. Looking at the project, Ars was surprised to notice that it resembled computer graphics. He had learned to completely memorize buildings. The first time he built the building, he immediately ran out of energy. His mistake was miscalculating the amount of magic he needed. It's used not only for the exterior, but also for the interior. Now he'd enchanted the bricks and memorized the construction technique. He couldn't waste the energy needed for the interior. Then he'd be able to recreate something like an inn. When he'd tried to visualize the magic circle, it had been difficult to recreate it from memory. This time, he'd remembered the shape of the magical power itself, so the rest would be easy to implement. First, he needed to make the bricks. Next, he'd reproduce the magical energy he'd memorized. Finally, he needed to transform the magic into bricks and mortar. When the protagonist opened his eyes, his surprise knew no bounds. He looked at the completed building and exclaimed joyfully, it worked! The house building experiment had been a success. In the city, the inn was closely adjacent to other houses. For this reason, wider walls had to be created. There were also storage areas for harvests and a stable for the Valkyries. The roofs for the rooms will have to be made by hand, and there are still windows. It's almost a replica of that building, and it's much safer here than the old box. There may be no doors or furniture yet, but he doesn't require any more luxury. The ability to create something so durable is a sign of growth. Someday, this place will be his true home. After that, he returned home, ran joyfully inside, and asked his parents what they were having for dinner. His mother, smiling, answered, beans, white bread, and soup, just as he wanted. At that moment, his father turned to him and asked if he could have a minute. The protagonist, seeing his father's worried expression, asked him what had happened. Ashura was being bothered by the lumberjacks. Sometime later, MC came to Medlock, who remarked that ours had arrived early today. Had they run out of wood for growing mushrooms? The protagonist answered that that wasn't entirely true. He heard others complaining about him cutting down trees himself. Medlock was a lumberjack, an old acquaintance who used to help him grow magic mushrooms. The lumberjack said, I see, and that's why he came to him. The protagonist gave him a gift from his father and said he'd like to hear his opinion on the situation. Medlock, having poured the wine that ours had brought him, took a sip and said that it was very tasty. MC replied, yes, they bought it in town. He didn't tell the old man that his father regretted giving the drink away as a gift because he'd really liked it. The lumberjack said, well, it's not that the lumberjacks are angry, they're just a little irritated. The protagonist clarified, so they don't like that he's chopping down trees? The thing is, he plans to continue expanding his territory, and he thinks he needs to resolve the situation somehow. For example, make sure his work doesn't affect the lumberjacks' earnings, and choose a location where trees can be cut down. Medlock said thoughtfully, there's another way. The little gentleman seemed oblivious to the true cause of the problem. The protagonist asked, confused, if it was really about the inconvenience caused to the lumberjacks. Frankly, cutting down and transporting trees requires a lot of labor, and he easily handles it with his beasts. He asked the old man again if he wasn't causing them any inconvenience. The lumberjack answered, no, I don't think so. However, his actions affected their professional pride. MC exclaimed in confusion, but he never thought ill of them. Medlock told him he was born a lumberjack, and he would live and die as one. He was proud of what he did. For them, trees were their bread, their treasure. He thinks he'd like it if he cut down trees in the forest and left them there? How can they stand by and watch fallen trees rot? So the woodcutters think he's insulting them. Ars looked at him tensely, listening intently. After that, he said, so that's it. The woodcutter continued. They also want to expand the fields, clear the forest. Besides, that's the noble's order, isn't it? The protagonist thought, well, it's not like it's their will, so that's what they think in the village then? Medlock summarized, so even though no one complains directly, some might be unhappy about it, and he wants Ars to know that. The protagonist thought sadly. His father had heard about the discontent from Medlock. He'd warned him before the problem got any worse. He was preoccupied with his own affairs and didn't notice what was happening around him. The lumberjack, looking at the thoughtful MC, noted that he was deep in thought. If a person makes a mistake, the most important thing is to correct it promptly. Finally, Ars asked him if he could help him. He wanted to take control. He understood that the forest near the village was so vast that if he went deeper, he might never return. However, no one knew the exact width. Nevertheless, he, using magic and Valkyries, was causing the forest to shrink. Forest destruction is a very serious environmental problem. The land loses its moisture-holding capacity. The nutritious soil on which crops grow is lost. In the worst case, there was a possibility that these lands would become deserts in the future. And most importantly, firewood could disappear completely, and with the local harsh winters, it would be impossible to cope without firewood. The protagonist exclaimed, that's why he was going to create a forestry industry where people would work to create artificial forests. It will also be possible to obtain high-quality wood for magic mushrooms. He knows a lot about growing vegetables and wheat, but he knows absolutely nothing about trees. Therefore, he asks him and the other lumberjacks to help him. If he continues clearing the forest, while protecting it with the lumberjacks who love it, then all the discontent will disappear. How does he like that idea? Medlock said thoughtfully, the power of nature is a great thing, beyond human control. And the idea of the forest completely disappearing is hard to imagine. MC enthusiastically asked him, but does he understand how important it is to manage the forest? The lumberjack paused, then said to let him consult with the others. Naturally, the lumberjacks were skeptical of Ars's proposal. However, Medlock convinced them all, and they decided to simply observe the process for now. But rumors began to spread in the village that the northern lands beyond the village were now under his control. This outraged him. How could anyone think that? It was normal. Everyone had accepted it so quickly. The protagonist decided to leave forest management to Medlock, and he was right. After some time, the old man collected the wood for him and carefully stacked all the logs. The protagonist, seeing the amount of wood, exclaimed with delight. This was material for magic mushrooms. Local carpenters crafted beautiful wooden doors and furniture for his house. He left the field work to his brother, but to his surprise, his brother was good at managing people. The protagonist was amazed to see that the number of people had increased. In one of the garden beds, he saw a man with a small boy and asked them where Bite was. The boy replied that he was training on service animals. It couldn't be easy. The protagonist thought indignantly. He had hired people to replace him. He felt deeply ashamed, bowed to the man and child, and asked them for forgiveness for his brother. The man replied, no big deal. After all, the harvest will be divided among the villagers, so they help. With these words, he ruffled the boy's hair. Ars was grateful to people like this boy, who had lost their loved ones in the war, and to people like him, Ars, who were unable to work the fields fully, and he thought that hiring was supposed to be paid in cash, but it was not so. What a scoundrel his brother was. So, thanks to everyone, the protagonist could now fully concentrate on clearing the forest, breeding service animals, and cultivating magic mushrooms. Looking at the well-oiled machinery, he noted that this world was slowly changing and expanding. So, during this time, he had already turned 8 years old. Sometime later, the protagonist received unpleasant news. The fields were being devastated. Bite told him they had discovered tracks of giant boars. Medlock noted, worst of all, that there were tracks of both 2 large specimens and 2 small ones. MC said in surprise, so they've been here before and remembered the taste of radishes? Well, if there's no real danger, then there's no need to panic. Bite shouted at him in confusion. Can't he see? It's absolutely dangerous. Many will stop working because of the boars, fearing for their lives. The protagonist paused. He'd seen news reports in a past life about how boars were causing losses in agriculture. But even with traps set, it was hard to catch them. Medlock said, puzzled. There haven't been any reports of boars appearing lately. The protagonist realized the cause was obvious. It was all because of the forest clearing. It was all his fault. There are, of course, places where they only thin out the branches and leave the trees. However, there are many more areas where the trees have been completely cut down, so the wild animals come out in search of food. But leaving the giant boars who have tasted the food will become a major problem in the future. As the forest's chief steward, he is obliged to deal with this for the sake of the people who work here. The boars came again and began to destroy the harvest. The allies hid in the cart. The protagonist whispered in horror at how huge they were, almost 3 meters tall. Bite noted that it looked like arrows couldn't hit them. The protagonist answered him in surprise. What was he talking about? Seriously, what should they do? If he takes after the heroes, then let him subdue these monsters. Bite told him to come up with something himself. MC suggested that it might be better to involve the nobles in this matter. The lumberjack said, it is unlikely that they will help them because of the radishes. Ars looked puzzled. Surely they wouldn't even help a little? The old man replied, they'd tell them to figure something out themselves. The protagonist thought gloomily, meaning there was no choice. He needed to think about a solution to this problem. Mounting his beloved Valkyrie, he approached the enemy at a safe distance. Looking at them, the protagonist told the beast they needed to develop a strategy. Valkyrie agreed. MC thought, even from a distance they looked too huge. He'd have to rush forward and attack. It wouldn't be easy to defeat them. Just a quick swipe would do the trick. And if he got caught in their sharp fangs, he'd surely die. Suddenly, Ars heard the gentle beating of his pet's heart, and feeling the warmth, he realized with surprise, was she waiting for him to calm down? He was about to thank her, but she, realizing he was fine, clapped her hooves impatiently and rushed forward. The protagonist barely had time to grab her mane tighter to keep from falling, and he admired her incredible speed. With such speed, Valkyrie has difficulty finding a target, so she attacks the enemy on the move. MC activated the shot and fired several stones simultaneously. Watching the attack hit the boars, he wondered if he hadn't cast the spell in time, but it had worked just fine anyway. However, since he hadn't managed to touch the ground, the blow was weak, and the enemies, reeling from the attack, rushed at them. Ars shouted to Valkyrie that they had to run. She realized this herself and quickly rushed forward. The protagonist turned around, saw the boars approaching them, and thought about how fast they were. It was no easy task, however, to keep a moderate distance from them. He even noticed that their eyes were bloodshot with anger. He smiled, because everything was going according to plan. It occurred to him that his most powerful weapon in this battle wasn't a single shot, but the strengthening of his entire body. The protagonist turned to Valkyrie, and she suddenly soared into the air. MC thought with admiration. She was moving, reading his thoughts. His comrade, his pride. The speed of their flight caused a few feathers to fly off some of the nearby birds. Ars looked down at the abyss they were flying over, at the birds flying nearby, and realized with delight that they were indeed flying. When Valkyrie gracefully landed on the other side of the cliff, he pressed himself against her, exhaled, and thought that with strong physical abilities, the price for strengthening the body is quite different. Valkyrie caught his attention and approached the edge of the abyss, at the bottom of which lay the defeated opponents. The protagonist noted, as expected, that it was impossible to survive a fall from such a height. With such enormous beasts, a reckless attack wouldn't do. That's why he had to set a more effective trap. Of course, he felt sorry for the dead opponents, but he would still eat them, for which he even apologized. MC stroked his pet's neck and told her they could return. Valkyrie agreed. Thus, Ars ended his first battle. When he returned to his allies, their admiration knew no bounds. Bite joyfully exclaimed, "There he is, his brother." Confused, Medlock asked the protagonist, "Did he defeat them?" The protagonist replied, "Now everything will be fine. Then he would have to go get the meat." Bite, perplexed, remarked, "What was he muttering?" The problem wasn't just these wild boars. There were other boars wreaking havoc on the fields. The forest was large, after all. It was only natural. If they showed up again, he was completely relying on him, his little brother. MC was confused. What did he just say? Was he babbling nonsense? Ars had now become the giant boar exorcist. The next day, the protagonist began training. He honed his shooting skills. Fighting huge beasts up close was dangerous. He needed to use a longer range attack. After defeating several giant boars for the first time, he practiced attacking with magic. He could easily fire several stones, like sharp arrows, even while riding a Valkyrie. True, the power of the strike diminished with distance, but at least he could throw it 20 to 30 meters. Of course, a spell would work well here, but a single shot wouldn't accomplish much. Setting a trap like a crack and going out to fight with a Valkyrie was too cumbersome. He needed to find a way to stop the devastation of the fields, not deal with the animals, and he didn't necessarily need to kill anyone. The best defense against an enemy is probably a fence. In the village, it's wooden. In the city, a fortress wall. In other words, you need to surround the field with a wall. In any endeavor, there's wisdom left by our ancestors, and this can be drawn upon. It's necessary to build a wall so that the workers have peace of mind. He'll begin encircling the field, starting at the forest edge, and then, as he goes, he'll add new cleared areas. In addition to the huge pit dug for the boars, a hollow has also appeared. They say the big one serves the little one. He needs to build a bigger wall. He'd like it to be so strong that, should a surprise attack from 3-meter-tall monsters occur, he'll be able to buy himself more time and escape. The protagonist imagined how it might all look. He'd already thought through the thickness, but the inside could be filled with sand. The structure would be a maximum of 5 meters wide, and then it would all need to be connected together. Clenching his fist tightly, MC felt his strength surge. Just like that time he built the guest house. He could build something enormous in a flash. Knowing his lands were endless, Ars understood that constructing such a wall would require devising a spell, which could take a considerable amount of time. And the spell would require constantly using the exact same magic, monotonously repeating the same thing, and creating the necessary conditions. This was extremely difficult work. Mastering brick magic took him several months. Sometimes he'd repeat the same thing over and over again without even realizing it. However, he mastered wall-building magic faster than shooting magic. The protagonist applied the same principle here as when building the guest house. Thanks to this, MC could reproduce exactly the same magic, which would make his work easier. Now, spells worked much better. Touching the ground, the protagonist began building the wall. In the blink of an eye, what he'd imagined appeared. But then something happened that greatly surprised him. The Valkyries who remained with horns could use his magic, which he acquired after the naming ceremony. What were the rules? But be that as it may, he was surprised to see 5 beast heads lined up in a row and begin building a wall. How was this possible? He'd left them for further Valkyrie breeding. The protagonist didn't understand how they did it, but it looked powerful and impressive. MC brought them some magic mushrooms and suggested they take a break to recharge their magical energy. He didn't know what or how to prepare food to restore magical energy, but he hoped it would do. The Valkyries eagerly ate all the mushrooms, and Ars, looking at them, realized they were working, and after some time, the wall was completely built. When Bite came to him, the protagonist asked him what he thought of the wall. "Isn't it great? Thanks to the service animals, they managed to do everything quickly." The guy said, "Yes, it looks good, but where's the entrance and exit?" The protagonist felt as if he had been doused with boiling water. He exclaimed in confusion. Yes, he somehow hadn't thought of that. What should he do now? Trying to calm down, he began to think about a way out of this situation, and he succeeded. He had an idea. Bite suggested that maybe they should also make a special path leading to the entrance. MC, in fact, had thought of this too. He would build the perfect road to make it convenient for working people to get there. Riding in a cart is noisy, and it would be faster here. Ars decided to make gates on the village side and on the forest side. The planned road of concrete and asphalt will look beautiful, but it looks like it will be very expensive to maintain. But roads from 1,000 years ago still exist. For example, the stone streets of Roman times. Exactly, because they're based on strong mortar and made of stone. You need to dig a hole as deep as possible, fill it with stones, gravel, and clay, and lay thick masonry on top, with the center slightly higher. This will make the road waterproof and less likely to crack. You just need to lay a straight path and build a road in the Roman style. Even if the angle deviates from the destination, the error over a distance of 100 kilometers isn't that great. In other words, it's a path created using measuring technology. The protagonist didn't know how long it would take, but he had spells and Valkyries, so everything had to be fine. He was simply eager to get started on the road. The protagonist paused, and his younger brother, Kyle, who had undergone the rite of naming the previous day, asked him what he was thinking about with such a serious expression. MC was surprised by his arrival, as he usually didn't come here. His brother replied that he'd finished helping around the house, which was why he'd come here. He and Bite always returned home very late, probably very busy with work. Ars thought perplexedly, but he was right. They hardly ever spoke. Kyle repeated his question. So what was he thinking? The protagonist answered that the glass he made for windows wasn't selling at all. The boy remarked, was he referring to those smooth, beautiful slabs? Mom said they were piled high in the warehouse, just taking up space. The protagonist said with disappointment that when he saw them in town, he thought there would be a demand for them. Locals rarely bought goods they hadn't seen before, and that was true. In a society where people traded, exchanging things, no one would spend money on questionable items. The protagonist was still having a hard time accepting the fact that a good thing didn't sell right away. He wondered out loud if there was anything he could sell. Kyle pointed at the furniture and exclaimed, "I'd like that. That's really beautiful furniture." He'd been here before and kept thinking how beautiful it was. MC replied with a smile. It was made by a lumberjack. He actually liked the furniture too. It smelled of wood. Come to think of it, none of the lumberjacks made or sold anything like that. Medlock also said that they mostly sold felled trees. Maybe it's because they were so hard to transport? Everyone in the village used the furniture very carefully, so no one would buy it again, and it still had to be transported to the city. But service animals capable of pulling a cart would be expensive. But furniture? That's not a bad idea. He should ask the lumberjacks about it, Kyle exclaimed. It would be great if he could sell it. The protagonist told him that if he succeeded, it would be his, Kyle's credit. Ars thought about it. He himself had wanted to make something without magical abilities. The current extreme story causes economic collapse only because there isn't one. He's expanded the area under cultivation, and in his opinion, he can now create the conditions for people to start earning money. Since he's decided to make furniture, he'll need to gather artisans, build a factory, and recruit workers. Maybe he'll even be able to open his own company. Kyle said, his brothers are so great. They've already accomplished so much. The protagonist replied, and he'll learn everything soon. But he's still a kid, so let him enjoy the moment and play. Kyle noted that he was telling him that, and yet their age difference is only 2 years. Lowering his voice, the younger brother told the protagonist he'd already taught Bite magic, hadn't he? He'd like to learn how to use it too. MC clutched his head and said sadly, Bite learning magic really upset his mother back then. Kyle asked him in surprise, is that true? It's just that he's never heard of it before. What happened? Ars told him he was still growing new varieties of radishes in a tiny field. His brother arrived and began interrogating him. He told him he was much younger than him, but could lift such heavy objects. At the time, the protagonist was working on full-body strengthening magic, testing its effectiveness. He became curious to see how it worked on others, and he thought Bite would be perfect for the job, so he taught him how to use it. However, magic like soil improvement and others was beyond his abilities. No matter how hard Bite tried, there was no effect at all. He then mastered body strengthening through repeated training, mastering it in a relatively short time. His brother began picking fights with the village boys. He doesn't know the reasons, but the fights are quite frequent, and his brother has now become the strongest, unrivaled. However, there were those who challenged older boys to fight him. However, his brother was still the strongest. Kyle remarked admiringly that fighting was bad, but Brother Bite was so cool. The protagonist continued, to be honest, he hadn't mastered magic perfectly. Most likely, his strength came from his own strong and large build. It's like the saying goes, strength is strength, no brains required. He often began returning home battered and bruised. It seemed he had acquired enemies much older and stronger than him, but he wasn't about to give up. No matter how many times he lost, he still ran back to the fight. This experience became a link to his future military abilities. Their mother even cried and lamented. Had she really raised him so poorly? All his fights and his indifferent attitude toward housework had brought her to tears, and it had gotten to the point where he had no opponents left in the village. Surprised, Kyle noted that yes, that was indeed true. MC continued, and then he decided that it wasn't worth teaching anyone magic, but since his younger brother still wanted him to teach him, he would do it. Unlike his older brother, he doesn't rush into battle, and he's very smart. Kyle exclaimed enthusiastically, is this true? The protagonist confirmed, yes, it was. For example, you can perfect magic that enhances memory, intelligence, and calculation skills. You'll teach him magic that will help him become very smart. Kyle exclaimed eagerly, maybe they should start right now? The protagonist thought he'd been hesitant before, but it seemed he wouldn't regret it now. Bite had certainly let him down a bit when he taught him magic, but Kyle was different. He'd like his younger brother to train his brain more than his muscles, so that he could learn to read and count, and become a first-class expert in his field. How wonderful it would be to work with such a person. At that moment, a young man named Gran arrived in the fields. Stopping, he looked at the houses and said, it's here. So, what does the gentleman who single-handedly defeated the giant boars deign to look like? After some time, Gran taught the protagonist, insisting that such a shape wouldn't work. Such a furnace wouldn't generate enough heat. He still hadn't learned how to build. The boy addressed the protagonist only as Sir. Looking at MC's efforts, Gran thought he was just a little bit closer to a passing grade. He told Ars, well, they need to reinstall their large furnace again, and only then can they test it out. So, now they will make bellows. The protagonist crouched exhausted against the wall, breathing heavily. Gran anxiously ran up to him, grabbed him by the shoulders, and asked what was wrong. He would turn on the lights so he could continue creating without any problems. The protagonist, unable to move from exhaustion, thought about how a few days earlier, his brother had brought them a stranger who had appeared in the village. Gran immediately introduced himself to MC and said he traveled the world and created various things. He had come to their village to meet the Lord, who had defeated the giant boars. The three brothers eyed him warily. He was a stranger. The protagonist noticed his speech, and the boy explained that this was how they spoke in his land. The protagonist asked him if he was, by any chance, from the eastern provinces. Gran replied that he was indeed born in the eastern lands. MC asked him again, was this, by any chance, an island nation? Gran replied in surprise, well, not exactly an island nation, but there are places like that. So what? Ars smiled and asked him to ignore it, He told the guy his name and added that there wasn't much left of the boars, but he could take a look at them. They were in storage. The guy happily agreed and thanked him. Then he asked, by the way, who was the honorable gentleman who defeated them? He would like to meet him in person. The protagonist carelessly exclaimed, "It's him." Gran, his expression changing, asked in confusion, "What do you mean? How is he?" "He's just a kid," the protagonist answered. "He set a trap and had a partner." The guy, confused, apologized and said he'd simply heard that the boars in the area were very ferocious and scary, and how many villages had been destroyed because of these monsters. MC agreed with him. They really were ferocious, but they're just giant boars. So was that really worth coming all the way here? Gran asked him in surprise. Didn't he know these boars possess hardening magic? That's precisely why they can't be pierced by arrows, and why they're so difficult to attack. Ars admitted he was right. The boy continued, adding that the remains of such magical beasts could be an excellent material for crafting something new. A giant boar's tusk could be used to forge a sword stronger than steel. The protagonist exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, good thing he didn't throw them away." Gran added that he wandered through various areas in search of special materials and crafted various weapons from them. The protagonist asked him in confusion, "Can you make a sword from a boar's tusk?" When the boy confirmed it, MC asked him to make him a weapon, a sword. He added that he would thank him generously. When Ars brought him to the warehouse, the boy immediately went to the boar's tusks. The protagonist asked him, "Well, how is it?" Gran, running his hand over the material, exclaimed admiringly, "This is wonderful. This is undoubtedly the fang of a magical creature, but it looks like they still contain magical energy. These are remnants of magical power." Confused, the protagonist asked him again, "Remnants?" The traveler answered that if he were hunting a magical beast, it would be best to do so after they'd activated this power, and when they transformed it into a sword, the magical energy would be excellent. MC, unable to contain his joy, clarified, "So these fangs will make a good sword, right?" The guy, laughing, said that's exactly it. But to forge a sword from a magical beast, they need equipment and a catalyst. Therefore, he couldn't fulfill his request. Moreover, this village apparently had no craftsman capable of making such a thing. Confused, Ars asked the guy, "What are equipment and a catalyst?" Gran said they were essential. They needed a furnace that could withstand high temperatures and a magical cage from a magical beast to act as a catalyst. The protagonist looked puzzled. He understood about the furnace, but what kind of magical cage? He was talking about things he didn't understand. The traveler said it was an organ, or part of the beast, that he needed to use magical power. Animal organs come in all shapes and sizes, and they're not easy to obtain. The protagonist paused, picked up the horns of his pet Valkyries, and asked the guy if these would work as a catalyst. If this was what they needed, then all that was left was the furnace. Gran looked at the horns in surprise, touched them, and said in confusion, "He has a very rare and valuable item." He wasn't sure, but he could tell for sure that this would work as a catalyst. MC clenched his fist in triumph and shouted, "Hooray!" The guy asked him if these horns belonged to the local service beasts. When Ars confirmed his guess, Gran continued. He'd heard that there were beasts capable of using magic, and if the catalyst was removed, this magical energy could later be used to supply others. He never thought he'd see something like that here. The protagonist exclaimed with interest, "Does that mean there are service beasts capable of using magic?" Gran replied that it was true, and added that such beasts were highly prized. The protagonist was simply astonished, and Kale hadn't told him that. It seemed he needed to negotiate with him about prices. If he deliberately concealed this information from him, then he'd have to think about his future relationship with him. He asked the boy, "What do they need next?" The traveler replied that, frankly, they needed a lot of other things, but a furnace was the most essential. MC exclaimed, "Then he'll make one himself. He'll try it right now." Gran seemed about to faint from amazement at this boy. Ars thought the bricks he created would withstand higher temperatures than others. In other words, he'd have fireproof bricks. He just needed to test them a few times first. That's what he thought. In the end, he got what he got, and he sat down exhausted against the wall. Gran told him that even if he lit the furnace without the proper wind, it would go out and the temperature wouldn't rise. Therefore, they needed bellows to create artificial wind. The protagonist wanted to crawl away from this persistent guy, saying that bellows were made of wood and he was an earth magic specialist. But Gran grabbed him by the shirt and said, "Well, they won't make a weapon with him," and he suggested MC do it together. Ars wanted to disappear, to dissolve. It wasn't easy working with a creator like Gran. Meanwhile, Kyle, looking out the window, sadly said, "My brother's still not here today," and he'd wanted to make a professional out of him. After a while, everything was ready. Gran shook the protagonist's shoulders and exclaimed enthusiastically, "This is simply wonderful." He'd finally managed to make a foot-operated bellows suitable for a huge furnace. It was simply a work of art. The protagonist, collapsing from exhaustion, asked him if he could sleep now. The guy told him it wasn't over yet. They'd need more charcoal as fuel. Now they needed to make another furnace to make charcoal. Seeing MC's puzzled expression, the guy exclaimed, "That's right. If you burn ordinary wood, it turns to ash. To make charcoal, you need to fire the wood in a tightly sealed room where there's no airflow." Ars, mustering his remaining strength, crafted a kiln. Gran, with boundless energy, exclaimed, "Yes, he's made a wonderful furnace. This will produce excellent quality charcoal." The boy added that he'd been to many places, often lacking the means and equipment for his creativity. He'd cried bitterly back then. Now the most important thing is starting the first fire. The protagonist, unable to bear it, ran as far away from the boy as possible, mentally calling him an idiot. Gran shouted at him in bewilderment, asking where he was going. MC thought he probably wouldn't tolerate him anymore. Ars ran home and simply collapsed on the floor. Kyle asked him in surprise what was wrong with him. He hadn't shown up for days. The protagonist, crawling exhausted, approached his brother and told him to go help his beloved Gran, and that he wouldn't go anymore. Okay? The boy looked at him, perplexed and confused. The protagonist continued. He was doing this for Gran. After all, he too would need to find his calling in the future. If he trained his brain by helping Gran, he'd remember everything very quickly. Kyle noted sympathetically. He wanted to run away, right? MC answered him. No, he'll make an additional kiln. This village has a vast forest and vast reserves of wood, but there's not a single person who can make high-quality charcoal. So said Gran. If charcoal alone is so valuable here, then the profit from selling it will be high. Let him come to his aid. He's waiting. Ars silently wished his brother wouldn't die from the traveler's persistence. Thus, having sent Kyle as Gran's next victim, he managed to escape. After some time, the protagonist arrived in the fields. He could barely drag his legs as he stepped over the fence. Gran greeted him and told him, finally, he's back. Kyle tried his best, and now they've finished the job. The protagonist muttered, is that so? Seeing his brother lying on the floor, he exclaimed in alarm, why is he lying face down, not even moving? The boy answered, he was the one starting the fire for the kiln. MC crouched over his brother, patted him on the back, and apologized, telling him to get some rest. Gran told him, this is one of his finest creations. He thinks so. The boy handed Ars the sword and told him it was his pride and joy. The protagonist examined the weapon in amazement and thought admiringly. The pearl-colored sword seemed to shine brightly. He was also surprised by how light the weapon was. Gran replied with satisfaction that, compared to a steel sword, it was much lighter. Despite this, it could easily cut down enemies. The durability manifests itself, even if it doesn't harden, thanks to magical power. It's enough to simply transfer it as needed. The protagonist swung the weapon and was amazed at its power. Gran told MC, and one more thing, he wished he'd taken this with him. With these words, he handed him another weapon, adding, it's a sword he made from the tusk of a baby boar. Ars exclaimed in surprise, a dagger? Is it because he's a child? Did he make it for self-defense? The boy told him to use the dagger for now. The protagonist, perplexed, asked, for now? Gran explained that the sword he made from the fang of a small magical creature has a growing function. It feeds on the magical energy of its owner and grows. When it reaches the same size as a large sword, it will be even more powerful. The protagonist was amazed. Wow. The boy added that it will only grow for a limited time, as long as it belongs to one owner, and later it can be passed down from generation to generation, and its power will continue to grow. MC was surprised to think it would become a family heirloom of sorts. He was sure noble families had weapons like this. Ars thanked the boy, and said the sword was what he desired most. Gran thanked the protagonist in return. The protagonist admiringly noted that the sword the boy had crafted possessed a special elegance. For such a wandering craftsman, this was the only chance to do something with everyone. A self-taught one would be incapable of such a feat. MC told him he would be very glad if Gran would stay here a little longer and help. After all, he still had his fangs, and they could forge more swords. By the way, does his sword have a name? Custom dictates that a weapon should bear the name of its creator. The boy looked at him gratefully and replied that he would be glad if he named his invincible fang Gran. Ars exclaimed, Gran's invincible fang, he'll cherish it. Thus, he received his first sword. Then he approached his brother, who remained motionless on the floor, and asked him to eat some magic mushrooms to regain his composure. Gran was dumbfounded. Magic mushrooms? When the protagonist showed him his supplies, the boy exclaimed in confusion, so many mushrooms! The protagonist asked him suspiciously, but this has nothing to do with forging? What's he so excited about? Gran enthusiastically replied, there's no better catalyst in the world than magic mushrooms. And in general, this place is simply a paradise for creators. MC thought perplexedly. He's always blabbering about incomprehensible things. He said out loud, in the old days, there wasn't such a large harvest. Now he uses part of the land surrounded by a wall as a place to grow magic mushrooms. The place is in the shade all day long, and the woodcutters actively help him grow them. By burying mushrooms in wood, they can be grown for several years. In short, they can be used as a catalyst for crafting weapons, but in moderation, they serve as a reserve for restoring magical energy. Gran, surprised, said he understood everything, so they make medicine from them to restore magical power. Ars, confused, replied that he didn't know how to make medicine from them. He simply ate them raw and was restored. Gran exclaimed indignantly, how primitive he was. Maybe he could make medicine for them? The protagonist, confused, asked him if he could make medicine too. The young man smiled and said that as medicine, they would also be the best catalyst. The protagonist, delighted, asked him if he could watch. Gran laughed and said, of course, they would help him and enjoy the process of making the potion. He crouched down in front of Kyle, patted his back, and remarked that Master Kyle would soon wake up and join them. The boy muttered in response, no, he won't move. MC thought with a twinge of guilt, more like inflicting trauma than enjoying it. He told his brother to rest for now. He could come back later and watch himself help Gran. That would be enough. He thought, yes, simply observing and remembering would be enough. Turning to Gran, Ars asked, so should they go create their next masterpiece? The boy accepted his decision with a smile. After some time, the protagonist poured himself some magic energy-restoring medicine from the teapot, took a sip, and thought it was somewhat reminiscent of tea. The method for preparing the medicine was simple. Dry the mushrooms, roast them, and grind them into a powder. Dissolve the powder in water, and a healing, energy-giving brew was ready. He thought it would be something like a potion, but it was like mushroom tea. Gran said it was all because he used charcoal and cooked it over a steady fire. The protagonist asked him what they would make this time with this catalyst. The boy exclaimed, "Next, they'll make armor, specifically leather armor from the hide of a giant boar." Having begun preparation, soaking the hides in a container, Gran began explaining the production method to Ars. He said that to oaken boar hide, it must be immersed in a catalyst made from a medicinal decoction. Then the magic effect will be incomparable. Of course, this armor doesn't have the magical power of a sword made from boar tusk, but unlike ordinary armor, it will be stronger. The protagonist exclaimed admiringly, "He can do a lot. He knows a lot. He's very glad such a person has come to their village." Gran replied sheepishly, "Not that he can do much, but now he'll have to go without sleep for several days." The protagonist thought gloomily. He was a good guy, of course, but only as long as it doesn't take away his sleep. He would like to praise himself for creating a new meditation spell, but if he slept for one evening, all his fatigue would vanish in a flash. Yes, if not for the spell, he would have died from the work long ago. After some time, MC, picking up the product, assessed it and thought, "The armor is finally ready." The morning sun was too blinding. Gran remarked with surprise, referring to the armor. It was beautiful, but a bit big for him, wasn't it? Ars cheerfully replied that if they only made it his size, no one would be able to wear it in the future. Bite, after all, helped him in the field, and when they took his measurements, he was overjoyed. He'll still grow, and then it will fit him perfectly. A small bonus for his brother. And when he no longer wears it, he'll take it, and then he can remake it. Gran exclaimed with anticipation. So, will they continue creating? The protagonist answered him decisively. That was all for now. The boy sank to his knees, regretfully, and said sadly, "How cruel." He wanted to take away his only joy. The protagonist led him to the bricks and began explaining the construction process. He said they couldn't allow the number of bricks to exceed this amount. There's just enough material here to build a 2-story building. In other words, if he uses these bricks to construct a building, he'll be able to replicate his vision with memory magic. If he can build a good house for Gran to live in, he will be able to continue building houses with magic. He looked at the boy and added, "I'd like Gran to build a spacious building. He can use some lime for lubrication and make it comfortable to live in." The boy exclaimed in amazement. "So there are conditions." MC asked him what he thought would be the best thing to create and sell. Gran answered dejectedly, "It's not that important. He'd just like to create something unique and new." Ars thought he was doing something beyond his capabilities. The protagonist exclaimed, "Then how about that idea? Let him build a building out of these bricks." Gran perked up and said, "Sounds tempting." So many new ideas could come up. He rushed to the material, touched it, and exclaimed, "He accepts the challenge." The protagonist was glad he liked the idea. Well, he wanted to try something out too. The sword Gran had forged for him was imbued with hardening magic thanks to a catalyst and magical fangs. He needed to test if the same principle would work on other objects. Having gathered everything he needed, MC hoped he had enough materials. These included homemade bricks and sand, healing powder, a Valkyrie horn, and a boar tusk. Heat-resistant brick. To make it, you crush the bricks, mix them with clay, and fire them. Is that the reverse order? It seemed there was such a method. He decided to apply the knowledge from his past life and create this material. Ars set to work. He mixed the crushed brick with the crushed tusk, horns, and sand, and mixed it all with a healing brew. The protagonist made several bowls with a similar mixture, made several bricks and fired them, but nothing worked. The material cracked. He began to consider whether he should add more of the decoction, make the mixture thicker, and stir it more frequently. He tried different options over and over again, and eventually the room was filled with failed creations. But MC didn't give up and kept trying, and finally, he succeeded. He tried breaking it and hurt his hand while holding the hammer. The resulting brick was even too strong. After carefully examining the object, Ars noticed that it now differed from the fired brick and looked more like marble. A new product, a super strong brick. Incredible, such a thing could be made from just a few materials and a catalyst. Now he understood Gran's feelings. The only thing he felt was regret. For some reason, he didn't possess any magic other than earth magic. Therefore, he thought creating something like this was beyond his capabilities. No matter how many times he used his imagination, he couldn't create a durable material. Perhaps it was because he was constantly dwelling on his past life. That's why he wanted to make everything in reality. Not everyone in this world can make a brick as strong as metal. His research wasn't over yet. The protagonist activated his memory storage skill, touched the ground, and thought about creating a super strong brick. Just like when he gradually built the house, he created a new spell. Now, without any fangs or catalysts, he could create such a brick exactly. After all, magic is a cool thing, and convenient. He paved the road, and noted that it was not quite in the style he wanted. It looked more like a marble floor. A special spell created to build a road in the Roman style. The The protagonist had imagined it a little differently. He cast it using bricks, but it turned out like a granite wall. After some thought, MC decided, well, okay, it would be more convenient for the carts without the bumps. They also needed to build a pedestrian path on both sides. After some time, Ars came to Gran and was simply amazed by the building the boy had erected. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's wider than he thought." His ally replied that he'd made as many windows as possible to save bricks. The house truly seemed to shine in the sunlight thanks to the window openings. The protagonist thought that, while he'd perfected his road-building magic, Gran hadn't wasted any time either. The boy told him he'd fulfilled his request. An arched entrance, glass windows, everything he wanted. Kyle said there were a lot of unused window panes in the warehouse, so he'd taken them. MC was more interested in the arched masonry, the cornerstone. He thought about how an arched structure not only saves on building materials but also provides undoubted strength, as the pressure from above is deflected sideways. This construction method is suitable for stone materials resistant to compression. Bridges are a prime example of this method. Ars admiringly told his ally, "He's awesome. The building turned out spacious thanks to the many windows. They'll definitely repay him." Gran smiled, noting that he was pleased that he was satisfied, and thanked him for the promised reward. He asked the protagonist if perhaps he would allow him to build a house on their land. The protagonist was surprised. "A house here?" The guy continued. "He happily travels through different lands, but now he wants his own home. With someone like Ars, he'll always have something to do, so he's asking him about it." MC thought about how the number of people wanting to live in the new land is growing. However, the Valkyries live here, and fearing for their safety, he hasn't given anyone permission. But he couldn't refuse a man as gifted as Gran. Ars smiled and said, "Okay, he'll let him settle here." The boy thanked him joyfully, and so Gran became the first inhabitant of the new land. After a while, he came home for dinner, and happily devoured fragrant white bread, bean soup, and steamed boar meat. He thought that if Gran were to live on his land, he might soon move there too. He couldn't bring himself to do so, because his mother was always waiting for him at home, preparing delicious meals. But his eldest brother had already married, although marrying at 14 was too young even for this world. Moreover, because the house was cramped, he practically lived in his warehouse, and if his brothers decided to stay in his house, they would only be additional labor. Of course, everyone in their family respects each other very much, and the relationships between family members are very warm, but it was cramped. The next day, he returned to the warehouse and, looking at his land, said, "First, I need to level the cultivated land a bit. More effort is needed." So, the protagonist decided to move his base, which was near the wall, to the center. He also decided to move the house Gran had built. Only, he replaced the used bricks with newer, harder ones. The house was now like marble. When he came home for lunch, he ate everything again, and his mother asked him if he wanted seconds. The protagonist agreed and thought about it. He had been preparing for an independent life since he was 5, and finally, he decided to leave his home. He surrounded the land within the larger solid brick wall with a kilometer-long wall of solid bricks. He created paths to the center on all 4 sides, using a road construction spell. He thought Gran's house would be somewhere south of the center, but he's a true zealot. Gran is truly obsessed with production. He gave him land, and he built a house there, in the southern territory. MC built a house for Bite's brother along the southern road. He, too, longed to leave home and live in the fields, and it seems he lives there with his comrades, renting out rooms to them. Ars decided to use the northeastern forest for the forestry industry and charcoal production. As a result, workers and lumberjacks began arriving, led by Medlock. While all this was happening, the protagonist turned 9. After some time, Kale visited him, indignantly telling the protagonist that he'd heard everything. He'd given some wanderer land, and why hadn't he told him anything? Ars calmly asked him if a merchant needed land. MC decided to continue clearing and leveling the northwestern territory. The forest seemed endless. He also built his home right in the center, where the Valkyries live and magical mushrooms grow. It's especially important not to let out any that still have horns, and the breeding of animals is mainly done by the horned Valkyries. Thus, work on his land progressed. Kale answered him indignantly. He won't be a merchant forever. He needed land too. The protagonist, having prepared a boar sandwich, retorted, saying that there are no service animals with magic. The man replied, confused, that he himself didn't know that. The protagonist, biting into the sandwich, thought he didn't know either and had never heard of it, so perhaps they're even. It's time to calm down. Even if he knew that animals with magic were very valuable here, he still cuts off their horns to deprive them of their magic. After all, they use his own magic. Selling these animals was more of a disadvantage, but it was worth remembering that people barter in the village. Finally, MC answered the merchant. Okay, he'd let him live here too. Kale was delighted with this decision. Ars told him it would be great if he opened a shop selling all sorts of goodies. The work was backbreaking after all. The merchant promised to think about it. The protagonist thought, after all, He and Kale had known each other for a long time, so he trusted him. Man said he wanted to tell him something. There were all sorts of nasty rumors circulating here about a dangerous group appearing in this land. The protagonist was surprised. A dangerous group? But who could it be? Kale pointed at him and exclaimed, "Him. Everyone thinks he's a threat to everyone." MC looked at the merchant in shock and exclaimed in bewilderment, "Him, a sweet and innocent child. Dangerous." The merchant remarked that he should put his self-esteem aside. Arsh spoke in confusion, but he wasn't doing anything dangerous, was he? Kale noted that he'd quickly acquired a vast tract of land and surrounded it with a wall. And to the nobles, this all seemed strange. Taxes would soon be due. He'd have to figure out how to explain himself to them. He had the right to own the land. The protagonist noted with bewilderment, but last year, when they'd paid their taxes, they'd said nothing. How could this have happened? Sometime later, Raymond came to him with his guards and voiced their demands. The protagonist, surprised, asked him what he'd just said. The manager, irritated, told him not to make him repeat what he'd just said. Showing the document, he exclaimed, "This land will be transferred to the Fontana family. If he didn't comply, they'd use force. They guaranteed it." Ars was shocked by what was happening. He thought about how in this village, a land and poll tax was paid annually in the form of wheat. The wheat is collected from the farmers, and the village headman hands it over to the tax collectors. But since he paid the taxes in cash, the tax collectors come to their homes in person, and on such occasions, they give them a lavish reception. They sympathetically explained that harvesting and preparing various dishes is hard work. Upon arrival, they are satisfied with the treats and, having received their money, return home. It might seem reasonable to protect the producers from robbery. Even if life is limited, a life free from hunger is guaranteed, and without the worry of being persecuted for the sake of war. If he were an ordinary, foolish child from a simple village, he might be happy. But he is different. He has memories from a past of freedom and prosperity. He will not accept a life where one can only live by raising livestock. The order stated that the territory belonging to Ars will become the property of the Fontana family. All animals and everything within this territory will belong to the Fontana family. Ars will be under the protection of the Fontana family. So that's what the merchant was talking about. Raymond continued, "There's a possibility that unknown people are hiding in this territory. These measures are also necessary for his protection, so he can breed his precious beasts without any problems." The protagonist thought, really, these beasts will be very useful in battle. Suddenly, he heard a male voice say they'll start from the warehouse behind the house. The protagonist became wary. What was that? Cursing, he ran to the warehouse. Raymond hadn't expected him to be so quick. MC, running up to the warehouse, thought Kyle was there. Entering the warehouse, Ars froze in horror. Valkyrie and Kyle lay on the floor in a pool of blood. A Fontana warrior stood over them with a bloody sword, exclaiming, "What kind of boy is this? And this brat wants to stop him." He was about to get the beast, but this brat jumped out and wouldn't obey. The protagonist even heard blood dripping from his brother's cheek onto the floor. After a while, Bite burst into the room, anxiously shouting out the brothers' names. He asked the protagonist if they were okay. MC, sitting by Kyle's bed, raised his head and absent-mindedly said it was him. A picture flashed through his mind of the man with the sword attacking him, telling him not to overestimate himself and calling him a redneck. The protagonist shook his head, pushing the memory away, and answered, "Kyle is fine. He just lost consciousness. He thinks Valkyrie protected him. He only got a cut on his forehead, but it's not that serious." Bite said, "I understand." He looked at MC and asked him, "What about him? Is he okay?" The protagonist wanted to answer him, but the memory of what happened next back in the warehouse when the man threatened him with a sword flashed through his mind again. MC activated his shooting skill and fired at the warrior. He screamed and blood spurted from his mouth, landing on Ars's face. Pushing the memory aside with an effort of will, he told his brother he was fine, uninjured. Bite looked at him carefully and quietly said he wasn't worried about his wounds. Father had brought people to consult with. They should go down. Kyle will wake up soon. The protagonist said yes, he was right, and thanked his brother. Descending, Ars told those present that he had shot the soldier, who died on the spot. Kyle thoughtfully remarked that, whatever the case, punishment was inevitable. If the soldiers from the Fontana family told of what had happened here, they would undoubtedly gather an army and come here. The protagonist wondered if they really couldn't even escape from here. Gran said that if it was a family rivaling Fontana, they might not be handed over. Ars was well known for its magical beasts. Perhaps there would be some benefit in escaping to other noble lands. The protagonist thought gloomily, meaning that even if he survived, he would never see freedom. Gran continued, however, even if they covered him in this way, it was unlikely he would be completely protected. MC noted that even if a commoner disobeyed the nobles, that didn't mean they would have a free life. But he wasn't a commoner. Suddenly, Bite shouted indignantly, what kind of heresy were they all spouting? If this continued, would a war break out? He looked at his brother and asked him if he didn't care if they were all destroyed here. What had he lived and worked for since he was a baby? He would fight him too. Protecting younger brothers was an older brother's duty. Besides, he'd killed one of the soldiers. If the warriors return, they will capture every single one of their relatives, and Kyle could definitely be killed this time. What choice do they have but to fight? Ars responded with confusion. No matter how powerful a mage he was, what could he do alone against so many soldiers? Bite exclaimed irritably, don't talk nonsense. The protagonist told his brother he had ridden a Valkyrie better than him, and he shouldn't pretend to be a rival. At that moment, Medlock, with all the lumberjacks gathered behind him, said that he, too, would not watch the murder of a child he had watched over since his infancy. It was thanks to Ars's efforts that the lumberjacks lived free from hunger and poverty, and no one was going to return to their former miserable lives. If Ars decided to fight, they wouldn't stand aside either. The old man crouched before the protagonist and told him he was the most important person to them, meaning they were willing to save him, even at the risk of their own lives. MC touchingly thanked the lumberjack for his heartfelt words and support. Ashira sighed and said, "Everyone wants to help so much, so he, as a father, isn't going to stand by and watch. A father must protect his family. He's ready to, and he'll go with them, anywhere." MC, shocked by what he saw and heard, couldn't even imagine he'd find so many allies willing to risk their lives. The merchant said, "If that's the case, then he's with them. He'll get information about the army from his merchant friends." The protagonist, surprised, asked him, "Is he sure of his decision?" The man smiled and said, "A merchant always seeks his own benefit in everything, doesn't he? If he, Ars, is gone, then his business with service animals will be lost." Besides, he agreed with Medlock. They had all given him his freedom. He was ready to protect his family and all his people. Smiling, he added it was his. He shouldn't forget that. Better yet, let him think about how to gather more supporters. After all, he was a professional at this. The protagonist thought, even though he had been born a poor commoner, he had lived a comfortable life because he was free. He told the merchant that if he succeeded, he would prepare a vast land for him. Thinking about it, Ars understood, right? He would need to gather people who shared their opinions. Even if they were paid in money, they would flee at the first sign of danger, only if they didn't volunteer. But what reward would they receive if they opposed the nobles? What would be worth risking their lives for? His resolve grew stronger with every second. He figured out what reward his supporters would receive. He would fight for freedom from the noble family. He will bestow his own magic upon everyone. Clearing the land, improving the soil, and building the wall, all this is the magic of full-scale clearing. He believed the villagers who had been watching him all this time would understand. Looking at his allies, MC told them he would bestow magic upon each of them, and from now on, his name would be Ars Barkid. Everyone stared at him in amazement. What did he say? The protagonist continued. He would take the name of this village, Barkid, and name them all by it, and his territory as well. From now on, they are the Barkid family. That's what noble families do. Medlock asked him in surprise. Was he sure of this? He didn't think a priest could give names, but could he? The protagonist thought, even if they didn't fight the Fontana family, without elevating their land's standing, they wouldn't be able to compete with the nobles. He said out loud, he knew it was absurd, but still, the naming ritual using a magic circle was his best trump card. Ars concentrated, and before the astonished eyes of his allies, he activated the magic circle and said, they will decide here and now whether they all want to be in the Barkid family. He knew there was a certain risk in using a magic circle. For example, naming someone who already had a name, so he would not erase the old name, but only add Barkid to it. Looking at all his allies, he called each of them by name, and named them all Barkid here and now. The allies felt as if a changed aura had touched each of them. Bite thought, as a child, he remembered being always hungry. The crop yields were very low, and most of it was taken as taxes. Because of this, there was a terrible famine. Meanwhile, unnoticed by everyone, his 3-year-old brother began working in the fields. Bite wondered why this idiot was wasting his extra energy when nothing would grow anyway. He was 2 years younger than him and already different from everyone else, and the land where he worked had become very well tended. He didn't know how he managed to grow radishes. He was younger, but already many times stronger than him. He thought he'd succeed with the radishes. He'd often lost to him. One day, he asked him why he was younger than him, yet he carried such a heavy load. How had he become so strong? And then Ars taught him. He didn't understand magic, but if he absorbed it well, perhaps everything would work out. He learned body-strengthening magic while helping his brother with the field, and he was able to significantly expand his land. Their field was the best in their village. All the villagers kept saying, wasn't it Ashir's 3rd child who cultivated this field? But how did he do it? He was still a child. They began to approach him, asking if he could help them with their fields too. He apologized, saying he had a lot of his own things to do. This created the impression in the village that Ars was a bad man. The adults, of course, didn't show their displeasure, but their children weren't shy. One day, Bai heard them complaining. This Ars thinks he's the smartest one here. How vile he is. He needs to be punished. Bait then thought of his brother. He didn't know what Ars was really thinking, and besides, he was still stronger in fights. And yet, he was his younger brother. Every day, he beat up those who wanted to harm Ars. Naturally, fighting 5 of them alone, he couldn't avoid injuries. And of course, he worried his mother. She cried and said, did she really raise him that badly? But he couldn't leave the idiots who bullied his younger brother. The main character taught him how to fight incorrectly, that he needed to move his arms like this, and showed him exactly how. Bite was furious with him, irritated, wondering if he even knew who he was fighting for. Several times he wanted to give him a beating, but Ars always knew how to dodge blows, and he'd even tell him, there he goes again, swinging his fists like that. Applying his knowledge in battle, Bite could defeat at least 10 men, even older ones. And thanks to this, he gained followers. But in a battle with his younger brother, he was routed. Ars, meanwhile, began breeding magical beasts and even received permission to own land from the nobles. He also quickly dealt with the giant boars that were harming the villagers, and not a single person in the village spoke ill of him. He was truly good, but Bite thought he couldn't lose to him. He learned to ride Valkyries, even with a wooden sword, but he continued to fight. He had to become stronger to defeat the boars, and he would definitely succeed. After all, he was his older brother. Bite felt the influence of his brother's magic. The protagonist exhaled heavily and sank to his knees. He thought, and yet, this magic really does wreck nerves. All the allies felt MC magic within themselves and were amazed. Gran exclaimed, "This is simply incredible." Bite said admiringly, "This is so cool, and he hid this from them?" The protagonist joyfully declared, "It looks like he's succeeded." Bite thought, now he will definitely become stronger. Ars turned to his allies and asked them to gather as many people as possible and tell them about magic, and about the nobles trying to take his land, and how they tried to kill Kyle. Despite that, he is a child. Only they themselves can protect them. Therefore, they will defend their rights against the despotic nobles. Let them do so to the villagers. And to those who fight, he will grant magic and land. Demonstrating emotional and practical advantages, let them gather supporters. Bite exclaimed, he can count on them, and immediately ran off to look for ally. Medlock said, and he, perhaps, will talk to the lumberjacks. The protagonist turned to the merchant and told him he could gather information in the city. Kale told him he understood. First, they needed to find out how serious this was. MC replied, he was counting on him, and to take care of himself. The surprised merchant shook his hand and gave him parting words. Try not to die. Ars told him, of course. The merchant left and the protagonist thought, not to die then. He never thought things would go this far. In this world, commoners never went against nobles. He'd need to come up with a plan in case no one came. After a while, he suddenly heard the noise of a crowd and chatter. Looking at the source of the noise, the protagonist was stunned. Usually, about 50 people were sent to war. But here, it seemed, no less than 78 had gathered. The people gathered were actively discussing something. Medlock looked at the surprised Ars and told him. The lumberjacks agreed with him. Of course, they were all brave. His comrades hummed happily, smiling at MC. Ashira spoke, and Bite brought all his former opponents and the workers from the fields. The boys sheepishly said, well, if they lose their jobs in the fields, they won't have anything to live on. But what surprised the protagonist most was that their older brother Hector had joined them, telling the protagonist that it was time for him to join him too. He had left their mother with his wife Ayla. Mary anxiously expressed hope that everything would be all right with them all. He assured his mother that everything would be fine. He was sure Ars would win. Ars thought of Ayla. She had married Hector, despite him being too young for their wedding. She had literally forced him to do it. The fact that she was the village chief's daughter also played a significant role. The chieftain thought he might be held accountable for his extramarital affairs, so he asked the villagers to help him with it. They probably thought that if she married his older brother, who would inherit his family's property, they would receive Ars's land. But now, there wasn't even a single person in the village who wasn't connected to the rebels. The village of Barkid was transformed overnight. The protagonist extended his hand toward the assembled people and shared his magic with them. Everyone felt the presence of magical power within them. One of the rebels exclaimed, so it's true, he knows how to use this magic. They can't even imagine how much easier it would be to even run a household. Everyone began to thank Ars, and he, exhausted, fell to the floor and said, it's nice to meet them too. Bite asked him if they had all finished the naming ceremony. MC, barely able to speak, replied, I don't know. He stood up from the table, and his brother asked him in surprise, what kind of outfit is that? Ars replied, their brother Hector brought it. Their mother had sewn it for him. Ars pulled out a suit of armor for his brother and said he was planning to give it to him for his birthday, but he thought now was the perfect time. Bite suddenly grabbed his arm in irritation, dragged him along, and said, we need to get out of here quickly. They should go first. The protagonist tried to break free, but his brother only yanked him harder, and the protagonist protested. Stop fighting, Bite rightly remarked. Then what was he going to do? It would be foolish to wait for their enemies to come for him. MC replied, we need to wait for information from the merchant, and only then make a decision. He thought, though, even if they had reinforced the structure within the walls, it would still be impossible for one person to defend a 4-kilometer perimeter. This large wall doesn't look like a fortress wall, capable of preventing a raid. They're probably much more powerful than them, the peasants, so the brother is right, he replied. Bite, good, they're leaving. The brother accepted his answer with glee, and was about to get down to business, but the protagonist stopped him with the phrase, they're not going to the city. The brother looked at him in bewilderment, and was about to protest, but the protagonist continued, they're going to the village of Lysota, the nearest village to the southwest. He told the villagers that they wanted to spread the news of Barkid's rebellion to the surrounding villages. Many people would even be enraged by this. They have to feed themselves every day. Every winter, many of them freeze to death or die of hunger. They're unhappy with a nobleman who takes their wheat and ignores their hunger, but he would undoubtedly have listened to him. He wanted to add something else, but at that moment, the inhabitants of the neighboring village appeared before them. Ars remarked, they're not very friendly, are they? His father replied, Well, that's what happens in every village when so many people come armed. The newcomers were in a warlike mood. The protagonist thought in confusion. They didn't tell the whole group that they were going to the neighboring villages just to discuss the matter. Suddenly Vargas exclaimed, "It's Barkid!" After these words, the guy stepped forward in front of his army. The protagonist wondered what the hell he was doing. A sword even longer than him. That's so amazing. Most farmers use pitchforks instead of swords. Some of them carry spears. They're economical and have few metal parts. Suddenly, Ashira asked in surprise, "Is that Vargas?" MC confusedly asked his father, "Does he know him?" He answered his son, "Yes, this guy is a hero here. He's done a tremendous job on many battlefields." Ars thought, "So that's why he's asserting himself so forcefully. They have to do something." A woman said she'd heard he'd left the village, but she hadn't even known he'd returned. Bite stepped forward on a Valkyrie, raised his weapon, and shouted to the newcomers, "The nobility has done the people of Barkid a disservice. They will not succumb to the tyranny of the entire nobility, and they must stand together." The protagonist looked at his brother with satisfaction and joy. In his hands was a great boar's sword with a hard tusk, armor made of great boar hide, and a beast servant. No one would guess he was the farmer's second son. Vargas might be intimidating, but this equipment was also magnificent. Now they could speak as equals. Vargas, looking at Bite's outfit in surprise, asked him in bewilderment, "Did he kill the leopard?" Bite asked in surprise. He meant the great boar? So it wasn't him. Bite called out to his brother and asked him to come forward. When the protagonist did this, Ashir's second son said, "It was his brother Ars, and he was the one who killed that boar." Vargas chuckled and asked again, "It was him? Well, what a joke. They need to laugh together. Let him gather his men and get out of here." Bite seethed at his words, exclaiming irritably, "What did he just say? He must be joking?" He asked him to help them fight Fontana. Vargas replied, "That's the kind of nonsense he's talking about, and he's not going to agree." Everyone started bickering. The protagonist, confused, thought that if they didn't do anything, this would be more than just a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Vargas stepped forward, readying his enormous sword, and the protagonist had to activate his mind control skill and fire this force at the opponents. The newcomers froze in amazement. What was going on? MC told them he wanted them all to lay down their weapons now. He just wants everyone to calm down and have a normal conversation. Vargas, confused, asked him what it was. Magic? Ars replied that it was. The opposing leader responded in a grim voice that if he attacked him, he would hit him this time. The protagonist replied, "Okay, let him do it." Vargas rushed towards him as fast as he could. The protagonist thought, "He's fast. If they stop, there will be trouble." Cursing, he prepared his magical attack. MC used the scattershot skill. Vargas managed to dodge masterfully. Ars thought he'd blocked everything. His every move was perfectly calculated. Scattershot projectiles have a killing effect, flying in the direction his palm was pointed. He thought this maneuver was possible because he'd seen the scattering range and estimated the projectile's power during the warning shot. Insight and judgment are powers that rely primarily on a strong spirit. MC thought that, however, if he couldn't dodge such an attack, it would inflict great damage, something hardly possible to pull off in the grip of fear. Everyone has something they fear. Vargas ran to the side, trying to strike Ars. However, MC used scattershot several times in a row. Ashira, watching this, thought it looked like he was about to shower him with random shots in the hopes of hitting. Then he shouted at Ars that he was running out of magic. MC used scattershot again, and then he thought, of course he wasn't happy about having to hit randomly. He needed to predict which direction Vargas would dodge. He'd fire this ahead of the curve. After that, Ars managed to hit Vargas. He thought that was very good. He'd done it. Vargas groaned in pain. MC watched this and closed one eye. He thought he'd gotten him this time. However, at that moment, Vargas appeared next to him. He told him that he'd been caught. Ars thought that despite wearing leather armor, a direct hit from scattershot hadn't dealt him any damage. It must have been his resilience. He could also use a similar effect by strengthening his body. Vargas had mastered a shout that increased his defense in battle. At that moment, he called out to MC and apologized to him. However, Ars smiled and attacked Vargas. The powerful blow caused Vargas's sword to shatter. The man, watching this, said it was Vargas's sword, his enormous sword. After the fight, he declared Vargas had lost, and they had a winner. Vargas lay on the ground, thinking, damn, what just happened? MC approached him and said it was a scattershot. He thought Vargas was reading the direction of his attacks from the position of his palm, and his voice was letting him know when the shots would follow. He said a rapid series of these spells was necessary for the counterattack to be successful. Vargas responded affirmatively and said he didn't think he'd strike without a spell. He was sure he was the only one who would do that. Ars thought there were other people around who could use body enhancement. Besides, it was good that he'd figured out before fighting a noble that shots alone might not be enough against an attentive opponent, as they quickly adapt to one type of attack. He'd only managed to get him thanks to the element of surprise. However, he quickly defended himself with his sword, mitigating the damage. They needed a man like Vargas now more than ever. After that, MC extended his hand to help him up. Vargas said that he had lost. He admitted defeat, but he asked that he not harm the inhabitants of this village. Ars looked at him and thought, was he admitting defeat? Had he asked him not to harm? No, he hadn't intended to. MC thought they were armed, so that was the obvious conclusion. Of course he wouldn't hurt them. He just wanted him to join them in the fight against the tyranny of the nobles. Vargas replied that he understood. He would fight by his side. he gave him his word. Carlos's assistant said that all this fuss arose due to his oversight, so he intended to bring his soldiers into the village of Barca. He replied that this was a worthy occasion, for the glory of the Fontana clan. He answered positively. Vargas was trying to create something out of brick. He said he never thought he'd live to see the day when it would be possible to use magic beyond the mundane. Ars thought that so that the villagers of Linda and those who fought by his side, including Vargas, could use magic, they would name the village Barca. Perhaps a common family name is for the best. It gives them a sense of unity. She said the bricks are ready. He said the entire square in an instant. MC thought everyone seemed pleased. The duel with Vargas was an unexpected event. He believed it was a great opportunity to showcase his talents, unite everyone, and raise their spirits. Ashira thought that Ars had defeated Vargas, an extremely powerful opponent, a war hero. He gripped the weapon tighter and thought that it seemed MC might actually be strong enough. If they followed him, then perhaps he could finally stand up to the nobles. Ars thought he knew some people were willing to abandon him, to avoid him if it meant they were at a disadvantage. But after the duel with Vargas, the mood had changed. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit and the thought that together they could win their freedom. He asked MC where the general was going now. Ars asked what kind of general was he. He replied that he was actually talking about him. Since he had gathered these people under his command, being a general was perfectly normal for him. MC awkwardly replied that he didn't really mind. There was nothing wrong with that. A group of peaceful villagers from Barca also joined the march. Ars told Vargas that most of the people from Linda were willing to help them precisely because of him, but he thought he was more suited for the role. Vargas laughed and replied in the negative. He said that such a thing was definitely not for him. He preferred being surrounded by loyal friends rather than subordinates. MC looked at him and thought that it seemed the reason he was away from his village was because of the incident with Trafil. He was simply standing up for his people. He knew heading to Linda village was the right decision. After that, Ars said they should set up camp here. He thought about how it was south of Barca village and on the way to the city. It wasn't that big, but it was deep enough, with only a few spots for a successful crossing. If the Fontana family sent troops to Barca village, they would definitely come here. Then he told everyone they should start setting up camp. They needed to work together and clear the land around it. They needed wood and firewood for cooking. They would build an inn out of it, a real inn town. MC thought an entire town in just one day? With the people who had joined them from Linda village, they had over 100 people, but now they could accommodate everyone. After that, he told them that they should now split up and build defensive walls. The villagers simultaneously used the wall build skill. High walls then appeared around the structure. Ars looked at this and happily thought it was so cool that they could use the same magic even without training. It was so easy. When speaking the words, magical knowledge flows directly into their minds. When he gives someone their name, they become able to reproduce all the spells they know. But after that, MC asked in surprise, are some people unable to use wall build? Gran said that it didn't seem like they couldn't cast the spell. It just didn't respond to them. He brought in several people who couldn't. Ars said that road paving had an identical structure. He thought that perhaps he had known it all along. People with low magical potential couldn't use both spells. Wall build and road paving required more magical power than all the other spells combined. Even he lost consciousness when he expended too much power at once. If a person's total magic isn't sufficient for a single cast, the spell information might not even be transmitted. Is it the body's defensive instincts? Or perhaps the magic circles effect, that people can only master magic that matches their level of magical potential? MC thought about it and decided he needed to investigate. He should observe if any changes occurred if his magical power reserves increased. After that, Gran said he should take a look at it. He handed him the leather armor. Leather armor for Ars. MC enthusiastically responded that it was excellent work. Gran said that although it was simply crafted, it was quite durable. Ars replied that it looked like they would be able to move very easily in it. MC thought that after the battle with Vargas, it had become clear that heading to the front lines without any protection was quite risky, so he was thinking about changing his gear. Vargas looked at it and said it was too weak for him. Not enough. No one would stand on ceremony with him on the battlefield. Ars thought he'd handed the blades of the mighty tusk to his father and Madlock, his closest confidants, who could issue orders to the others on his behalf. The number of men loyal to them had grown, and they were already in position, equipped with all the necessary equipment. All that was left. MC asked in surprise, what? More than 500 men? Kale tried to catch his breath and said he knew their daily routine and current route. Ars repeated, 500 men. He figured that usually, at most, 50 men were recruited from Barca village, so this time they were dealing with 10 times their usual limit. Kale looked back and said that setting up a base in such a location, and even attracting people from a neighboring village, he believed he had exceeded the Fontana family's expectations. MC responded positively and said they had only recently finished, although the difference in numbers was still quite large. He thought that usually, at least a 3-to-1 superiority in numbers was required to overcome the wall defenses. Fontana had prepared an impressive force. Even though the walls were already erected, they had nowhere to receive reinforcements, so they would not withstand a siege. And that meant, after that, Ars said they had no other choice but to fight on the field. Vargas agreed with him and said that even if they strengthened their defenses, they had no chance of winning, as they had few men and resources. MC thought that the Fontana family probably viewed them as a bunch of peasants, but in reality, they were a group of people capable of using combat magic. They needed to defeat them before they could take countermeasures. After that, Ars decisively said they only had one chance to win. They had to hit them with a surprise attack. He thought about fighting on the field in a surprise attack, and if this were happening in a game, he would be calm and let everything unfold. But in reality, everything is much more difficult. After that, Valkyrie approached MC and nuzzled his back. Ars asked it, "Has it come?" After that, he told it not to bite. He thought he was being consoled again. He replied that he was fine, he was counting on it. He needed to survive with everyone and gain his freedom, and to achieve that, he needed to do everything he could. After that, everyone was on the field. MC thought that, as expected of warriors and nobles, many of them were clad in metal armor, at least 30 of them. Their numbers and route of advance exactly matched the merchant's report, and thanks to this advantage, he was able to confront the Fontana family army at the planned location. Fountain forces, bark forces, the camp north of the river, the disposition of forces. Someone said someone was approaching. Riding a horse, just like a Valkyrie, only without horns? Raymond said they must obey him. A man named Ars has been declared a criminal. He disobeyed the nobles' orders, and he also harmed the tax collectors and their guards. Ars thought they were saying that the hallmark of a good commander is a strong voice that carries loudly across the battlefield. Raymond said that as representatives of the rightful ruler of this land, they cannot turn a blind eye to this situation. MC thought his voice was so clear and strong that it could be heard even within their ranks, despite the distance separating them. Raymond said that, however, there was no need to put all the inhabitants of their village on trial. Ashira asked him if he thought they should continue to simply stand and listen to this idiot. Raymond said that if Ars surrendered and they laid down their arms, they would allow their lives to return to normal. MC asked if he knew in fact that such things could actually cause confusion among their ranks. They needed to say something in response. Vargas agreed with him and said that since the pre-battle speech had begun, the battle had already begun. Ars thought he understood. He didn't know if he could say something that would inspire their allies and undermine the morale of their enemies. A voice is a sound produced by the vibration of the vocal cords. By concentrating magic on the vocal cords and amplifying the vibration, one could produce a voice just as loud and clear. But maybe he could at least ease the tension here. After that, MC loudly announced that the Fontana family had signed a deed transferring the rights to the village of Barca to him. However, noticing the surge in development in his settlement, they wanted to reclaim it. The air resonated, carrying the sound far enough. Ars continued speaking. They had decided to take their land and everything that belonged to it. They were even trying to lay their hands on the residents of Barca themselves. MC thought that the voice imbued with magic was striking those who heard it. Ars confidently declared that they would defend them by right with their own strength. They would not intimidate the people of Barca with the tyranny of the nobility. They will never again tolerate their atrocities. MC thought that the exorbitant collection of taxes was practically tantamount to starvation, exposing them to the knife to satisfy the absurd whims of someone's bad mood. After this, Ars shouted that everyone should attack. He thought that they would no longer dare to dispose of them like a house cat. After this, MC and his allies went on the attack. Ars shouted that they must win their freedom. However, some of the villagers were very surprised. Someone said that he declared an attack right in the middle of his speech. Raymond told the soldiers to hold formation. They must prepare to attack. At that moment, MC was heading towards them at full speed. The soldiers, not expecting this, told him that he should stop. He shouldn't run like that. Ars became angry and said that they should not interfere with him. After this, he used magic. He thought in surprise that they were blown away with one swing, but first, he must use body reinforcement. He said he never imagined he could achieve such a powerful effect this way. Concerned about the effective range of a strong tusk sword in the saddle, he fashioned a pole from fixed bricks. He realized this wasn't just a one-time spell cast, but a reinforcement maximized by focused magic, and that was a completely different matter. After that, MC began twirling the sword in his hand and shouted that they should all step aside. If they got in his way, they would simply be blown away. The soldiers were frightened of Ars. He thought he'd rushed at them in the heat of his speech, not giving them time to prepare a defense with abacuses, spears, or arrows. Besides, such an extraordinary sight of him, a child, easily scattering grown men, most likely discouraged the soldiers recruited from among the common peasants. But he had no need to fight those who had been brought here by order. If they want to win this battle, they need to defeat that man riding a hornless horse. They need to defeat their commander. However, at that moment, Bites shouted at MC that he should wait. He shouldn't rush forward like that alone. Ars looked at him in surprise and called out to him. He thought that, thanks to body-strengthening magic and the scattershot, every one of Bark's men was superior to the Fountain's men. But he had managed to demonstrate power capable of driving adults mad by strengthening the body of a child. In the end, they couldn't demonstrate all that many types of magic, could they? It was probably because he began absorbing magical power from infancy, from food, air, and the environment. He accumulated it, mixing it with his own magic to increase his mastery. But when it came to everyone else and their internal magical potential, they were probably simply unable to release only that power. In other words, the qualitative and quantitative reserves of magic directly affect a person's combat abilities. In that case, keeping up with the one he's enhanced with would be difficult for anyone to handle. MC shouted to his brother and Vargas that they should follow him. His father and Madlock would lead the others and lead the way. Their goal was to reach the group of armored soldiers in the center of the enemy forces. Ars thought that he, his brother, and Vargas were the key force and spiritual support of the Barca people, just like the armored men were for the common people of Fountain. If they managed to crush them, it would break the militia's morale and could knock them out. However, the metal armor's ratio would reduce the effectiveness of a scattershot. But more importantly, the men clad in it possessed a significant reserve of magical power. Were they planning to set a trap at the entrance? If so, they would break through. MC then slammed his sword into the soldiers' shields with all his might. He thought that if he managed to cut them off now, they would be in trouble. Ars then drew his sword. At that moment, Raymond told them that they mustn't lose to a child. They need to get up quickly. MC looked at them and wondered if they had been scattered. Were they weaker than he'd assumed? They had excellent equipment and magical reserves far exceeded the militias, but the sheer quality of their power was identical. Their magic was nothing compared to his. It resembled a thick liquid, just a large cluster of dull haze. The resulting differences in quality could even affect their combat power. After that, Ars shouted at Vargas, "At least 10. Vargas indignantly shouted that he shouldn't make him laugh. Their general was pure madness. He must be a monster. It was terrible. After this, the sailor said that this was a very flattering assessment. Then he approached MC and tried to strike him. Ars blocked his blow. Raymond said that he would not tolerate any more unrest. MC wondered if this voice was the same commander. He had saved him time. After this, Raymond told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. How was he? He was probably too young, so he did not remember. He was the steward of the Fontana family, the owners of these lands. His name was Raymond. Ars wondered if he led their army. How could he not remember him? He remembered Raymond saying that he should cut off the horns of this service beast. MC thought that the man who cut off the horns of the Valkyries when they presented it as a gift to the Fontana family, the one who gave him the deed granting the land, and the one who tried to take everything from him. Steward Raymond. That's right. The notice the tax collector handed him had mentioned that same name. Ars clenched his fist so hard it started bleeding. Did he think all this was connected to the same person? Was this how he felt about people earning an honest living? At that moment, Bites told MC he should pull himself together. He better take a look around. Their heavy infantry was already getting back on their feet. Vargas asked if their commander had deliberately stepped in front of him to slow them down and buy them time. Ars thought they lost their advantage. Things were bad. They were going to use magic against them. In this world, every person of noble birth possessed their own magic. Wielding powerful magical power and using it to resolve emergencies allowed them to rule, cementing their status. But no matter how powerful the magic, numbers always decide on the battlefield. Nobles began to summon commoners from their lands and bestow magic upon those who distinguished themselves in battle. In other words, they performed a naming ceremony. However, it was also dangerous for the nobility to bestow such a powerful force, capable of injuring or even killing. In fact, a precedent had already been set, leading to the introduction of a selective system for bestowing magic. To gain the right to wield it and rise above the status of a commoner, one must, first, frequently participate in battles, gain the favor of the nobility and serve in their infantry, and second, work under a knight already endowed with magic and excel in this position. This is how one can personally pave the way for knighthood. However, if one begins to abuse the power or underperforms on the battlefield, one will be stripped of one's family name, and one's property will be confiscated. Thanks to these tendencies, a system of governance took root, dividing the forces of the nobility, with knights entrusted to serve. What he pulled off in Barca village was a kind of trick within this very system. His family name, Barca, bestows earth magic, while the Fontana family's element is ice. After that, Raymond gave the order for them to attack. They used the ice spear skill. At that moment, MC thought he couldn't repel them all alone. He'd leave his back to them. With a sword of strong proclamation and magical body enhancement, he should be able to knock them down. But to pull that off, he also needed sharpness and keen vision. He needed to distribute his power between his body enhancement and his vision enhancement. He could do it, just like in slow motion. At that moment, Ars deflected the ice with his sword. He thought he'd never divided his magic before, and controlling it under such conditions was quite difficult. But he still managed it. The knight's preliminary gesture before using an ice spear is similar to the scattershot gesture, so the direction of their attack is clearly visible. In both cases, the position of the wrist makes it clear where they are aiming. He believes that Vargas was able to cope with his scattershot, as he already has experience fighting knights on the battlefield. However, at that moment, MC looked at Vargas and saw that he was injured. Ars was afraid for him and thought, is he okay? Despite the strengthening of his sword and body, there must be at least some damage. When they fought, he tried to avoid most of the shots, but if he dodged now, either he or his brother Bites would get hit. So in this battle, he's using his brother's body as a human shield. He's an amazing guy. Earlier, he was forced to meekly remain silent, watching as his Valkyries had their horns chopped off. MC looked at his brother and saw that he was holding a single sword in each hand. A wild nature, a sword in each hand. Ars thought how much wildness was in him, that he was almost afraid, but now he had strength and reliable comrades he could rely on. He was not the same as before. They will be able to win their freedom. Bite said that they had finally run out of strength. He asked his mount, this one too, right? Then he looked back and saw that his mount was wounded. Bites became angry and jumped to the ground. He cursed and ran straight at the soldiers. He asked them how dare they. MC thought this was very bad. He told Vargas that he had to cover him. His brother loses his temper too easily. Even with the sword of strong announcement and body reinforcement, their armor could still cause problems. However, after that, Ars saw Bites swing at the soldiers and hit one of them in the armor. MC wondered in surprise. Did he manage to penetrate the armor? He didn't fully realize it, as the only people he could compare him to were the village children. But it seemed that even with his magic drained, he was strong enough to defeat the knight. Ars looked at his brother with pride. He thought he never would have thought their strength could be so effective on the battlefield. His brother's dual sword strikes clearly threw the soldiers into disarray, and Vargas wasn't far behind. It seemed they were doing just fine without him. After that, MC looked at Raymond. He thought his brother had distracted the knight, leaving them with fewer free hands, and he would have to settle this fight. Raymond asked Ars if he was surprised. Was this sword also imbued with magic? MC answered in the affirmative, and said that physical enhancement was also quite unusual. Raymond asked him how he did it. Ars said it was none of his business. Should he care now? There was no sign of movement around the knight. Raymond said it wasn't exactly that. It was just that it had all come as quite a surprise. It seemed like trying to lure him out and take him alive had been a mistake. MC thought there was nothing hidden behind this chatter. Raymond's manager's magical power far exceeded the knight's potential. He couldn't be seen as a showy commander who relied solely on the strength of his guards. Moreover, his sword was extremely dangerous. Its power surpassed that of a strong tusk. After this, Raymond said that, sadly, he would have to say goodbye to him here. Meanwhile, Ars was breathing deeply. He was preparing to attack Raymond. MC thought he only needed one fatal blow, an extremely decisive one, capable of crushing Raymond along with his sword. Then Ars swung his sword forcefully and tried to attack Raymond. However, his sword struck something hard. MC thought it broke. Was it ice? At that moment, Ars saw Raymond's sword covered in ice. Raymond told him that he should let him demonstrate the power of the ice essence blade. MC wondered if his sword had been covered in ice and grown larger. Even though he was a child and could fight him, the advantage was still not on his side. Even if he pierced his sword, it would begin to regenerate, so his position would gradually weaken. Then Raymond struck Ars. The blow sent MC falling to the ground. He thought that he was under magical enhancement, and he was still able to knock him down so easily. What kind of superhumans exist in this world? After Ars landed on the ground, Raymond headed straight for him. MC, seeing this, thought that on his feet, he couldn't avoid the blow of his sword, nor could he outrun such a swift Valkyrie. Ars extended his hand forward and used scattershot. He struck Valkyrie's legs. The attack sent the beast falling to the ground. MC thought they were now on equal terms again. Although he clearly had the advantage in physical strength, if he missed this opportunity, they would corner him. Then Ars swung at Raymond from behind. He thought everything would be decided here. However, at that moment, the manager was blocked by soldiers. MC shouted at them to get out of his way, to stay out of his way. A chance like this only comes once in a lifetime. Ars found himself surrounded by soldiers. He thought they were attacking together. He was also forced to maintain dynamic vision. But to penetrate metal armor, he needs to invest more magic into physical enhancement. As expected, the knights were quite strong, but now he could cope with it by distributing his magical power. After a while, MC dealt with all the knights. He was utterly exhausted and tired. He stood in the middle, trying to catch his breath. He thought there was a terrible heaviness in his head and body, but it was too early for him to weaken his conviction. At that moment, Raymond told him that he had fought well against the knights, but he no longer had any strength left. After this, Raymond engaged in battle with Ars. He said that he should simply surrender already. It was useless. At this point, MC replied with a smile in the negative and said that the only one here who should surrender was him. At that moment, everyone on the field heard a rumble. He asked, "What is that?" The ground was shaking. MC happily said that they had fallen victim to his plan. At the same time, Kale asked, did they understand everything? From now on, they should stay straight along the river. They must go. This was simply a masterstroke. Ars thought that they understood that a surprise attack alone might not be enough, and the strongest card he could play without resorting to dividing their forces was this. After this, Raymond said that he was not joking. The service beasts are attacking from the flank. MC shouted to his pet that it must do this. After this, the service beasts began to attack the soldiers with earth magic. A man in the crowd asked, How is this even possible? These service beasts use magic. They use the same spells as the people of Barca. Raymond, shocked, said that his army was the most absurd sight he had ever seen. Ars thought that he would put an end to this battle. Raymond turned on MC the moment he attacked him. Ars thought that in order to achieve this, he needed to do one more thing. MC told him that it was checkmate. He should say goodbye to him here. After that, Raymond fell to the ground. Ars thought that an unconditional victory had been achieved in front of everyone. Then he raised his sword and shouted that Raymond, the manager of the Fontana family, had fallen by his hand. The warriors of the Fontana must retreat. Barca is free. They must rejoice. After that, everyone began to rejoice in victory. MC looked at this and tried to catch his breath as he was tired. After that, Valkyrie approached him. Ars leaned against it and said that he was fine. Then he expressed gratitude. He thought that this was how Barca achieved victory. The camp north of the river. Kale thought that just remembering it sent shivers down his spine. He said it was very scary. And did he know what frightened him the most? Even though he was riding a Valkyrie, under the reinforcement of his body, MC thought that the true leader of the pack of service beasts was his very first partner, Valkyrie, but his heart somehow lifted. He entrusted this to her, since, besides him and his brother, no one else in Barca village knew how to ride a Valkyrie. Ars told him he had worked hard, it was the best moment of his life. Kale responded positively and said that they had done well too. This wasn't all the Fontana family's forces he had, right? But what were his plans going forward? MC said, well, he believed the military gap between them was still wide. They had collected the weapons abandoned by the peasant soldiers of Fontana as they fled after their defeat. Word of their triumph had spread to the villagers of Barca Linda, and about 200 people had decided to join them, slightly increasing their chances of success. And most importantly, they had amassed a considerable amount of spoils of war. At that moment, Vargas entered the room and went to Ars. MC asked him how it had gone. Had they managed to get them to talk? Vargas nodded and answered affirmatively. He said they were commoners and had fought side by side in other battles before. Ars thought he had captured 6 knights, who were proving extremely valuable as prisoners of war. The information they provided could be crucial to their victory. He said they were all seriously wounded, so they were being treated, though restrained, just in case. MC reflected that in peacetime, the Fountain's regular troops numbered 1,000, and their maximum strength was 7,000 to 8,000. If a feudal lord couldn't handle a rebellion in one small village within his domain, it would definitely tarnish his reputation. And that, in turn, meant that other nobles were unlikely to intervene while he dealt with the problem. Now, they were likely facing a protracted standoff. MC said that even if they weren't looking for a fight, I needed to demonstrate their strength. Ars thought he meant strength capable of shaking the enemy's will to fight and forcing them to consider negotiations. He clenched his fist and said that for that, they would build a real castle here. He thought of a castle as both a symbol of power and a key pillar of defense. Walled fortresses were common in this world. Scientific developments like firearms or cannons are very scarce here, probably due to the fact that they're all based on magic. Well, they already have the foundations for the walls. Ars said thoughtfully that since there's a river nearby, they could surround their fortification with a moat. Ars said they also need to build a road for transporting provisions from the villages of Barca and Linda, and it needs to be strong enough to support the weight of loaded carts. A road toward Barca and Linda, a road toward the river to the north. They've also built a watchtower and placed a Valkyrie in it to keep tabs on everything going on around them. And they've also built a barracks. He thinks it wouldn't hurt to build defensive walls in the village of Linda. But first, they need to divide the men into teams based on the type of magic they can use. They have a lot of work ahead of them. Some say they can't use wall building and road building. Gran said excitedly that he was shaking all over. He never thought he'd live to see the day when he could take part in building a real castle. How wonderful it was that he was pushing the boundaries of convention even more than he'd ever heard. Ars asked him what he was talking about. The outer wall structure, reinforced with a moat, the defensive walls, and Linda Watchtower, the road to Barca village, and Linda. MC said that since they had no precise information about the terrain, they simply went from tower to tower. They started with the areas surrounding the castle. Gran asked if he meant to say he came to them for the chance to realize his desire in construction. MC said he intended to build a truly astounding castle, one capable of astonishing even the eyes of aristocrats. A wall and tower, an improved version, 30 meters high, and so it was. Bites told MC that there were more people who wanted to join them. MC thought the workforce had increased even more, since the construction of roads from their villages to the camp was now possible in one day. He said that a guy from Barca had asked for a message. Ars asked, "Who is it from?" Bites replied that Pastor Paul said he wanted to see him. MC was scared and thought he didn't want to go to this meeting. It somehow disarmed him. Sometime later, in the village of Barca, Paul told Ars that they hadn't seen each other in a while. He's been up to a lot of things, hasn't he? It seems he's here while he's been gone. MC pretended not to understand and asked, what other things? Paul said he was going to get angry. After that, Ars got scared and said that he must be talking about the naming, right? Paul responded affirmatively, saying that he had given family names to so many people, imbuing them with magic without the church's permission. And now that he had come this far, he needed to learn something about these spells and the powers they granted. He reasoned that magical power existed in this world, and that all people possessed it to some degree. However, those who could plow fields with it, like him, or strengthen their bodies like his brother and Vargas, were rare. Such people were able to use magical skills, essentially practicing witchcraft. They were called sorcerers. Some of them, who had spent years training, acquired the ability to awaken their power with a single word, and eventually, this phenomenon itself became known as magic. Those who practiced it were called sorcerers, and they enjoyed great respect in society. Paul said that those who could perform the naming ceremony, which gave ordinary people the ability to use spells, were called sorcerer mentors. According to them, this art was bestowed upon them by God himself. Such is the history of the Church of the Holy Light, of which he is a part. Along with the naming, they also spread the teachings of the Church of the Holy Light, ensuring that the art of life magic is directed exclusively toward peaceful ends. But they, the mage mentors, have different goals. The naming is like a bond between parent and child. In other words, as a result of this ritual, a hierarchical magical bond is formed, and not only does the child gain the ability to use the parent's magic, the parent also, in turn, absorbs a portion of the power of the one with whom they shared it. MC was surprised to think that his magical power had been increasing lately. Was that why? Paul said that he had essentially used a secret sacred art of the Holy Church without permission, which was only permitted to be used by those of priestly rank or higher. Ars thought that he had been foolish, because if a confrontation ensued not only with the local nobility, but also with representatives of the Holy Church, which was commonplace, he would have nowhere to hide. Paul said that he believed he was smart enough to understand how the church viewed this. MC thought it looked like his life was over. He stood up abruptly and shouted at him that he should wait a minute, but those of noble descent also used naming when accepting someone into their service as a knight, right? So that meant he wasn't the only one using this special ritual, right? Ars wondered if that wasn't enough reason for him to do the same. Paul calmly replied that naming from nobles was done with the assistance of the church. MC thought that it seemed like it wasn't enough after all. Paul said that the church's priests act merely as intermediaries. The original line of magical power comes from noble families, and if misused, this power can be quite dangerous. Ars then asked him why the nobles don't simply recruit knights indiscriminately, if they know they can increase their own power this way, because the church's approval of this ritual requires reciprocal donations from the nobility, which prevents unrest and maintains a balanced distribution of power. MC asked sharply, by donations, does he mean they pay them? Paul replied in the negative, saying that divine grace is sufficient. Ars thought this was just a play on words. Ultimately, it was all about gold. Paul said that, in fact, these rules were observed by both parties. MC wondered if this meant that not only was he using the church's secret art without permission, but he was also sabotaging their business. But if the connection passes from parent to child, then he was in the same situation with the parent. Ars asked, so does that mean that part of his powers are being redirected to him? Paul answered affirmatively, saying that it was indeed so. After he named him by his family name, his powers began to increase. He believed it was due to the high quality of his own power, but that didn't explain everything. MC thought that Valkyrie, although he had only named it once, all the Valkyries born after him also gained the ability to use magic. Therefore, it was quite possible that he also had a parental connection with all the others like this. In other words, the magical power of all the Valkyries is transferred from him to Pastor Paul. Ars, surprised, said that it was just like the principle of one mouse producing more, privileges only for those at the top. Paul asked him, mice? He didn't understand what he was talking about. Due to the increase in his magical powers, his rank was elevated to bishop, and now he will coordinate not only the church itself, but also the surrounding areas. The church, the surrounding areas. Paul said that the bishops were significantly outnumbered by ordinary priests and clerics, so this was a great success. MC sat back down and asked who decided that. Paul replied that no one did. It was just that one day he discovered new magic and began to understand how to use it, and then his rank rose. Now he could cast restoration spells. Ars wondered if this would lead to their people losing their skills in road construction and wall building. Those whose potential for using them was insufficient couldn't even initiate these spells. However, when their magical power increased to the required level, they suddenly found a connection with them. Is this that feeling, akin to divine grace? After that, Paul said that they needed to get to the main point. MC thought in shock. Was he going on the rise? Paul asked him why he didn't entrust his future to him. Ars thought, well, he should summarize the current state of affairs. Paul said that causing bodily harm and killing a tax collector guard and inciting peasants. Furthermore, there was an attack on a neighboring village and open combat with the Fontana family's military. And also, the murder of their chief ruler. 6 Fontana knights are being held captive in MC-occupied territory. Ars said that although he made it sound like he was the villain, it wasn't his fault that things had turned out this way. Paul said that the unauthorized appropriation and abuse of the church's secret magical technique of naming and its abuse had led to the uncontrolled spread of offensive magic. MC thought he should stop hitting him like that. There was more than enough reason to fight Fontana, but in the case of the naming ritual, there was no justification. Ars said that joining the church was a possible solution option for him in this situation. Paul said that if it was discovered he was using aggressive magic, he would be immediately excommunicated, since the church could track such connections. MC thought this meant he wouldn't even be allowed to leave the house. He asked him what he meant. Paul said because he had to account for it, meaning that the biggest problem right now was the confrontation with the church, because he was the one who originally named the villagers of Barka with their family name. Ars thought this was obvious, but he became wary. Paul said that he had essentially named the people through him. That was all that needed to be conveyed to reassure them. MC excitedly said that, frankly, he completely understood why he had decided to protect him. Paul asked, hadn't he already said that he had a very good reason for this? His magical rank had risen thanks to his power, and without it, he would certainly lose that. But more importantly, he was his subordinate, who had abused the naming ritual to gain great power, and so he would prefer to remain silent. Ars thought that this could lead to a huge scandal, right? Paul said it was perfectly reasonable that he had a reason to maintain a good relationship with him, right? There is no stronger relationship than a partnership built on mutual interests. MC responded positively and said how complicated everything was. Paul said that, after all, there could sometimes be some inaccuracies in reports to higher-ups, right? Ars thought that this church organization and this man himself scared the hell out of him. Paul said that, however, they wouldn't give in without a fight since he had acted too provocatively. So, of course, they would have to maneuver here and include his contribution in the form of a donation. MC thought, here they go again, talking about money. Usually, when a noble wants to undergo naming, they have to make a charitable contribution to the church. So even if Bishop Paul reported that he approved the rituals he performed, without material proof, it would look suspicious. Ars thought that it seemed like he didn't really have any other options under the circumstances. Then he jumped up from his chair and said he would do it. But how much was needed? He would pay. Paul said that about this amount would be just right. MC thought that was a simply exorbitant amount. He asked him if he meant to say that he had to spend all his money at once to pay this fine. Paul asked, isn't that wonderful? Well, in the end, it's not an amount he can't afford, right? Normally, he wouldn't have to pay that much at once, but given the current circumstances, it was quite fair. Ars slumped, thinking that he seemed to be aware of the state of his savings and had already calculated everything, but spending his entire fortune to settle the matter with the church was pointless. MC said he couldn't entrust his future and the fate of all those who had trusted him into his hands if the Fontana family matter wasn't resolved. Paul said that was true, but there were still some complications. So looking at the whole situation from the Fontana family's perspective, what was the root of this problem? Ars asked if they could defeat them next time, or something along those lines. Paul said he was still either smart or stupid. He completely missed the point of the conflict that had developed, right? MC thought Madlock had once told him the same thing. Paul asked where the magic used by Bark's forces came from. People capable of using magic are few and far between, and farmers who can pass it on to others are non-existent. So perhaps one of the nobles is imbuing the villagers with magic and deliberately provoking a rebellion? That's the most likely way the Fontana family thinks about it. So he'll set out to negotiate with them. He'll explain that no other nobles are involved, and that the people are rebelling because they're threatened with losing their lands. He had, in fact, awakened his magic and passed it on to the others through him. Ars asked if it wasn't dangerous for him to remain on his side. Paul replied that his explanation would sound quite convincing, since he had named him himself. Furthermore, due to his increased rank, he was entrusted with overseeing the churches in Fountain's domain, including Barka village itself, which gave them a slight advantage in negotiations. This could be beneficial in defending their position, but of course, they would have to prepare the ground beforehand, and without his charitable donation, this could be quite difficult. MC thought it looked like he would have to prepare thoroughly. What the hell was this situation? He said that then he entrusted Barka's future into his hands. After a while, Paul went to negotiate. He asked if Paul had become their new bishop. He answered affirmatively, explaining that although he had originally been the priest in charge of the Barka village chapel, he had been a priest in charge of the chapel. Carlos said he didn't expect to be taken under the wing of the bishop of the Holy Church. Did that mean Ars was capable of influencing even such an important department? Afterwards, at a gathering of soldiers, Paul called MC and said that the Fountain's administration had already given their answer. They agreed to participate in the negotiations. MC looked at him and thought, what already? He hadn't even blinked. Paul said that this was to be expected. After all, both sides had a stake in resolving this conflict, so he should head to the planned location. Ars assumed that they had decided to hold a preliminary informal conversation to determine the location of the upcoming meeting, and one of the roadside towers they had installed had been chosen for this church. MC was climbing up the tower. He entered the room where Carlos was sitting. Carlos asked, so, that means he is Ars of Barka? So he really is just a child, right? This young man is their representative for the negotiations? MC thought that despite their influence, there were only a few people down by the tower. Was this a show of disdain? Ars asked him what about him, who he was. He replied that he was Carlos, from Fontana. MC thought he hadn't imagined that Fontana was led by someone so young. He said that he was the head of this family. Ars thought that Bishop Paul hadn't said a word about this either. Not recognizing the head of a noble family by sight was at least unpleasant. After that, Carlos spoke, and so, Bishop Paul had already outlined the essence of the upcoming conversation. Carlos said that they should put aside their petty games, and finally, they should put down their swords. It's not so easy to answer positively. Everything depends on the situation. Carlos looked at him and said that he didn't even need to kneel before a nobleman to make terms. He was the central figure in this whole story. MC asked him, so what are his terms? Carlos handed him the documents and said he should look at them. The document stated, first, they must cease hostilities. Second, they must disband the combat groups. Third, they must return the prisoners of war. Fourth, they must return the ice spirit sword. Fifth, they must cultivate the lands of Bark. And sixth, it was his guardianship. He said that if they laid down their swords, he would entrust Bark's lands to him. Ars looked at them and thought that these were the conditions for his entry into the Fontana family, and that his status would also be elevated to knight, a very lucrative deal for him. But, after that, MC asked him if there was any guarantee that he was telling the truth. Carlos replied that they would work out the details later, but once it was official, he would not cancel it, because if he committed such an outrage, his people would disown him. After that, Ars asked him, but he killed the head of the Fontana family. Does he remember that? Isn't it strange that he would submit to him? Carlos replied that this was what he wanted to thank him for most in this case. He was a good man for handling Raymond. He knew what it was like for a child to have to work so hard to keep a group together. At age 3, his father died. And at 3, he became the head of the Fontana family. The previous generation, known as the Winter Warlords, had great influence over the surrounding noble territories. This bore fruit, and the nobles surrounding him attacked and killed him. His successors perished, all but him. The young head of the family was succeeded by Raymond, the head of House Barbaros, one of the knightly families of House Fontana. Carlos said that to his credit, he had cherished this place while he was growing up, but Raymond had buried one of the leading knightly families, the Grahams. The knightly family took over the role of vizier, which had originally alternated between members of the knightly family. He said that now that he's come of age, he still controls everything in this territory, and he's his puppet. MC thought that when he went to hand over the Valkyrie, Raymond was in charge. It reminded him of the Fontana family crest used in the certificates, which was also used without permission. Ars asked, so giving him permission to own the land was already Raymond's failure? Carlos replied that he was right. Even a small goal could be the push that breaks his strength. He never thought they'd want to kill him when he launched a campaign of suppression, but that meant he'd seized power over the Fontana family. It wasn't that simple. He had to consider how difficult it was for him to organize forces in the Fontana territory after Raymond's death. MC wondered if that's why the Fontana family had hesitated after the battle. Afterward, Carlos responded positively and said that Raymond's relatives and subordinates liked his chivalry. They might be acting like it outwardly now, but at some point, there would always be a backlash. Afterwards, he pointed to Ars and said that he would be the most important weapon in his hands. He might have his entire house intact, but his resources were limited. But he could attract a new force, Barca, to scare them off. He acknowledged his superior status and power, but at the same time, he had to treat him as an equal, which was no longer appropriate for a peasant. MC wondered if he was talking about what he wanted to protect. Carlos said he knew he wouldn't work if he told him the difference between power and position, so he'd name the price he wanted. Ars thought about the lives of the Barca villagers, the wealth they'd accumulated. Carlos said all his freedom, guaranteed by him, the head of the Fontana family. In exchange, he'd fight with his sword. MC thought he was grateful that, despite his delicate situation, he wasn't to blame for guaranteeing the head of the family. First of all, he decided that if he gave up this business, it would ruin his relationship with Paul. He didn't want the church to keep watching him any longer. So he made a decision. Ars said he had one additional condition he wanted him to add. And so the secret meeting between MC and Carlos continued until late at night. Paul said that now the treaty to end the war would be concluded if there were no disagreements between the two sides. Ars and Carlos simultaneously responded affirmatively. Paul said that they would now go over to MC. Ars responded affirmatively. Paul asked him if he now swears to serve Carlos de Fontana and support him. MC answered affirmatively and said that he did. Then Paul asked, what about Carlos? Carlos replied affirmatively. Paul turned to Ars and asked him if he vowed to join forces, fight shoulder to shoulder, and protect his people. MC responded affirmatively and said he did. After this, Paul declared that it was now time to swear the oath. After his words, Ars knelt before Carlos. Carlos then told MC that he was knighting him and giving him a name. From now on, his name would be Ars von Barca. Now he would look forward to his future achievements as his knight. Ars thought that Carlos's naming of him made him the most powerful magical being in this territory. This would be of great help in repelling the onslaught of Raymond's people. MC also thought the advantage of the magical pass had passed to him, and through him, to the Barca forces. Ars used the ice spear skill. He thought that now he could use the ice magic belonging to the Fontana family, the magic of an extraterrestrial system, which he could not use no matter how hard he tried. The formalities in public finally brought him back to life. Gran asked if MC, having become the owner of the territory, didn't want to do anything from now on. MC looked at him questioningly, Gran said that he was so good at even the villages of Barca and Linda that he even took control of this one, as well as the northern castle. MC awkwardly replied, well, sort of. He thought that Carlos's condition was to control Barca village. He didn't want to let people like Vargas go, and that Kawakita castle wouldn't be damaged. Ars thought there were more things he needed to do than he wanted to do, and Carlos broke down under his insistence. Gran excitedly said that he'd heard that only a few could be knighted and become a territory owner. He was surprised he'd agreed. What was that? He had to make money. MC mentally apologized to his grandmother and said he didn't have time to talk about relationships now. He had to pay taxes to the Fontana family, and if he was called up, he had to raise an army and rush to join them. Even if he was called up, he didn't have the money to feed the troops right now. They were free to govern, with the right to tax and conduct trials within their territory, but they also had responsibilities. Failure to show loyalty could result in the loss of conquered territory. Creating a system that generated money without him was an urgent need. They would build an organization capable of internal governance. At that moment, somewhere in the castle, a maid asked if she could help her with anything. Lilina replied in the negative and said she didn't need anything. She asked if she could pick up a book next time. She thought about the other day she'd learned that Carlos, with his lack of practical experience, had to contend with influential knights from the Raymond faction. It seemed Carlos had successfully taken over the estate. He'd been a genius from an early age, and Raymond, who'd looked after him and organized everything at the estate, had been there. She'd heard he'd died during a peasant revolt. Carlos was so good that he was willing to use her, his only blood relative, for political purposes. She wondered if it was time for her to make up her mind. Ars had announced personnel changes within the Barca Knights. Kale, the merchant, would be in charge of internal affairs. He could read and write, and no one here could handle accounting better than him. His brother, Bites, and Vargas would be the division heads. Maintaining a standing army was very expensive, so they had to train the farmers. His father will lead the guards. They will always need people capable of maintaining public order. There are many people using offensive magic in domestic disputes these days, and such people need to be controlled. MC thought it might be difficult, but he believed in him. Ars said that Madlock and the village chief, Rinda, would act as judges alongside him. When two parties cannot resolve a dispute or conflict, judges are needed, even in this world. A person with authority who will listen and make decisions is important, but since there is no law yet, making decisions can be difficult, so they decided to create a system of laws. MC said there would be a group trial with 3 judges, including himself, so they would need his help. Gran would continue to be in charge of production. If anyone needed help, they could immediately contact him. Gran said they could rely on him. MC thought he wasn't the type of person who could work in an organized manner, so he needed someone to be with him. After this, Ars said that the others he had called here, and hadn't yet assigned them work, had a favor to ask of them. MC thought he had gathered the people who had advised him on the construction of roads, the castle, and so on. In other words, these were people who couldn't read or write, but they were still smart. He would make sure that people useful to the Barca region worked full-time, and if they wanted, they could work even more. Thus began his rule of the territory, the birth of the Barca region. After a while, Kayla, horrified, said that this was terrible. The first thing he did was extort money from him. Ars innocently said that it wasn't so bad. He shouldn't complain. He thought he needed to pay off a church debt, so the first thing he did was ask Kale for money and called it financing. He easily raised an amount that Bishop Paul would have liked, and Kale would also get his share of the benefits. MC said that he had prepared a good plot of land for him. Let him consider this payment for it. Kale said that, as always, he would show no mercy. He would consider this his contribution and donations, so be it. Even though he had already laid the foundation for the organization, was everything really going well? He was, after all, a simple peasant, and now he'd risen to the rank of landowner. It must be hard for him, right? Ars replied that it was something like that. He thought that despite his connections to Carlos's subordinates and other aristocrats likely had a low opinion of him. He was mobilized into a zone of fierce fighting and thrown around like a bargaining chip. Some people might advise Carlos to seize his territory if he couldn't cope. He couldn't manage the territory half-heartedly. He must make this territory greater than ever. The first step was to get rid of barter and create a monetary system. MC confidently said that he believed they needed to create a market. After that, Kale, horrified, answered in the negative and asked, who would go to such a remote area to trade? It wouldn't work. He really doesn't understand anything about economics. Almost all the nobles are at odds with each other these days, and simply moving caravans and traders is incredibly difficult. Every time someone leaves, they have to pay money. Every time they enter, they have to pay money. And almost every territory has a checkpoint, with fees required for entry and exit. Furthermore, there are guilds, which complicate matters even more. Each territory and each commodity can have a guild that will demand a percentage. The merchant, frustrated, said that when he reaches territory B, he'll have to pay them again. Kale said he can't ignore the guilds. They might simply kill him. Fear of the guild was evident on Kale's face. Ars said that because of all these fees, commodity prices are skyrocketing. He thought that while merchants were traveling to them, goods would become 20 times more expensive. He said that in that case, wouldn't it be better to create a free market where everyone could freely buy and sell whatever they approved in their territory, so they wouldn't need the guild's intervention? Kale thought about it and said that it would be complicated, and they would still have to pay to enter checkpoints in other territories. But if that was the idea, he could work it out. MC thought he understood that Kale understood trade better than him, and he was absolutely right. So they should create a system for the city where merchants could gather together. Ars was full of motivation. He thought that's why he decided to start by creating a transport route from the city of Fountain. MC showed on the map that they would build a bridge here, which would be guarded. They were starting construction. Ars said that building this road was also one of the conditions of peace, so they were killing two birds with one stone. Inspection. Bites asked, was the construction of the road a condition of peace? Wasn't that strange? MC responded positively and said that this would be an excellent route for Fontana to send troops through. If they did anything suspicious, they could easily deal with them along this route. Bites excitedly said that no matter how you look at it, it looks suspicious. Should they rush to build the road? Maybe they should prepare for defense first? Although he agreed with him. During peace, the number of soldiers should decrease, and they will build the road. Ars thought they might need Carlos's help. MC asked Carlos how long it would take him to build so many castles. Ars thought that didn't seem like a solution. MC said that, however, he didn't want to worsen relations with Carlos. They would use Carlos's castle as a checkpoint between Fontana and their village. Ars tasked those who could use magic and had their own agricultural land with improving the soil for future crops. People who didn't have their own land would work on road construction, and so they managed to build a road, which allowed them to shorten the journey time to the city of Fontana and the village of Barca. They were lucky that they had experience building roads, because they worked very quickly. MC happily thanked everyone for their work. They were done. They had finished building the road. Afterwards, a man in the crowd asked what they would do if they ran out of money. Someone in the crowd agreed with him. He said that he didn't even have any land of his own. He had 3 sons at home, and they needed to be fed somehow. He didn't even know where to live yet. Ars thought that it was his duty as Lord to give those who didn't have their own land the opportunity to feed him and his family. If everyone had a place to live and work to earn a living, then the crime rate would be low. That couldn't be forgotten. This was essential for maintaining public order. The village of Barca. MC said that he welcomed everyone who wanted to live here. He thought that the 4 kilometers of cleared land, enclosed by 4 walls, were used for permanent residence. Basically, 2 types of work could be done here. Ars told them that he also had work for them to earn a living. First, there's the creation of special bricks. Large boar tusks and Valkyrie horns are hard to come by in the rest of the world, meaning they'll be a special kind of product, produced only here. Second, there's the cultivation of magic mushrooms. The most important thing in growing them is infusing them with their magical power. If you infuse it correctly, you'll reap bountiful harvests, and if you tend to them properly, the same mushroom stumps will yield for years to come. MC thought that he really wanted to have a monopoly on mushroom cultivation, as it was extremely profitable. Now that others would be cultivating them, his personal income would drop significantly, but in the long run, the profits should be greater. One day, a war might break out. By that time, they need to stock up on enough medicine to ensure they don't have to worry about running out. If he did all this, it would significantly increase their chances of survival. Build a military camp and train their strike force. Thus, Bark's territory had become specialized at the expense of his earnings. The next step was to deal with the owners of the agricultural land. Ars said it was time for them to analyze their land. Bites asked him what he was talking about. MC said they should measure their land to estimate the approximate yield they could get. Hearing this, Bites said he'd rather not. If he was so eager to expend effort on it, then let him do it and return to training the farmers. Ars thought he definitely couldn't handle this alone. With land leveling and soil improvement spells, the harvest would increase significantly. In other words, they would have to pay more in taxes. If they calculated in advance, the farmers would be prepared for how much of their harvest would be taken away for taxes. As soon as it came to taxes, many farmers would clearly be unhappy with him taking a large share, but would simply measuring the dimensions be enough? And how could he do it correctly? MC asked if he should just take a measurement based on how much land leveling was applied. Ars then thought that land leveling and soil improvement affects a piece of land measuring about 10 by 20 meters. MC then shouted yes and said that then anyone can do the analysis, even without surveying skills. For example, Kyle, he's smart, that's great. Then they need to move on to measuring the land of Bark's territory. Ars thought about Kyle crying and saying it was all his fault when they were fighting Raymond. MC remembered Kyle saying it was his fault that Valkyrie attacked Ars. MC thought about how he and his mother had told him many times that it wasn't his fault, and since then, he understands how Kyle always tries to help everyone. Ars remembered Kyle crying and asking how he could fix everything. MC said that he had nothing to worry about. After that, he said that first they needed to decide on the length. Kyle asked him, length? Ars said they should divide the length of the land level by 10 parts, and then they will get 1 meter. They divide this by 100 parts, and then they will get 1 centimeter. By defining the unit of length, they can also define the units of volume and weight, and also the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius. Most likely, no one understands these units, so he has a request for him. Can he also teach the others? Kyle asked him, is he talking about him? MC answered positively and asked, he was able to understand what he told him, right? You should help him. Kyle answered positively. Ars thought that this is how soil analysis began in Bark territory. MC thought, although they began to conduct soil measurements based on the selected criteria, but he said that they did not have paper. Ashira thought Ars was talking about hair and said that with such parents, he was not in danger of losing his hair. He should not worry about it. MC said that he was not talking about losing his hair. He wasn't talking about hair, but paper. He figured people in this world used parchment, but it was too bulky. They were planning to conduct a soil survey of 2 villages, Barka and Linda, but they had no paper to record the data on. The paper's back was very small, and the prices were simply exorbitant. They wouldn't pay that much. There were trees in the forest that they couldn't use for charcoal or for the base for magic mushrooms. He should try making paper from them. After another attempt, Kale asked him if this was another failure. He'd told Ars it was impossible to make paper. Ars, disappointed, thought that several failures wouldn't stop him. He'd still have to see who would win. After that, MC focused and said that he needed to bring it to a boil. Maybe he should try lowering the temperature, or should he add something to the water? Something that could become glue? Ars had the ingredients for paper on his desk: wild tree bark, mana-restoring medicines, and mountain potatoes for glue. The method for making paper: first soften the bark in a mortar, then evaporate it. MC said that by evaporating this mana-restoring potion, they can easily extract the fiber. Other liquids have too weak an effect, making it difficult to separate the fibers. Step 1. Third, he needs to add glue to the extracted fibers and bring to a boil. Ars said he used mountain potatoes which grow in the forest as a glue. These potatoes contain poison, so they're unfit for consumption. But if you boil them, they become sticky and very similar in consistency to glue. Step 2. Fourth, pour the solution onto the wood and then coat the rough fabrics. Make sure the solution spreads evenly. Fifth, he needs to place the resulting blank between 2 pieces of fabric and press it all down with something heavy. The paper needs to be placed on the fabric, then another piece of fabric on top, and then a weight needs to be placed on top of it all. Then, the beautiful paper will be ready. After several attempts, MC finally managed to create the paper. He said that it was even comfortable to write on. It was simply perfect. He really needed to get rid of his habit of writing in hiragana. Ars thought that this gave them the ability to record the obtained data. After MC created the paper, Kale asked him to sell it to him. Ars asked who claimed that paper was impossible to create. Kale pleadingly said that he was wrong. Who knew he could create such excellent paper? MC sat and looked at him discontentedly. Kale asked him, so what? Is he going to sell it? Or will he use it himself? It is so thin and takes up almost no space. With it, he will be able to keep track of the goods bought and sold. He'd never seen paper like this before. It was so thin and comfortable to write on. He was sure there would be plenty of potential buyers in the city. Afterwards, Ars thoughtfully remarked that since he was praising it so much, it wouldn't hurt to create a separate group to produce their new, specialized products. Afterwards, he reflected on how the idea of the families of the deceased receiving only money as compensation had troubled him greatly. When he met such people in the village, he noticed that they didn't even look others in the eye. Perhaps it would be easier for widows to produce paper than to plow the fields. So, 2 villages began producing their own paper. MC built a paper workshop. Their production team consists mainly of widows. He thought that paper was always cheap, since it required mana-restoring potions, but there was demand for it in the city. Although in the house they still tried not to look him in the eye. She thanked Ars. He thought that he was glad that he could help, at least a little, all the families who had lost their breadwinner. After that, MC looked exhausted and asked what he had to do next. He had so much to do. Then Ars looked at the Valkyrie and said he needed to create a saddle for it. At that moment, Gran came to him and asked, a saddle for the Valkyrie? Could he also make armor for it? MC said he needed a saddle and stirrups first. He'd made a rough sketch for it. Gran excitedly said he wanted to see it. Then he asked, but isn't he already good at handling the Valkyrie? Ars answered positively and said, but after the fight with Raymond, he realized how important they are. That time, his blow knocked him off the Valkyrie. If he had a saddle, he might have been able to hold on a little longer. If he had a more stable bottom, he could have knocked it off like that. After that, MC said he wanted to make it easier for others to ride, so they could fight on horseback in armor, just like he did. Gran enthusiastically said that he understood, meaning he wanted to create a cavalry unit. Ars thought they were saying that speed is the most important thing in battle. A cavalry unit would have a significant advantage in combat. He said that the horned Valkyries are strong even without riders, but they have many more hornless ones, so he wants to focus on them. Therefore, he wants him to create something that will make life easier for both Valkyries and people. Gran enthusiastically said that he understood everything. He could rely on him. MC thought there was one more thing that would help them ride Valkyries: horseshoes. Valkyries will have to carry people and goods at high speeds, which means their hooves will wear out faster, which is why they need horseshoes. After this, Ars took one of the Valkyries by the leg and said that it should let him take a look. After this, MC examined the Valkyrie's leg and answered positively. He thought that when he first started raising them, there was a difference in size between the ones he raised and the ones the Valkyrie raised. The ones he hatched were larger, but now all the horned creatures are roughly the same size. This means that if he can find the perfect size horseshoe, he'll be able to mass-produce them in the future using a spell. It's just like with bricks. So they made several sizes at once and began looking for ones suitable for the Valkyries. Ars asked, "Perhaps this one?" The Valkyrie shook her head. Then MC asked, "Perhaps this one then?" To which he received another negative answer. Ars thought how fussy they were. After that, they managed to find the perfect size for the Valkyries, one that wouldn't restrict their movement. They also made boots and armor. After that, MC, barely able to stand, said that he had much more work to do in the territory. Ars reflected that in his past world, canned goods and pickles were widespread, so he could eat out-of-season fruit year-round. Thanks to improved soil, they have a bountiful harvest, but if some of it isn't preserved, it will eventually rot. But in this world, almost no one practices this. Even in Barka village, the harvest is simply stored in a warehouse until it spoils. But that was the way it was before. MC said that from now on they would be able to extend the shelf life of the products, thanks to their new warehouse. Bites asked, "But is this an extraordinary building? They will just rot, won't they?" Ars turned to him and said that won't happen. The walls of this warehouse are 3 times thicker than usual. It is much larger and more airtight. MC opened the door and said that neither light nor wind will penetrate here. And also, after that, he used the ice spear skill several times. Bites asked him if he knew what he was doing. Gran asked why he didn't take a break. He wasn't sure. Ars said they needed a lot of ice. The walls were strong, so nothing would happen. They should help him. They should cover the ice with sawdust so it melts more slowly. MC thought the freezer was ready. Bite started shaking and said it was cold in here. Gran excitedly said that it was amazing, so they would be able to store food in this glacier. Ars happily replied that he had told them so. He thought that before electricity was invented, people used wooden boxes filled with ice instead of refrigerators. He could try creating a miniature version of such a refrigerator for home use. It could be sold to people who couldn't create ice with magic. It was small, and it could be used to store food. This way, they would be able to store not only vegetables but also meat. Not only he, but the whole village would be able to eat better. Food was the basis of his magic. After that, Gran asked him why he didn't build a castle in the village. MC asked him in surprise. "A castle? Here?" Gran said that they had ISEKAI'D castle, but he hadn't left Barka village lately, right? What kind of lord would he be without a castle? Ars said that it was easier for him to work from here, and after the ceasefire agreement with Carlos, only a minimal number of soldiers could be stationed in ISEKAI'D castle. The castle had become more like a pass between the villages. Gran said that then he should just build a new castle here. Building it would be tantamount to demonstrating his power. MC thought he felt like Gran was talking about his castle. He told him that while his conflict with Raymond had died down, if he started displaying his authority now, people would think he was overstepping his bounds. Gran replied that it was the opposite. A castle was necessary for his peaceful reign. Everyone who had been with him on the battlefield understood his power, but the rest knew nothing. There were people who viewed him as an ordinary child, and they wouldn't just part with their money. Ars thought for a moment and said that, in other words, he needed a symbol of power so that people would pay their taxes without resentment. Gran said that, by the way, this castle was supposed to be a symbol, so he should pay more attention to the design and dimensions. MC thought it seemed like he just wanted to build a castle. Well, there was no urgency in building the castle, but they had already finished the rest of the work. As Gran said, ISEKAI'D castle is considered Lord Barka's castle, but he's mostly absent from it. A castle is the easiest way to show that all of Barka's best knights are here, and he's worried that, despite free trade, the influx of merchants into Barka is too low. There's no point in simply improving land management if they don't know when they'll be sent to war. They first need to strengthen their military to improve their survivability, and to do that, they need to recruit people from outside. Ars said that a regular castle wouldn't be enough. They needed to build a domain for Barka knights around the castle. He thought that usually, when he builds something, it's like he's putting a mark on the territory, signifying that this is his land, where no one else can live. MC said they'll build a fortress city, surrounded by walls. He thought they'll build a city, and they'll attract people with housing, a thriving city where merchants from all over the world will gather. Now that he's a lord, he can reap enormous benefits from this castle, and then they'll have more people to defend their lands. The Barka Knights' territory includes Barka Village, Linda Village, and ISEKAI'D castle. MC's residence, Barka Village, the Barka Knights' territory, Linda Village, Fontana Town, the river, and ISEKAI'D castle. If Ars's territory were expanded, it would have outer walls, inner walls, a center, a southern district, a northeastern district, a northwestern district, and a western district. MC thought he should focus on building the inner and outer walls first. The castle would be in the center. In the southern district, where Gran and Bite's houses are, there would be a free market where anyone could open a shop with permission. A free trade zone, southern district, refrigerator, center, and western district. Ars thought they still had plenty of space left. The remaining territories in the southern and western districts would be divided into plots and distributed to people willing to settle there. MC said it would be instant occupancy. They'd just need to prepare the doors and windows. He figured the northeast district would be a forest for lumberjacks and charcoal miners. Magic mushroom cultivation, paper making, charcoal miners, and lumberjacks. He figured the paper and magic mushroom makers would join them, as they also needed wood for their work. The northwest district would become pasture land for Valkyrie, but some land would be used for other purposes. One day, he wanted to build a soldier's quarters here. He said he currently had too few permanent soldiers to dedicate an entire district to them, and right now, he and his father were focusing on peacekeeping. Bites and Vargas mentioned training. Ars said he'd also like to build a prison for convicts. Then maybe he could build a courthouse too? They could be trusted to make decisions on minor matters. MC thought he also needed to make sure all the buildings within the walls were made of hardened brick. That would be another obstacle for the enemy, so they focused on developing the southern district. Kale, seeing it, said it was amazing. He had never seen a city like it before. Ars stood behind him completely satisfied. MC said he just applied a little persistence. Kale said he shouldn't downplay it. It's way more grandiose than the fountain. He said the main street crosses the southern and western districts. It's very impressive. And this arch design is already amazing. But he didn't stop there and thought of putting window glass in there. And the tempered brick glistens so elegantly in the sun. It's a unique design. Ars said it was all thanks to the memories of the house in his memory. Kale said it would be bought all over the world. MC asked him, so their city could surprise outsiders? Kale replied that he would like to meet someone who wouldn't be surprised. By the way, could he help him? After that, Kale fell to his knees and said that he was too scared. It was too high up here. Ars thought they'd be working on the outer walls next. It's impossible to climb this one. It's too high and smooth. It would protect against wild boars, but it's unlikely to protect against an army. He'd like to replace everything with tempered brick, but he can't produce that much with magic, so it's of little use. It's too much for this guy. So he decided to place watchtowers around the entire perimeter. For a castle the size of ISEKAI'D, 4 towers at the corners would be enough, but their outer walls are many times larger. So he placed watchtowers around the entire perimeter, spaced 200 meters apart. There's too much greenery for mana regeneration. The Vargas and I will be responsible for defense. Just like with ISEKAI'D Castle, they used tempered bricks. MC thought he asked Gran to make a couple of improvements to the defense. He did a great job, as always. ISEKAI'D could also use some repairs. If they were attacked right now, they would defend themselves by dropping tempered bricks on the enemy. It's better for them to stock up in advance than to be limited by mana reserves later. This is much more effective. Throwing bricks at them will not only damage him, but also protect him from attacks from below. Someday they'll have a decent defense here with bows, abacuses, and other weapons. But for now, they'll make do with bricks. Ars drank the potion and said he should move on. He also needed to make a ditch 10 meters deep. He had to make it wider because, unlike ISEKAI'D, there's nowhere to go in the water here. A water channel would be better, but there's nothing to be done about it. They also need drawbridges to the east, west, north, and south, wide enough for horse-drawn carriages. Thanks to the woodcutter's skills, they now have amazing bridges. Madlock said that now that they can instantly block the route into the city, their defenses will be many times stronger. MC said they can rally the men on the bridge and attack the enemy with well-aimed ice spears, and in an emergency, they can always raise the bridge. Ars thought Barca would become a unique gathering center for magnificent knights. This is the birth of Barkania, the fortress city. After some time, Kale told MC that they didn't have enough glass. They needed more. Ars asked again in disappointment. Was it really all over already? And he thought he could rest. Kale said that all the castle windows needed glazing, and merchants sometimes took it along with the bricks. MC asked the merchant why it hadn't been popular before. Kale said it was all because of his city. Most likely, they saw their building and thought it was a great idea. Anyone would want to buy it after seeing such a product. Ars thought that their houses in the city had become an excellent model. MC said he wished it had sold this well from the start. He would have made more money that way. Kale said he should hurry. He needed this glass for his future home. From now on, the demand for glass would only grow. Ars figured Kale had been in the business for a while, so if he was saying they'd need mass production soon, that was probably it. MC said he'd better create a spell to make glass in the required quantities then. At that moment, Gran walked into their room and asked wearily, "Another spell?" Ars looked at him and called him over. Gran said he was a creator and didn't like the idea of soulless mass production. MC asked him, "Is that so? But wasn't it awkward with tempered bricks?" Gran said bricks and glass were two different things. Bricks were a material, suitable for mass production. Bricks could be used to create something completely new, hard to obtain ingredients. Then he said that glass wasn't just for windows. It could be used to make cups, plates, accessories, The only limit was their imagination. Production would push aside the creative process, but if it was mass-produced, the glass would lose its individuality. Ars thought that if they created spells for glassmaking, no one else would want to experiment with it. Glass requires sand and lime, which are easy to obtain, and it would be too boring if new things stopped appearing. After that, MC asked him, maybe he should make something new out of glass. Gran excitedly asked him if he had something in mind. Ars replied that it was a lens, a glass lens. Could he do it? Gran said he wouldn't let him down. MC thought the idea had come to him suddenly, but Gran was only too happy to accept the new job. He said he hadn't drunk tea without any rush in a long time. Hector asked him if he would work on building the castle inside the walls next. Ars answered positively and said that it should become a symbol of power, but he didn't even know how to do that. Hector didn't answer. After that, MC heard someone on the street say that therefore it was no good. How many times had he repeated that? Ars thought the voices sounded familiar. He ran outside and asked what was going on. Bites told him he should listen. He and Vargas were discussing what to do in the event of another attack, and he kept repeating that they needed to defend. They wouldn't win that way. Vargas said any general would tell him it was too dangerous to constantly attack. It was noticeable even in training. MC listened to them and thought he now understood. They were discussing strategy. He said they both needed to calm down and then they could discuss everything peacefully. Ars apologized to Hector and said he needed to pour the tea himself. Hector replied that it was okay. Bites said that if they didn't attack first, they wouldn't win. He emphasized attack. Vargas denied it and said that they hadn't built such a strong castle for nothing. They needed to use its defensive capabilities to the fullest. He emphasized defense. MC thought they could understand. Well, he can understand why Bites is so insistent on attacking. After all, they fought together against the Fountain's army, after a battle where lives were at stake. In fact, he was so excited back then that he wanted to scream, so he immediately rushed into battle. He thinks the same applies to Bites. They were able to defeat a superior enemy, and all thanks to their storm. With this tactic, they can defeat any opponent. He can't forget that stunning victory. Bites is strong, but he's still a child, lacking experience. But he can't call that victory a good experience. Back then, their only chance of victory was a surprise attack, and he doesn't want to try that tactic again against an enemy with superior numbers. Vargas, on the other hand, insists on defense. In his opinion, they should prioritize strengthening the castle's fortifications and training his men for defensive tactics. But in their circumstances, purely defending is too risky. After all, the vassals of the Fountain hate him, a peasant's son who rose to prominence. And to the people of Raymond, he's a mere insect. No matter how good their defense is, no one will send them reinforcements. There's a good chance Carlos will be disposed of the moment his position falters. Neither Bites nor Vargas's options are suitable. Ars said they could be transferred at any moment, so they need to survive on their own. On the battlefield, each of them must be able to adapt to any unexpected situation. He thinks they need to create leadership units for the Barkanites, responsible for strength and intelligence. Bites hesitantly replied that this could make them stronger, but Vargas said he was back at it again. Could he strengthen it? MC replied that nothing was impossible. He would do what he could. Ars thought that while he understood what the Barkanites needed, he didn't know how to implement it. Economics, urban development, and now the added responsibility for the military. Hector asked MC if he didn't want to accomplish a great feat and leave a mark on history. Ars turned around and responded with a frightened, negative answer. He wasn't going to fight for land or resources. His previous encounter with the aristocracy had been enough. Hector asked him, "Is that so?" MC thought his mind was still fresh with memories of his past life and a world without wars. He smiled and said he shouldn't listen to him. He didn't want any more wars. He didn't want people dying. He was for world peace. He wanted to live his life so he could go work in the fields at any time and also eat something delicious. Hector smiled and answered yes. Ars thought, for now he maintains neutrality. But in this world, where the aristocracy is ready to tear each other's throats, that won't last long. Then MC extended his hand forward and used the ice spear skill. He thought they'd started new training for the soldiers to improve their combat survivability. For starters, it was Valkyrie riding. They'd given each of them a Valkyrie without horns and were teaching them how to ride. Simultaneously, using muscle strengthening and riding a horse exhausts the entire body, but meditation brings the soldiers back into shape. The soldiers were exhausted after the training. One said he ached everywhere. Another said he couldn't feel his legs. Ars looked at them and thought he understood that this was painful. He was an expert in this matter. Those who had completed horse riding moved on to the next stage. After that, MC used the shot skill. He thought it was the use of magic while riding. It was difficult for them to ride a horse and use a weapon at the same time. They needed time to get used to it and maintain balance. First, shots with a high hit rate, and then practice with the ice spear. The large number of Valkyries was their main advantage, and he chose the most suitable strategy for them. He was learning to give precise orders to the wizard soldiers from horseback. After that, Ars used the ice spear skill. He thought that riding the fast Valkyries, they attacked while keeping a safe distance from their opponents. They managed to bring down a large boar. Ars thought that even a seasoned boar couldn't handle a barrage of ice spears. This training on large boars worked well. His Valkyrie controls the entire herd, so even the least skilled riders can handle it well. Afterwards, the soldiers thanked their Valkyries. MC said they worked so well together that they resembled one large creature. Ars thought this was the beginning of the Bark magical cavalry. At that moment, Gran told MC that he was finally finished. He handed him the binoculars and said he should take a look. Ars asked him if it was ready yet. He must have been awake all night, right? He even grew a beard. Gran said it was okay. Everything was fine. Meditation speeds up the body's recovery while he sleeps, so in theory, it shouldn't have any effect if the person isn't sleeping. MC thought he knew how to use meditation, so he felt great. Ars said it looked like the results could be achieved even without sleep. Or maybe it only worked with Gran. Since he had the chance, he had to climb to the top of the tower. Binoculars are devices with two curved pieces of glass that refract light and allow one to see objects at a considerable distance. He vaguely remembered how they worked, so he couldn't recreate it with magic. MC was surprised and said that he could see his mother drying laundry. That gave him an absolutely amazing view. Gran happily replied that he wouldn't have brought him an unfinished sample. Ars thought he'd managed to recreate the binoculars from his crooked drawing. He really is talented. He's glad Gran joined Barca. Kyle told MC that it snowed. Ars said it had been chilly all day. Would he like something warm? Kyle answered positively. After that, MC poured them both a cup of tea. He thought that he didn't think he could sit in peace and quiet for so long. This year, Carlos hadn't even shown his face. They were often called upon to reinforce, but no one ever challenged Barca's army. This was because, while moving to suppress the rebels, they had paved an excellent road along the way and built their camp in a strategic location. Enemy land, excellent road, huge camp, enemy land. Ars thought they had built 3 fortresses in a single night. Most of the troops surrendered, seeing their army grow day by day and their camp grow ever larger. They were exceptions, but Carlos dealt with them. The flow of goods also increased each time they were called to a new point, and they built a new road. Although he didn't like the calls themselves, he asked Carlos to exempt the land where the rebels were holed up from tolls, but MC told him that all the roads passed through Fontana, and if he waived the toll, mountains of merchants would flow into the city, and with them, money. Carlos thought he was still trying to convince him. Ars thought that Fontana had become even busier than before. He stared at it suspiciously. Thanks to this, goods are also reaching the park grounds. There aren't many caravans to be expected in winter. There's plenty of snow here, so they stock up on food and hole up in their houses. MC was shivering and said that in this cold, he wanted to take a warm bath. He'd really like to go to the hot springs. Kyle thought, bath? Hot springs? Then he asked him what that was. Ars said he meant he wanted to get into the hot water and warm up. Then Kyle thoughtfully said, yes, it will be warm that way, but that sounds weird. MC thought, I suppose there's a concept of hygiene in this world, so what's so weird about that? Sometimes he gets so exhausted that the mere thought of going to the bathroom fills his head. Territory management is so exhausting. The next moment, Valkyrie knocked on the window. Ars turned around and called its name. MC put on the winter coat Gran made. He went outside and asked what happened. Valkyrie crouched down to MC's level. Ars asked, what? Should he climb up there? After that, Valkyrie brought MC to the water. Ars asked in surprise, is this a hot spring? They had crossed this river when they fought the Fountain's army. MC was touched by this action. He said that it heard him talking about the springs and brought him here. There would be an inn here. He would definitely stop there. Ars mentally praised Valkyrie. He only stuck his feet in, but it felt so nice. He said that if he climbed all the way in, he would freeze, so he would stop at just warming his feet. Returning back, MC called Vargas. He told him that he wanted to take advantage of the free land in Linda Village. Vargas asked him if he'd been planning something since morning. He had land after all, but what had he come up with? Ars thought he could make a hot spring. He told Vargas that there were hot springs in the river in the village of Linda. They could build an inn there, and guests would flock to them for the hot baths. Vargas thought about it and asked, an inn, right? He needed to tell the village chief about this. MC said he could rely on him. He figured the water's temperature changed depending on its proximity to the heat source. Now Linda village would always be warm. Ars continued his research. First, he installed a cylindrical structure made of hardened bricks in place of the hot spring. This was a kind of plug to prevent boiling water from escaping. A mesh was installed underneath the plug to clean out dirt. Next, he made a horseshoe near the village of Linda, then laid brick pipes and buried them to retain the heat. With hot water delivered to Linda village, the hot springs were ready, but MC looked at it and said, that's a pool. It's not hot springs. Ars thought there was no need to worry about the crops right now, so he asked the villagers to take care of the baths, which was a mistake. Maybe he'll build a hotel around the pool. There's nothing he can do about it. He'll build it in a Western style. He shouldn't have trusted this job to someone who's never bathed in the springs. There's no way to regulate the temperature here, but it's still perfect. MC was in the bath and thought, he just needs to make it even bigger. He also installed a drainage ditch to drain dirty water for hygiene purposes. He could even extend the drainage all the way to Bark and get an outer moat. They'll have a proper irrigation canal. Kyle asked, if they need hot water, why can't they get water from the well and heat it up? He doesn't understand the point of bringing hot water from the river. He doesn't understand it at all. Ars replied in the negative and said that there is a point. Hot springs are relaxing and relieve any fatigue. Kyle said in surprise, oh, so that's how it is, but you can use meditation for that. MC thought, Well, he needs to be calm and calculating. Kyle would see him as a weird older brother who went to all sorts of trouble for a simple hot bath. He had to find a compelling reason for building hot springs. He couldn't stand that. His big brother's pride had gotten out of control. Ars thought negatively. He had to be a cool brother for Kyle. After a while, MC went to bed. But he couldn't sleep because he was thinking about how to show everyone the benefits of hot springs. He needed an idea worthy of a lord, so that Kyle would say it was a great way to use hot springs. After a while, Ars built the building. Vargas knocked on the window and asked, "Are the walls made of hardened brick and a glass roof?" What was he planning to build in Linda Village? MC enthusiastically replied that it would be something wonderful. Hot springs would be built here using one of his old plans. He had come up with it last night. He'd been planning to do this for a long time, but he couldn't get it done. Vargas thought he was acting strangely. Ars thought the building was built like a glass greenhouse. He'd already wondered if it was possible to grow vegetables even in winter. Glass conducts heat well and maintains a comfortable temperature during the day, but no plant would survive the cold winter nights. However, using steam from the hot springs, they could easily solve that problem. MC blew steam into the building. Vargas said it immediately became warm. Ars excitedly said he could tell the villagers in Linda that they could now grow vegetables in this greenhouse even in winter. Their winter food supply would be significantly improved. Linda Village now has a hot springs inn and a glass greenhouse. The hot springs were built next to the inn. MC told Valkyrie that thanks to this, he doesn't get bored in the winter. Ars looked at Valkyrie with admiration and thought it was simply amazing. It could easily carry an adult all day long. It also skillfully uses magic, with a mana capacity greater than any farmer. It's also resistant to any temperature. He should add discovering hot springs to Valkyrie's list of accomplishments. It bathed right next to the heat source, and when it stepped out into the cold air, it seemed unfazed. This temperature resistance is linked to its vitality. It can survive in any conditions. MC hugged the Valkyrie and asked what else it could do. At that moment, Kale approached him and said he could see that he was living here and not thinking about anything. In winter, people are limited in their capabilities. It's a great time for business. Ars thought that always doing something unusual is the golden rule of business, and so, then he said, "Here are the beets that managed to grow in their greenhouse. They'll ride to Fontana on this sleigh and sell everything." MC and Kale were very inspired. They were thinking about business and money. Ars thought the taste was better than the original, but still disgusting. And beets are considered cattle feed, so usually they couldn't sell much, but after a while, people started buying beets. The woman apologized and asked them to give her as much as her money would allow. The man, hearing her, said he needed some too. Kale said that fresh vegetables in winter are a blessing, so their food is a real salvation for them. MC thought that in this world, winters are truly harsh. In rural areas, villages can even collapse due to hunger. For lack of food, young children are thrown out onto the streets. They go to the city in search of work, and most often die there. In winter, food is worth its weight in gold. After this, the villager said that he should give him at least a piece. He, apologizing, said that this was all they had. After this, Ars said that everything was fine. They would return tomorrow. The villagers asked, "Is this true? Do they still have beets?" MC happily said that they grow them in large quantities in Barca. Ars thought that in winter, beets are sold only for the road. In MC's imagination, his sales exceeded all his expectations, and he made money and helped people. He is like Santa Claus on a sleigh pulled by reindeer. Santa Claus has successfully sold everything. The end of this year and the beginning of a new one are approaching. Ars said, and so much awaits them in the new year. The city of Fontana, Carlos's castle. MC thought that the most important thing in the job of the Lord of the Bark Knights is observing the New Year's tradition. At the beginning of the new year, all knights are required to come to Fontana to greet the local lord. There they line up to the head of the house and greet him in turn. He, as a newcomer, had to wait forever for his turn, and then the party began in the banquet hall. Ars was at the banquet. The crowd began to whisper, "Is it that peasant knight from the rumors? He really is just a child. He can't believe Raymond lost to him. In the winter, he sold fresh vegetables. There are many knights with far more significant achievements. Why did the head appoint such a small fry to govern the lands?" MC thought that to become a knight, you had to stand out on the battlefield and that your status didn't matter. But in reality, it was more often the children of fellow knights who became knights, not the poor, hungry children of farmers. In other words, everyone here was privileged, not the equal of a simple farmer. They were keeping so far away from him. Ars stood in the middle, and everyone kept their distance and whispered. MC thought that Carlos himself had made him a knight. He wished there was someone familiar here. They were all knights here. Someone said he'd seen MC use magic completely different from what they used at the fountain house. And after they were summoned, they built a camp in the blink of an eye. The man asked, "What?" He must have some connection with Raymond. Ars thought he couldn't look him in the eye. It was too creepy. He was bored. He should just watch them for now. After observing, MC thought it was all clear to him. The more often a person fights, the higher the quality of their mana. He believed that they subconsciously refine their mana in battle. On the other hand, those whom Raymond had taken under his wing not only had little mana, but its quality also left much to be desired. He would have to tell Bites to add some magic training. After this, Ars noticed someone and wondered, who is this? He hadn't seen this mana on the battlefield, but the quality of this mana was simply excellent, and most importantly, it was uneven. MC ran in the direction from which he had noticed the mana. He thought it was a knight and the mana evenly enveloping their entire body, but after this, Ars approached the girl and called her. She answered him positively and asked, "What is it?" He could feel free to ask. MC looked at her and thought, her mana is completely concentrated in her head. This is very standard. Is she doing this unconsciously, or is this some kind of special training? Ars excitedly asked her name and where she lived. Lilina was confused and didn't know what to say. MC said he really wanted to ask her. Lilina told him he was putting her in an awkward position. Ars also excitedly said he didn't mean any harm. He was genuinely interested. He was a good guy. MC's eyes widened. Lilina hesitantly answered yes. At that moment, Carlos approached him and said that he was amazed again. Has he decided to get a girlfriend in the new year? The knights didn't please him, so he approached the maid, and he likes to play the hero. Ars, confused, replied that it was not like that. He called out to her not because she was a woman, but because she interested him. Carlos said he was sure Lilina knew how to attract attention. After that, he called her and said that she should take MC to a private room where they could talk. Lilina hesitated and said that she was right there. Carlos said that she always just read books. This was a good chance. She should be nice to the guest. Ars thought that, of course, he wanted to talk to her. But why did he feel so strange now? MC asked her what kind of relationship she had with Carlos. It looked like he cared about her. Lilina answered positively and said that they were related to him by blood. So that's it. Ars asked in surprise, is he her brother? You can't tell from his behavior at all. Lilina answered that Carlos is the son of the previous lord and his legal wife, and her mother was a simple maid. MC thought that means they are half-brother and sister. They have a similar hair color, of course. But unlike Carlos and the aura of ambition around him, Lilina looks quiet and modest. Well, Carlos is certainly handsome, but Lilina is several levels above him in beauty. Can she be compared to art? After that, he asked her, but why was she at the banquet as a servant? Is that what she should do? Lilina replied that it was normal. Women born into an aristocratic or knightly family are obliged to entertain the guests. Usually, children often help the maids to properly reinforce their etiquette lessons. But she did nothing but read books in her room and had never worked with servants before. Carlos was fed up with this and said that this year she would be entertaining the guests at the New Year's banquet, and it's already been 16 years, so after that, she became embarrassed and said that they should stop talking about her. He wanted to ask something, right? Ars looked at her and thought that he was very calm. He would sit and look at her further. He said that in fact, he was observing the mana of the people at the banquet and noticed that her mana was concentrated around her head. Did someone teach her this? Lilina said she hadn't learned anything about it. In fact, she hadn't even cared where her mana was. MC thought that usually, concentrating mana in one place makes it significantly stronger and more effective. Bites imbues his entire body with mana, making him significantly stronger, while Vargas concentrates it on the surface of his body, thereby creating a shield. Concentrating mana on the head improves memory and speeds up thinking, and memory retention becomes easier. So Lilina unconsciously concentrates her mana, and the quality of her mana is significantly better than that of the knights from the banquet hall. The heavens have generously rewarded her. This talent is perhaps the result of constantly reading books, as he had with the earth. After this, Ars stood up and asked what kind of books were there. Lilina replied that they were expensive books, so the material in them is complex, like history, so even reading one of them takes a long time. MC said that because of the high cost of parchment, books themselves are already a luxury. He thought that Kale was always complaining that writing letters to the aristocrats was a waste of paper and time, and that he would never get anything in return except a few high-flown praises. He could read and write, but if someone told him to read such classics without a dictionary, he would definitely go crazy. After that, Ars asked if she could tell him what the book was about. Lilina asked him, was it? MC said that she said there were history books here, right? He still had many gaps in that area. For example, why did the royal family decline after the aristocrats united? Lilina asked, so the decline of the family's kingdom, right? She wasn't sure she could fully satisfy his curiosity, but she would try. The vast forests of the north, the mountains to the east whose peaks reached the sky, the west and south, were famous for their valleys, along which, like a series of cracks, numerous lakes and swamps lay. The peaceful lands they now inhabit have never been troubled by foreign invasions, and the ruler of this tranquil place was the founding king, the first ruler, and a hitherto unseen wizard. He was the first to use the gift of a name, thus gathering the most powerful mages around him. Becoming a parent to them, he used the magical power of his children to rule, thereby becoming absolute king. But many generations later, a tyrant arose, from whom the aristocrats turned their backs. The enraged King Nero condemned the disobedient aristocrats. His blood descendants became the royal family, and loyal wizards became aristocrats. He had purged all the dissenters, using the magic of his predecessor, and his tyranny would likely never have ended. But King Nero was not the best mage. Nero's power depended on the strength of the aristocrats, and after the purge, his position deteriorated sharply. Ars said in surprise that even knowing his own powers would be weakened by the aristocrats, he still committed murders. Lilina said that only a portion of the aristocrats had been purges, but even that portion had lowered his rank as a king. As a result, the great magic that only members of the royal family could wield was lost. MC asked, "The great magic that only members of the royal family could wield?" Ars thought he understood now. Lilina said that with proper practice, this great magic was said to be able to wipe out an entire city in the blink of an eye. MC thought that their overuse of magic had become their enemy. Bishop Paul also said that his mana had increased, allowing him to use healing magic. On the other hand, if his rank were to decrease, his mana would also decrease, and he would no longer be able to use healing magic. In other words, he could only cast the spells he could handle with his mana. So that's the thing. The shot and ice spear are offensive magic that can be passed down from parents to the child who bears their name. That's why the king created a spell with such a huge mana requirement. It maintained his position as the dominant parent among his children. Great magic is the highest form of magic, capable only of being used by members of the royal family. Knowing he could destroy an entire city with a snap of his finger, no one dared to oppose him. Lilina said that after losing great magic, Nero realized the importance of the aristocrats and tried to re-establish ties with them. But few were willing to swear allegiance to a tyrant who had lost great magic. The nobles refused to acknowledge the royal family's superiority, resulting in their power finally crumbling. Thus ended the royal family's tyranny and began the endless battles between the aristocrats for power. Ars, surprised, said he never thought he'd learned so much. Lilina said that another book also said that attack-type magic was banned for a while to prevent the creation of another royal family. There were some rather interesting notes there. MC asked, "So what's in there?" Ars read what was written in the book, Nero, the Idiot. Lilina said that if something like that were written in a scientific historical treatise, she would be very surprised. She thought fairy tales would be easier for him to read. They use less complex language. She didn't have many, but she still had some. MC looked at her and said that she really did like books. Then someone knocked on their door. Lilina answered yes. Leon said he was coming in. He approached her, and Lilina asked him what was wrong. He said he came at Carlos's request and also wanted to check on her. After that, Lilina apologized for not introducing him. He was her younger brother, Leon. After that, she told her brother that the person in front of him was Lord Barca. Ars. MC thought, "What? Leon," he said he'd heard rumors about him. Ars thought, "Is it Carlos the only son of the Fontana house?" After that, he asked Lilina if her younger brother and Carlos were related by blood. Lilina answered in the negative and said that after she was born, her mother found her current father and gave birth to Leon with him. Therefore, they are not related to Carlos in any way. MC thought that there must be a dangerous situation in their family, right? Judging by what he was told. But after that, Leon said that this was the first time he saw his sister interact so happily with a man. Lilina became embarrassed and said that he shouldn't say such nonsense. He said that her whole face turned red. After that, Lilina excitedly said that he was an idiot. Ars looked at them and thought that they seemed very close. Afterwards, Leon said that his sister was very shy, so he was worried that she might cause him trouble, but it seemed he was unfounded. MC said that Lilina explained history materials very interestingly. Afterwards, Leon looked at him and bowed. He asked him to take care of his sister. Ars thought that he was about 13 to 14 years old, not much older than Bites, but he acted more mature. He was dangerous. The quality of his mana was even better than Lilina's. While he was talking to him, the mana was concentrated in his eyes. Was he evaluating him? He would like to talk to him again. Afterwards, Lilina sheepishly called MC. Ars looked at her questioningly and asked, "What's wrong?" Afterwards, Lilina found nothing to answer him and said that she didn't want to say anything. Afterwards, MC came to Carlos. Carlos said that it was good that he came. He had decided on his marriage. Ars was taken aback by this statement. Carlos said that he had decided on his marriage. They would hold the ceremony in the spring. Once the snow melts, everything would be just wonderful. MC, shocked, said that there was nothing wonderful about it. Carlos said that he already knew that he liked Lilina. Ars thought they wanted to betroth him to Lilina. Carlos said that Leon told him that he happily agreed to take care of their sister. MC thought, what? He entrusted him with such an important matter? That means. After this, Lilina called Ars and embarrassedly said that she didn't mean to say anything. MC thought that now he understood. So was he the only one who didn't understand back then? Could anyone have told him about this? The person who didn't notice that all the formalities had already been observed. Ars asked him, but he'll only be 10 years old this year. Carlos said that as an aristocrat, he was old enough for marriage. MC thought that he would never understand the world of high nobility. Carlos said his position was extremely precarious. Lilina shared his blood. If he married her, it would be easier to defend his position. Marriage was all about profit for him. Ars thought he understood now. In other words, it would be a marriage of convenience. So Carlos could become related to him, and he, too, could benefit from the union. But after that, MC said he should let him know his parents. Did Lilina agree with this decision? Carlos replied that her parents were dead. In any case, he didn't care what anyone else thought. Lilina had grown up in an aristocratic society and knew how it worked. Lilina thought she'd never been truly free and would one day be used as a tool. Carlos said Lilina had already been proposed to several times. She should be very careful when choosing a husband. Otherwise, she might lose the opportunity to even touch books. Such is the fate of those born into an aristocratic family. That's why Leon trusted him. and he agreed to his request quite quickly. Ars thought Carlos was being abrupt, but it was clear he was also worried about Lilina having to leave home one day. MC thought that although he couldn't shake the feeling that he was rushing things too much, Lilina thought Ars absorbed new knowledge like a sponge. She said that she was a couple of years older than him when she was able to read and understand the meaning of this book, and it slightly upset her. What a complicated feeling. MC replied that she was simply a very good teacher. Lilina became embarrassed and said that this was the first time she had discussed a book with someone and that she had never had such fun. Ars headed back and said, "So, how should he tell the others about this?" After a while, Bites turned on anger mode and asked, "What, a wedding? Is he getting married before him? And to an aristocratic noble girl too? He was a lucky man." MC asked him if he wanted to become a hero saving a beautiful princess. Bites answered positively and said that this was his male romance. Ars said that Lilina's maid would be coming with her. Maybe they could find common ground. After that, Bites got angry and asked him if he had even listened to him. From this day on, he would work hard, he would earn a ton of titles, and marry a beautiful woman. He wouldn't lose to him. They would see. MC thought that they weren't really competing here, but he wished him luck. After that, everyone else was happy for Ars. Ashira said that until now, they had been involved in various serious affairs, but marrying a noble girl was something several levels higher. Kyle happily said that he congratulated him. MC's mom said that she was a little sad, but she was still happy for him. Hector said he thought he had no interest in marriage. For some reason, he'd been solitary since childhood. Ars laughed awkwardly and said he was only 10 years old, so naturally he wasn't interested. It was true that Barca would only benefit from this marriage, but Lilina also seemed like a good person to him. At that moment, Bites looked at him suspiciously. MC said he was a bit irritating. Overall, this marriage really had only advantages. The construction of the castle in Barca, which he and Gran had discussed, would only speed up. Bites asked him, "Kawakita Castle was built without permission, right? Will they be delaying the construction deadline for the castles in Barca?" Ars said he was right about that, but this time they planned to build the most luxurious castle in Barca to demonstrate their authority. If they built too luxurious a castle, the head of the Fontana house would definitely notice. And that's where the wedding would come in handy, right? He thoughtfully answered yes, and said that since Lilina was the daughter of the Fountain House, she would soon become a member of their family, and they were obliged to prepare the best living conditions for her. MC thought that they wouldn't object even if the castle was overly luxurious. Thus began the official construction of Barca Castle. This building was meant to cement their authority. The easiest way to do this was through height. It wasn't necessary. He was so cool that he could build such a tall building, but that would only be a hassle. Cleaning was one of the most important parts of building maintenance. After all, only he and his close associates would visit this place. He felt that size wasn't the best choice. He needed a different approach. After that, Ars leaned back in his chair and said, "Authority, right? It had to be something amazing, awe-inspiring, divine." He recalled his past life. The gods, including Buddha, were always surrounded by a shining eagle. The image, illuminated by light, somehow added a touch of divinity and immediately elevated their image. That's it. After that, Gran came to MC. He asked him, "Glass, huh?" MC said excitedly that they had a steady stream of orders from merchants who had seen their window panes. They would build a unique castle using glass that no one else had. That would definitely add to their credibility. He said thoughtfully that he understood what he meant, but glass could only be used for windows, right? He wasn't sure a castle with many windows would impress anyone. Ars said that was true, but it wouldn't be ordinary glass. They were using stained glass. Gran also became excited and asked what it was. MC looked at him and said, "He hasn't made these yet, right?" Upon arriving in Barca, people would come to the throne room of the new castle. He would be waiting for them there, and behind him would be a luxurious stained glass window. The light shining through the stained glass would look like a halo. People seeing such a play of light for the first time would forever cherish the impression. It would be perfect for raising credibility. Afterwards, MC tried to draw a diagram of the castle. He thoughtfully asked, "So it's a castle?" It looked more like a cathedral. That thought immediately popped into his head. Maybe they should add some blue to match the color of mana? Gran said he'd sketched according to his instructions. To get the perfect lighting, they had to consider the castle's location and interior design. Kale, surprised, said that was a completely different matter. The drawing showed everything in great detail. Gran said the more glass they used, the less defensive they'd be. Ars said he'd considered keeping the defenses on the outer and inner walls, but maybe they should add a secret passage for evacuation in case of an emergency. Gran happily declared that that was a very good idea. He'd take care of it all. Living quarters, staff quarters, a meeting room for him and his entourage, and a throne room with stained glass windows. There wasn't much to do in the winter, so they asked Celian for help making hardened bricks for further construction. Gran will be doing most of the construction, and he'll also be working on the stained glass. But before making a full-size stained glass window, he thought he saw that the stained glass itself was too big, so he decided to make a miniature version of it. This one was too low, and this one was too light. After that, MC tried again and again. After a while, Ars said it was just great. He'd done it perfectly. At that moment, Kyle popped in and said it was simply amazing. So small, just like the real thing. MC said he might be able to put it on the market as a children's toy, although it would be more likely to be purchased by aristocrats as a piece of art. After that, Kyle asked him if he would be building a larger version next. Ars said he was thinking of entrusting the construction to Gran and giving him this model as a sample. Kyle asked him, "Is that so? He thought he'd just create walls with stained glass using magic. Didn't he just do that?" After this, MC suddenly realized something and thought he'd forgotten he could build a building with magic. The very first time, it wasn't so much a building as 4 straight walls. Afterwards, he thanked Kyle and said that perhaps they'd finish the construction much sooner. He'd discuss it with Gran. After that, Ars ran off. Kyle looked at him and thought that sometimes he felt like his brother was so inattentive, worried about him. After a while, MC brought Leon to see what he built. Leon said he'd never imagined the Knights of Bark had such a castle. Ars, pleased, said that it was true. In fact, they'd built it just recently. Leon thought he was glad he'd finally decided to stop by before the wedding. MC welcomed them to Bark Castle. He said that Barca originally consisted of 2 small villages inhabited by knights, but since a princess would be living with them in the future, they decided to build a castle worthy of her. After that, Ars asked him what he would say to that. Leon said it was even too amazing. MC thought right there, when the construction was completed, he and Gran couldn't stop rejoicing. Leon said it was a bit unbelievable. His sister and Carlos may share the same blood, but it belongs to House Graham, which serves House Fountain. She can't be called a princess. He knows she's the daughter of the previous head of the house and a servant, but she belongs to an entirely different house. Ars thoughtfully said that he thought Carlos had told him something about that. House Graham was, after all, destroyed by Raymond. Leon answered positively and said that they even once had the territory of the Graham Knights. The Grahams used to be a knightly house serving House Fountain, but after the sudden death of their father, Raymond, who had long had a grudge against them, took all their lands. MC said he was sure he had a hand in his father's death. Ars couldn't believe it. He said it seemed they were destined to be enemies, and he needed to ask Carlos for help and bring them back to the land. His father had passed away long ago, and all their lands had been divided among several knightly families. Carlos had only recently received the title of Lord. He couldn't help them there. He was grateful to him for caring for them, but he shouldn't dwell on a past that could no longer be undone. He felt it better to focus all his efforts on creating a brighter future. MC looked at him and thought he was too amazing, a real adult, unlike Bites. Or perhaps he said that was why he had a favor to ask of him. Could he serve him? With all his heart, he wanted to restore House Graham, and the fastest way to do that was to distinguish himself in battle. But he had never been sent to the battlefield. Ars asked him, then why didn't he turn to Carlos? Let him tell him he must send him into battle, or he said he was ashamed to admit it. But at the moment, with what remained of House Graham, he was unlikely to be able to participate in battle. Until recently, they were one of the finest knightly houses, possessing the most powerful magic. His father had trained him in combat techniques since childhood, and he had mastered many tactics. He's sure his knowledge will be useful on the battlefield. MC thoughtfully asked him, so he could develop a suitable strategy for them, and, if necessary, he could take command? Leon answered affirmatively. Ars thought that when Carlos sent him into battle again, Leon's tactics could help them deal with the problem more quickly. Even without soldiers, he could be of great use, and this would help him fulfill his long-held dream of rebuilding House Graham. After that, MC answered affirmatively and said he was hired. Since he'd been trained since childhood, he should be able to read, write, and count, right? Leon answered affirmatively. Ars said that in that case, he wanted him to help them not only on the battlefield, but also in times of peace. Will he be able to contact the people who served House Graham before the collapse? They've all scattered in different directions, but brothers must help each other. Bites always helps him with something. After that, Leon said that he would immediately contact everyone and offer them jobs in Barca. After that, they headed off somewhere. At that moment, they heard someone say that it was tasteless for such a magnificent castle. He was beginning to doubt his sanity. How dare he criticize his creation? After that, MC wondered, was it Gran? Had he told him that he, a nameless autodidact, had made it? Now everything became a little clearer. Ars wondered who it was. Was that after that, he said that he should let him introduce them? MC thought that rarely could anyone anger Gran. Leon said it was Clarice. Clarice bowed and said that they should accept her sincere apologies. Her name was Clarice, and she was Lilina's personal servant. She had come here to ask Leon how Lilina's wedding preparations were going. They would be crossing paths often now. Ars said that he was glad to meet her. It seems like she and Gran were arguing about something. Clarice answered positively and said that if he allowed it, she had some advice for him. She strongly recommends that he throw out all the excessively ornate furniture and replace it with something else. Ars said that Gran was the one who made the furniture, and he thinks he did a good job. After that, Gran agreed with him and said that everything here is a masterpiece, made personally by him. Clarice said that she admits that it is done beautifully, but if so many flashy things are placed throughout the castle, MC might be perceived as a person who shows off all of it. Ars thought that a guy who lives on the top floor of a high-rise building sips expensive wine while a pedigree cat sits on his lap, something like that. Ars said that, simply put, this is more suitable for spoiled rich people. Gran said that he can put up with insults directed at him, but he never insults MC. After that, Ars said that she is right. He and Gran are people of action, and their sense of aesthetics can be a little dulled. After that, Clarice said that it is exactly like that. That's exactly why she is here. Couldn't he trust her to choose the right furniture? They were under a lot of pressure. Clarice said she could handle it. She'd do everything in her power to ensure he and Lelina lived in a comfortable home. MC thought, well, that's how it is. Clarice began evaluating all the furniture he'd created for appropriateness. This was the first job he entrusted to Leon and the Graham family. After that, Ars asked if he should hire a carpenter. Clarice answered yes, and said that for such a magnificent castle, they could hire a famous carpenter, like Armari or Barbara. If he wanted to enhance the impression of the turn, he needed to choose the right surroundings. MC said, but the wedding was coming soon, they might not make it in time. After that, Gran said that was true, so if they had any complaints about his work, he could fix it right away. Clarice said she asked him not to interfere. Ars suggested that, as a compromise, they could simply buy ready-made furniture from these artisans. Clarice said the castle was rather unusually designed, so they'd have to personally inspect all the goods they could offer. MC suggested they organize an event in Barca that would bring together all the merchants and bring the goods they needed. He thought Kale would be happy to help them with that. For example, they could hold a quality assessment contest that would bring together the merchants. They set merchant ratings. House Graham is known as a knightly family with a clean reputation, and with their approval, there would surely be plenty of merchants interested in ratings. Clarice thought about it and said the idea was good, but a castle like this was rare. How would merchants who had never seen the inside of one know what they needed to bring? Ars thought that since they opened free trade here, many merchants had come to Barca. But for the most part, they were small-time merchants without connections. They won't buy everything from them, and the merchants are unlikely to want to carry a bunch of expensive goods when there's a high chance they won't sell at all. Not to mention the possibility of robbery. After that, MC realized something and said he had something suitable to solve this problem. After that, Ars ran off somewhere and then returned with a model of the building. MC said that before building the castle itself, he created a small prototype model. They could show it to the merchants. Seeing it, Clarice looked very touched. Ars said that it could be opened and see what's inside. Clarice was surprised at how detailed and beautiful it was. Did he really make it himself? MC said that it would be much easier to find suitable furniture with this, right? Clarice agreed with him. Clarice said about the model of the castle, would it be okay if she borrowed this one from him later? She would like to show it to Lelina. Ars answered positively. After this, Leon called MC and asked if it wasn't too dangerous to reveal the castle's internal structure to strangers. Ars said there wouldn't be a problem. Only the exterior and the throne room had been recreated in detail, and he'd skipped the rest. Leon said that, just in case, they'd take a receipt from people before lending them a model, and those who didn't return it on time would be dealt with accordingly. MC thought he could be relied on. He said that he'd then make a couple more models, and they'd leave the presentation to Kale. Once the furniture arrived, Clarice would begin selecting the best ones. After this, Ars asked Gran what he would say to this. Gran said that he should also participate in the furniture evaluation. They had to be sure the furniture would be practical. They were chosen only for their appearance. Clarice laughed and said that he didn't have to worry about that. MC looked at them and thought that they were difficult to deal with. He hoped they could come to an agreement. And so, the day of the quality evaluation arrived. Ars said there were even more people here than he expected. Kale said that even merchants who work outside the fountain's territory had gathered here. Then MC asked, "What? So many?" Kale said it was all about the castle model. The model itself was a work of art, and the stained glass window and throne room were a rarity that not everyone would be able to see. Only an outstanding knight could have created such a stunning model. Such a meeting was worth any price. All the merchants had decided so, and with the approval of House Graham, this event became a gold mine for all the merchants. He also decided to participate. Ars asked him if this was true. MC thought that for him it was just a toy, but for Clarice and Kale it was a true work of art. At that moment, Gran and Clarice were choosing furniture. Gran said that this was magnificent technology. He was holding a doll in his hands. Clarice said that this was definitely rejected. Gran asked her if she intended to keep such defective goods in this castle. Clarice said that if he fixed it, it would be better. The merchants are waiting their turn. The living room before, the mansion of the rich and famous. Ars thought Clarice had brought Barca Castle closer to completion. The living room after. MC asked delightedly, "I guess it's better to live in peace and quiet now, right?" Well, the money he'd been saving was running low again. After that, Ars became upset and thought Clarice was spending it tirelessly. After the wedding, he'd probably be busy looking for money again. After that, Kale called MC and said the merchant review was finally over. Ars thanked him for all his hard work. Kale said he'd also created separate documents and lists. MC said that thanks to Madlock's help with the rating check, they were able to eliminate problematic merchants. Madlock replied that it was okay, although it was a lot of work. Ars thought that a merchant's rating is determined by whether they meet 3 criteria. The first criterion is the quality of the goods, the second is aesthetics, and the third is whether there have been any cases of fraud in the past. If they meet all 3 criteria, they are classified as 3-star merchants. They asked Madlock, who serves as a judge, to gather information on the fraudulent activities mentioned in point 3. These guys have experience selling cheap goods at high prices in other territories. They were all sent to prison. The quality of the free market has improved significantly since the ratings were announced. MC said that to maintain the quality of the free market, they should regularly check the ratings. He thought that guilds, which had proven a disadvantage in remote Volcanias, had the advantage of guaranteeing the quality of their merchants. Guilds weren't always bad. He'd learned that lesson. The quality of people and goods entering and leaving Bark's territory had deteriorated, and afterwards, Ars saw Lilina beautifully dressed. She approached Valkyrie and embraced her. MC extended his hand to help her onto her. Afterward, they mounted and rode to the church. Ars thought that on the day when the warm spring wind sprouted life, the wedding ceremony between MC and Lilina had taken place. They kissed, and the guests began to shout and applaud loudly and joyfully. They turned to face the guests with joyful faces, and he thought that the magnificent light of the stained glass windows and the warm mood, the happy hours of the wedding, lasted 3 days and 3 nights. When it was all over, Ars sat on the sofa with a tired look and asked if the wedding was really so obligatory. Lilina said that the celebrations often lasted a day or 2, but he had an extensive network of connections. He thought she was right. After the wedding, people lined up one after another outside the castle to congratulate them. Some of them didn't even know who they were. He was a knight from a peasant family, so people from all walks of life came to the ceremony. The purpose of all these people is to cook, and this time there were cooks from the Graham family. It is customary here for both nobles and commoners to serve food to those attending the ceremony. They came to the castle in search of exquisite food that commoners and peasants cannot eat. Bishop Paul entered their room and asked, "Isn't this a good thing?" He was happy to be the priest at their wedding. He stood up from the sofa and said that he was grateful for the time he had spent with them. He said that he had been traveling through Fontana lately, and that thanks to the roads he had built, getting around had become much easier. The stained glass windows in this castle were simply magnificent. He had never been to such a sacred wedding as this one. However, there was one thing that had always surprised him. There was not a single church in all of Volcania. He didn't understand this. The protagonist became worried about this and thought that he had completely forgotten about the church. He asked in a confused voice, "However, there is still a church in Barkania, right?" He leaned towards him with a serious expression and asked, "Does he mean to say that a church is not needed in the city?" He denied it and said that they had land to build a church. Paul said that it must be God's will to have such a religious man as he. He agreed and said that in the southeastern region, they would build a church there in the shortest possible time. He approached the door and said that now, if they would forgive him, he would go. He wished them both a happy future together. He closed the door, but abruptly returned and called him by name, and said that in large cities there are shelters attached to churches. He should make sure that the church in this city also has a shelter. He thought that the bishop's decision to build a church with an orphanage in the castle town of Barkania had been made. He showed the place where the church would be located on the map, and the church minister said that she was happy that a new church would be built on this site, since she had just become a bishop. Paul said that the new church would be given to the sister who, with him, managed the church in the village of Barkania. MC said that if they wanted to manage the church themselves, he would connect it to the orphanage with a covered corridor. He said that it would help them a lot. He thought that it wouldn't take long since they had building materials left over from when the castle was built. He said with a friendly smile that he was counting on him then. After that, they left together, and Lilina said that this bishop was such a good person. He was very surprised by what he heard, turned around and asked what she just said. He sat down on the sofa and in a slightly confused voice, said that he was certainly not bad. She went to make tea and said that she thought it was very valuable to have someone who would tell him what he lacked without hesitation. He thought that he was afraid that because of his weakness, he could threaten him at any time. However, there was nothing wrong with building a church. He left him money to build the church, a perfect coincidence, as if he was fully aware of his financial situation. He thought about it and said that he could build an orphanage anyway. There should be a vocational school there too. He thought that they had hired members of the Graham family, but they still lacked people for administrative work. At this time, in addition to those bearing the surname Bark, merchants and rich people buy land and live within their walls. The problem is that people without money and land come here because they are hungry and need food. He said that there seems to be an urban legend that if they go to Volcania, they will be able to use magic. He does not want to pass on the Bark name to anyone else. He thought that he had come to an amicable agreement with the Fontaine family, and he also had a debt to the church for accepting godfatherhood without their permission. However, if they leave people who have nowhere to go and try to settle them outside the walls of Volcania, it will quickly turn into a slum. He said that they allowed those who worked hard to rebuild the walls and build this castle to live within the walls, but their daytime work is unsafe and they need to find it. He still suggests building a vocational school, although first they need basic education, and for that, he became worried and thought that he was again lost in thought. He said that he apologized for talking about managing the territory when the wedding had just ended. Lilina said that she was simply impressed that he was a wonderful lord who always thought about the territory. As Bishop Paul said, she was also surprised by the road from Fountain City. ISEKAI'D Castle, through which they arrived, was so magnificent that she could not even imagine such a thing. Above all, the friendly, cheerful faces of the city's residents who welcomed them. She knows that this is a place where they can peacefully spend their days. This is very valuable in this world of hunger and eternal strife. She was born into an aristocratic family and had no real freedom. The day will come when she will be used as a pawn. She lived her entire life knowing that her wishes would never be taken into account. She wants to cherish the happiness they cherish together. She asks to be allowed to support him from now on. After some time, he thought about this whole wedding. He thought he was still too young for this, but he likes it. In fact, it's good. He is glad that it was she who supported him. Kyle came to him and apologized to his brother for being late. Ars turned to him and said that they finished construction. A school, an orphanage, a church, and a vocational school were built in this place. He said with a joyful expression on his face that it was a little away from the center, but there was quite space here. He turned to him and called him and said that he wanted him to be a teacher at the school. He was immediately wary of this, and when he heard it, he asked loudly, "Will he be a teacher?" He wondered what they needed to do to ensure that the Barkania territory functioned smoothly in the future. First, they needed to increase the literacy rate of the territory's residents. In the knightly territory of Barkania, centered on the villages of Bark and Linda, which were originally poor farming settlements, there were almost no people who could read and write. He tried to create a work manual, but previously they would travel to the work site for training and receive reports orally, but this was ineffective and mistakes were easy to make. Therefore, he was going to use memory storage to help each of them remember the letters. Memorizing many words did not help him form legible sentences. So teaching numbers does not mean they cannot do mathematics. Decoding takes too much time. This is where schools will come to his aid. Merchants will take turns teaching writing and arithmetic. The village elder and other knowledgeable elders will tell the children about life in the village and the history of the region. He said that after class they would have a delicious lunch and then go their separate ways. Kyle said that if they offered lunch, they would be able to attract many people. He saw his mana and said that he would also like to ask for a lesson in magical manipulation of the head. He thought that if they concentrated magical power in his head and improved his head and improved its rotation, he would be able to learn to write and count faster. In fact, he has learned a lot through magical manipulation since childhood, and he is very smart. Most of the ranking documents are for him. He said that the old man said that he could not manage the office without him. He felt a little embarrassed about this and said that he was not that good. He just wanted to be useful. He thought that because of him, they had to fight the nobles. He can't fight like everyone else and can't repay them all. He said with a determined expression that he had decided to become a teacher. The protagonist said that he would explain everything to him so that he could control magic. He'll also teach him how to write and do calculations. Kyle was about to say something, but he started stroking his head and said that he thought he'd ask him to do another assignment for school. He should have lunch with everyone at school after class. Checking the food is an important job. He agreed and thanked him. After that, MC walked down the street and thought that if he didn't overdo it, he would be fine. He was only 7 years old, but he was responsible, hardworking, and kind. If he became a teacher, he would learn to control magic very quickly. He looked out the window and, with a very worried expression, thought that the problem was something else. He saw the head instructor at the Vocational Training Institute, Gran, say with a cheerful look that they could study all day for 10 days to succeed. If they suddenly fell asleep, he would definitely wake them up, so they didn't have to worry. He looked at this with a wary look and thought that he really hoped that he would teach them properly. He wanted him to teach him many crafts again. Stained glass is gaining popularity, and he would like to see more glassmakers trained. A lens master specialty could also be considered. First of all, he just wants Gran to do it. He is a man with outstanding design skills, but absolutely no production skills. Ars remembered how he had approached him earlier and said that he needed a few more binoculars. He wanted to put this one up for review. He turned to him and said that it was boring and painful to do the same thing. That is, what is? He did not like such a banal request, but he would do it. He was angered by this memory and thought that this guy was useful, but useless at the same time. At the moment, they want to increase the number of people capable of making at least poor quality copies of his works. He wants them to somehow, without abandoning their studies, learn the craft from him and gain a foothold in this city as artisans. After some time, he rode on a Valkyrie to a wheat field, saw a great view, and said that the wheat harvest would soon begin. He was very surprised when he noticed Vargas, who was sitting next to this field, agreed with the general, and said that the harvest was beginning. He passes through these wheat fields every day on his way to and from the training base. This year, they had a huge harvest. He asked with a puzzled look what was wrong with a good harvest. He said he didn't like the word threshing. First, putting the wheat in sacks and hitting them hard so that they detach from the ears. Second, blowing the light chaff away when it is dropped from a height. Third, only the weight of the wheat doesn't blow away and ends up in the container below. It's hard to think about how much time he will have to spend on these wheat fields. The protagonist patted him on the shoulder and thought that he was too soft-hearted to tell him to stop calling him general. Now, thanks to clearing and soil improvement spells, the quantity and quality of crops grown had improved significantly. However, agricultural technology in this area had not developed much, partly because men were often taken away due to long military operations. Later, they returned to the city together, and he said that he had a lot of threshing to do. As a child, he built a threshing machine with 1,000 teeth. However, the teeth were made of wood, so he wasn't satisfied with their durability. Vargas sat next to him and asked, "How about making it out of bricks?" He said he wanted to make something better anyway. A motorized, foot-powered threshing machine that could thresh a lot at once. Something that had to spin. He looked at it and said he'd be even more grateful if he had something like that. MC said it was settled then. He'd give Gran a rough idea of how it worked and make a prototype. He figured he couldn't rely on him for mass production, so he'd do it himself, taking notes with the students at the vocational training center. Later, when they'd created the motorized threshing machine, Vargas, with a happy expression on his face, said it was amazing. At this rate, the prayer would be finished in no time. He said with a joyful smile that he would build several such machines and put them into production. If they built a thresher, are they ready for another push? He looked at him and asked with surprise. He has other good tools, doesn't he? Ars said that from what he saw, he was set up for success. He pointed to the device next to him and said that when he created something so useful, it was only natural that he was interested in what would happen next. He said that this time it was just an idea. He didn't know if he would succeed, so he shouldn't get his hopes up too much. Vargas said that he was sure that he would do something strange. Basically, like always, he would look forward to it. Later, he rode on a Valkyrie and thought that many people considered him a person who always does strange things. When people like him tell him about it, he feels strange. He returned to the castle and thought that he had friends who believed in him and followed him, who allowed him to do whatever he wanted, even if he was so strange. He had a family, and he was going to create a place where they could spend their days peacefully. He would do everything he could to become a respected lord tomorrow. At the same time, Carlos walked through the castle with his servants and said that they would report to him if any changes occurred. They must send letters to all the nobles in the provinces. They must recapture Einrad Hill and put an end to the long-standing struggle. Later, the protagonist thought that the foot-pedal thresher initially increased the efficiency of hard threshing work. He wanted to make the hard work of threshing, which is done manually with a millstone, easier. What should he come up with? He lay down on the floor and said that he didn't know what to come up with. Gran described the basic structure, but the direction of the wings. Kyle entered the room and asked what he was doing lying on the floor. He didn't answer that question and asked how the teaching was going. He said everyone learned quickly. He thought he must be really good at teaching them. He picked up the drawing from the floor and asked if he was going to build something else. He agreed and said it was a creature with strong wings called a windmill. The force of the wind turns the wings, which in turn turn the millstones with the help of shafts and gears. He said it was amazing how he used the power of the wind. MC said that a watermill could be built at ISEKAI'D Castle, but there were no rivers in Vulcania. He asked thoughtfully if he already knew how windmills were built. Then what was bothering him? He said the problem was that the windmill wouldn't turn unless the blades were pointed in the direction the wind was blowing. That meant it was possible to change the direction of the blades, but he had no idea. Or he won't be able to do it, and Vargas will be very disappointed. Kyle asked, "Do they really need such a mechanism?" He was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What kind of questions are these?" He said that he doesn't have to work at the mill all year round. If he has to turn the wings in the direction the wind blows, why don't they just build 4 windmills facing east, west, north, and south? He was very surprised by what he heard and asked, "Is he proposing to build a windmill for each of the 4 directions?" He agreed and asked, "If one of the wind turbines works, they will be able to grind flour, right?" This made him think, and he realized that he had a flexible mind. It was not necessary to recreate all the useful technologies from his previous life in this world. His idea was all they needed here and now. Ars began to praise him and thought that they decided to place the windmills in the northwest region, where the wheat fields were, in the east, west, north, south, and southeast. Thus, even with the magically increased harvest, threshing and milling could now be carried out without interruption. Later, Vargas said that thanks to him, they would be able to look at the wheat fields with pleasure next year. He said with a broad smile that he was sure that everything would be so. One of the servants ran to him, loudly called him and said that he did not expect to meet him here. Clarice was giving him a lesson in etiquette. Master Kyle had been waiting for him in the room since early morning, and the main thing was that she was quietly angry with him, so he should hurry. He did not mind that his brother went alone today. She was sure that he would accompany him. The servant began to lead him away, and he called Vargas and said that he should take care of it. At that moment, Bite galloped up to them, calling loudly and saying that a messenger from the city of Fountain had arrived. It didn't seem like they'd have the same problems in their city's territory as before. The protagonist thought that until now, when summoned, he could only go to Fountain territory. He'd only been gone a month or so, But now he was sending people east to the Ainrod Hills. If it was in the east, then that was most likely the issue. The trip will take a month. If he fights there, then winter might come by the time he returns. He has a good group of guards, so he can handle it. Later, he called Kyle and asked if he would be okay. He said that Leon left several members of the Graham family, but Tryon left too. He called him again and said that he should look after Bark. With this call, the army will be almost all at an end, but he can't leave everything to them. He wants him to take care of Bark. He began to pet him, and he thought that until now he always had to rely on his brother, but not this time. He plucked up his resolve and said that he would be okay. This time, he would repay him. He said that he just shouldn't overwork himself too much. He agreed, and MC thought that far to the east, going away from Bark, there is Ainrod Hill. First, they will go to the city of Fountain and unite with soldiers from other territories. Carlos will give them instructions. As he set off with the army on the road, Ashira said that Ainrod Hill meant they would fight the House of Uruk again. He called his father and asked, "Does that mean this has happened before?" He said that when he was little, a great battle had occurred between the House of Fountain and the House of Uruk. It seemed to be around the time he started making sandals and talking about money. He and his mother were surprised that he, a little boy who hadn't yet been named, started talking about money and all sorts of things. He remembered the past and thought that when he saw that he was going to war, he wanted to have a weapon. His father said that he was a simple soldier back then, so he didn't have the chance to fight knights directly. But even from a distance, the Uruk magic was amazing. Their magic is the opposite of the ice magic of the Fountain family, which is a form of normal magic. Ours, with an excited expression, asked loudly, "Does the Uruk family have fire magic?" Leon said it was true that some of the Uruk family's magic produced fire, but the essence of their magic was corruption. There were several noble houses that used beast hunting magic, but theirs transformed into foxes. The knights of their house, who practiced this, used professional fire magic. However, the really difficult part was oxidation, which increased physical strength. He thought he had only encountered systems like his earth magic and the Fountain family's ice magic. He should have studied magic systems more. He didn't know there was such a thing as oxidation magic. Bite called Leon and asked what the beast form looked like. A fox walking on two legs? He denied it and said that it wasn't turning into a fox. It was simply acquiring fox properties in a human body, specifically fox ears on the head and a tail on the hips. The protagonist was very surprised by what he heard, turned around and asked loudly, "He's talking about cute ears? Is that true? So this story is true?" He agreed with a confused look and asked why he was so happy about it. He thought with embarrassment that he never thought such a fantasy existed in this world. This world is still full of cute things that he doesn't know about. He wants to see a beautiful girl like Lilina with fox ears on her head. Bite called out to him loudly in a displeased tone and said that a big battle awaits them soon. Does he even understand this? He said that he knows about it, but he can't stop thinking about the ears. Vargas looked at him and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about at all. The general always acts strangely. He hopes that everything is okay with him. He thought that thanks to the good roads, they reached the city of Fountain before dawn. The fortress, which once brought them a fortune, thanks to the bricks, is now finished, and they are all assembled. The number of troops they have gathered in Fountain territory is unprecedented. As they entered the city, he looked around and said that the situation was different from usual. Ashira called his name and said that he should go ahead. There was a garrison there. They would take care of the rest, and he should go and greet Master Carlos. He thanked his father and thought about Uruk to the east and Fountain to the west. They had been feuding for years where their territories intersected. One of the most disputed areas of capture was Ainrod Hill. Both sides believed that conquering this hill meant conquering the other side's territory, as it was one of the most inaccessible territories, difficult to destroy once captured. However, in recent years, the enemies had been gaining the upper hand. At that moment, Carlos stood before the soldiers in the hall and loudly declared that the Uruk had unfairly seized their territory, Ainrod Hill, which was also a strategic point for advancing south. They could no longer tolerate the barbarity of the Uruk, who wanted to slaughter the nearby territories they had defended with their lives. Justice is on their side. They must retake the hill. MC heard this and thought sadly that Uruk had captured not only the hill but also the surrounding territories. One reason for this is that he defeated Vizier Raymond, who was in charge of all the Fountain territories. The unrest in Fountain seemed like an opportunity for Uruk to seize even more territory. However, a few days later, Carlos Jr. seized all power and pacified Bark, who had defeated Raymond. To make matters worse, the Lord of Bark married him to his daughter Graham, who were blood relatives of Carlos and political rivals of Raymond. Could the rebellions in Bark be a show of power grabs led by him? Thus, the House of Uruk decided to closely monitor events in Fountain territory. Thanks to his competent leadership, a large-scale invasion did not occur, but some areas around the hills were captured. As for him, he does not want to actively fight. However, he does want to contribute to a peaceful everyday life. After some time, Bite was very angry and said in a disgruntled tone, meaning that it was the same old road building. He was sitting on the watchtower, watching ours build roads, and said loudly that they had come all this way to fight, and all he was doing was building roads. He turned to him and said that securing supply routes was an important part of military operations. He thought that Uruk had fortified defensive positions on Hill Ainrad. Therefore, first of all, they would set up positions to retake the captured villages. By capturing the surrounding lands, they would be in an ideal position to launch an attack on the hills. He said that he would rather complete missions that did not require him to fight than face an impregnable fortress. Bite became very angry about this and said loudly that he wanted to fight more, be active, and show everyone what he was capable of. He ignored this and thought that he understood, but no one would move alone. If he had been born in a peaceful time, he would hardly have been able to fit into society. He looked into the distance through binoculars, noticed something, and Bite asked, "Did something happen there?" He denied it and said that he had a strange feeling in the area around the forest. He thought he seemed to see a blurry spot for a moment. He did not attach any importance to it and said that there was no need to worry about it. The protagonist refused and loudly said that it was magic. A lot of magic was concentrated in one place in the forest. This was an enemy attack. If they did not intercept it, then everyone working would be in trouble. He loudly called his name and said that they would not be able to do it. He quickly descended from the tower and thought that they were moving at speed, harnessed by a messenger beast, and judging by the size of their magical spot, there were not 100 or 200 of them. It seemed to him that they were still in the process of setting up a camp, and that a full-scale battle was still some time away. But he was naive. He went down and called loudly to the Valkyrie, who was standing nearby. He galloped forward and thought that if they waited for everyone else, they would be late. He would have to take the risk. At the same time, an old man from the enemy army called Master Kim and said that observers reported that there was no significant movement in the enemy ranks and that they had not noticed their movement. The enemy soldiers had just arrived here and were probably resting. Given all their advantages, he did not think that they would try to make a surprise attack. He turned to him with a smile, called him an old man, and said that he was right. This quick attack would make their victory more certain. They would give the people of Fountain a bloody battle. He called the master again and said loudly that there was movement in the enemy ranks. A small number of troops had detected their movement and were moving to intercept. The old man chuckled and said that, however, this should not be a problem. Larger forces that rushed in panic without proper preparation would be routed. Kim thought that the old man, once feared as a fierce Uruk commander, had advised him, as his mentor, to attack immediately, in other words, to take the enemy by surprise. Ainard Hill was fortified, and the odds of success were not in their favor. Moreover, they would face the strongest cavalry consisting of fierce, powerful, and resilient dragons. Therefore, the success of a single attack was absolute. He loudly declared that they must crush every enemy. MC galloped toward the enemy army and thought that even if they destroyed twice as many enemies, they would not be able to cope. They were cutting down trees and heading straight for them. If they did nothing, they would trample them all. He must succeed. No matter the cost, he would do it. A member of the enemy team pointed his finger, called loudly for the master, and said that they saw the enemy, 100 of them. This was also cavalry. Kim saw these beasts and wondered, what are these four-legged white beasts? Is this the very monster rumored? Raymond, who stood at the top of Fountain, was killed by a boy with no experience during the uprising in Bark. It is said that the main factor in his defeat, despite having the advantage in combat experience and the number of warriors, was a squad of hound beasts that broke into the city. Magical service animals of this type are so valuable that the loss of one can ruin them. They have deployed many of them in actual combat. However, such a trick will only work the first time. They will not be able to break through suddenly, because they know about their secret beasts. He waved his hand and loudly declared that all troops should prepare to intercept. This white thing uses magic. If they get into the magic's range, they will also begin the attack. They must not forget to prepare their shields. The old man looked ahead and said that it looked like a person was riding on the lead monster. Maybe this is that guy? Kim looked at him and wondered. So this is the Ars Eater? He heard that he led the battle with Raymond. He said with a smile, which means he is the same hot-tempered and stupid child who thinks his weapon will work a second time. A member of the army called the master and said that they are in the magic range. They should aim and shoot at the leading enemy cavalry. They should all form a spear formation and prepare to fire Oboro at the fox. He ordered the fire to be released and thought that they would crush them. The smile disappeared from his face when the protagonist said that they should scatter and form a wall. Kim was surprised by what happened and thought they went their separate ways. But why? He was just trying to assess their strength, but he didn't want to engage them in a fight. This hurt his pride, and he said that their war dragons were fast, but they turned their backs and decided to run away. He would not let that happen. The old man called out to him loudly and warned him of the danger ahead. They saw huge walls in their path, and he thought that where the white monsters had passed, huge walls were appearing one after another. The old man called out to him loudly and said that they would crash into the wall. They were gaining speed. If they stopped now, the cavalry in the rear would be destroyed one after another. Kim said loudly that they should turn around faster. They needed to avoid colliding with the wall and act more widely. What kind of formation is this anyway? The old man said that their enemy was known for its outstanding skills in building fortresses. It seemed that this wall was being built around them. They must flee before they were completely surrounded. He noticed something, called the master and asked what that noise was. How could this wall appear so suddenly? Kim turned around and wondered, did the riders hit this wall? Then why isn't there even a scratch on this wall? Some may be a little stronger, others a little weaker, but they are all heavy cavalry dragons. He's never heard of magic that can instantly erect such a strong wall. What is that anyway? He looked ahead and said loudly that there was a gap left. They have to get out of here before the walls completely close. He thought that the wall had touched part of the back rows. They can reform as many times as they want. He was very surprised when MC said that it was an ice spear, a clearing. He turned around, waved his hand, and said loudly that they must intercept this attack with Oboro's fire. His army started to be attacked by ice spears, and he thought that the columns were spreading out from the left and right and stretching vertically. The members of his army were dying one after another. He began to get very nervous about this, and thought that this was the worst possible scenario. The old man called the master and said that this was a disaster. It was his fault for proposing a plan based solely on the information he had received. There was no way to turn the tide of this battle. Therefore, they must at least destroy the commander-in-chief. They must break through the ice spears. Kim began to look around. He noticed this and asked what had happened to him. Ars used the wall-building skill and locked the enemy army within these walls. Kim looked at this in horror and thought that he hoped that the old man would forgive him. Unfortunately, he would not be able to compensate for his disappointment. At that moment, Bite galloped up to him, loudly called him an idiot. He turned to him and said that he was late. He became very angry about this and loudly asked why he ran away alone. He said in a calm tone that if he had not hurried, everyone would be in danger. He could only hope that they would arrive in time. He managed to kill the enemy cavalry. It seemed there were survivors inside the walls. He was very surprised by this, turned around, and loudly declared that there were Uruk soldiers inside the walls. They would destroy them by striking them through the wall with ice spears. They couldn't let anyone escape from there. Ashira galloped up to the wall, called him, and asked how he had come up with such a defense in such a short time. The protagonist said he had thought about it for a long time. The strength of the Bark cavalry lies in their strategy of preempting them with high-speed maneuvers, which is why they aren't equipped with heavy armor. If a large number of archers suddenly appeared on the battlefield and decided to rain down a volley of arrows, he could protect the horned ones with his wall-building skill. This time they were outnumbered and unarmed, so they had to take risks. But he was glad that everything worked. Bite called him and said that they couldn't afford to show mercy to someone trying to kill them. He didn't want to kill him back at the tax collectors, and Raymond did he. If he doesn't do this, he will die young, and his friends will suffer. He knows what he's talking about. He thought that he had memories of a past life when he lived in peace. However, he doesn't consider it terrible that he defeats his enemies without hesitation, and he doesn't deny the value of this world, life and death. If there are ways and means to protect what he must protect, he will use them. To tell the truth, as he already told his brother, he would prefer to live in peace to tinker with the land. However, his path is to use all the knowledge and magic that remained to him from his past life to survive in this world, and that's exactly what he is doing now. After some time, Carlos asked with a serious expression, "So he came to conquer Einrad and defeated Kim and Miriam in one day?" He called out to him in a very confused tone and asked, "Who are these people anyway?" He was surprised by this and said that the first was the direct son of the Lord of Uruk, and the second was his assistant. Kim was a young man of only 21 years old, and Iriam was a famous general who had fought in many battles. Many Fountain Knights had died because of them in the battles for Einrad Hill until today. However, this time, he had done too much good. No knight could match him in this battle. Therefore, he should not take part in the capture of the hill, which would soon begin. Since he had a new role, he did not need to fight. This battle was partly to test how well the former Raymonds were working for him. He warned them that if they performed well, their positions were guaranteed. If not, their ranks would be reduced. He would simply have to watch from behind to motivate them. He was also to keep with him as a reward for his valor. This was the nine-tailed sword, the magic sword that Kim wielded. This is a rare item that, when filled with magical power, expands its flame into the shape of a sword. Like the ice in a sword is an ice spear. MC took this sword with a very surprised expression and asked, "Can he really take this?" Carlos agreed and said that he would take Miriam's sword. He had worked hard, so he advised him to rest. He left his office and thought that he had received a precious magic sword for going into battle on his own initiative. In the future, he would not have to be on the front lines. They would all be able to return home together without any casualties. However, Brother Bite would be furious about this. He came to the hall where the people said that it was great luck that they were the first to enter Einrad Hill. Master Carlos should soon understand this. Ars thought he had done his part, and yet they were still treating him like this. People said Kim and Miriam were unworthy generals to be defeated at his hands. He approached them, and with a frightening expression, showed them his new sword. His expression suddenly changed to a joyful one, and said that it was an excellent sword. He would do his best to win their favor. He fell silent, took a deep breath, and thought that he hoped he hadn't overdone it. This sword must have been passed down in the Uruk family for generations. He would take care of it. Sometime later, at the Bark troop position, Leon called the master and said that he understood that he was tired, but he had one suggestion. A very displeased Bite loudly asked why he wasn't going to the front lines. This was a battle after all. It was strange to sit in the rear. The protagonist, oblivious to this, turned to him and asked what had happened. He said that thanks to his successes, the capture of Ainrad Hill was proceeding faster than they expected. However, first they needed to recapture the surrounding villages, and then storm the hill itself, which would take at least one lunar cycle. Therefore, if he was not going to participate in the assault on the hill after fortifying his positions, he thought about this and said that they, the Bark army, would have to hold off the Uruk reinforcements. However, they had already sent a detachment for this purpose. They were attacking the northern city of Burma to distract the enemy. He agreed and said that this was exactly the plan, to strike the city to weaken the flow of reinforcements. However, since he had already destroyed their commander, the effectiveness of that diversionary maneuver would now be reduced. He believed that Uruk would now send reinforcements directly to the hill. He said with a thoughtful expression that he understood this. This was necessary to end the battle quickly. They needed to act preemptively. He thought that then they would simply not let them reach the hill. However, meeting reinforcements with just the Bark army was too risky. After some time, he joyfully built multiple walls over a large area and said that this was how they would stop the Uruk reinforcements. Leon, with a shocked expression, said that he had simply said that they needed to prevent the reinforcements from approaching. However, he decided to surround the entire hill with a wall. Who would have thought that he would decide to do this? MC said that they had fenced off all convenient ascent routes, although there were still gaps between the rocks here and there. Therefore, in addition, they would build towers higher than the walls and set up surveillance with spyglasses. Bite would patrol the area riding a Valkyrie. He would operate within a day's march so that he could return before sunset. This would also help him unwind. He thought with a confused expression that the Valkyrie was very fast. One could fly over a huge area in a day, after some time. Ars thought so. While Carlos stormed Ainrad Hill, he continued to quietly monitor security in the area and simultaneously manage his lands. Kale came to him and said the money was from the sale of the dragon pack beast they captured in the previous battle. He was surprised by what he saw and said that trading magical beasts turned out to be a profitable business. He agreed and said that dragons are strong, hardy, rarely get wounded, the best kind of pack beast. Many merchants work only for the sake of one day buying such a dragon for themselves. Moreover, in military terms, it is a symbol of fear. He thought about it and said that he would not argue, but still, as a means of transportation for an army, it is not the best option. There are too many different types of dragons. They lack unity. Because of this, each has a different running speed, and this is a serious disadvantage during marches. For example, when the Uruk dragon cavalry was forced to change route because of their walls, their formation was stretched out due to the difference in speed, and he was able to strike them at that precise moment. That's why he managed to defeat them. Without that, the outcome of the battle could have been completely different. So, if you use cavalry, it's better if all the mounts are the same type, like their Valkyries. But dragons eat meat. He said that if they bred dragons the same way they bred Valkyries, they could be standardized. The protagonist was surprised and said that this was a very high cost. He agreed and said that if you take feeding into account, Valkyries are more profitable than dragons. So, the Uruk dragon cavalry exists only because of their rich lands. The eastern mountains of their territory are home to many wild goats. There are so many of them that the dragons have more than enough food. He was surprised when he heard about the goats and asked why he hadn't told him about it before. Well, goats can be used for meat and milk, and they also make cashmere. He really wants goats. Kale asked if he even knew what kind of creatures they were. Goats use magic, by the way. He was surprised by what he heard and thought, so these weren't the goats he thought they were? After some time, he brought several goats. MC was very surprised and said loudly that it was just a goat. He said loudly, looking very tense, that he couldn't let this goat go. He couldn't imagine how difficult it was to get a live goat in the middle of a battlefield and how incredibly expensive it was. He thought that traders were a cunning people. Even in war, they found a way to make money. If he told them in advance what he needed, they would deliver it, but at military prices. As a trader, he understood them, but as a customer, it hurt him to look at the bill. He stood nearby and, with a happy expression on his face, said that it was good that the goats didn't have any terrible magic. Kale said they weren't creepy, but they had a rather inconvenient spell for keeping them. Apparently, to survive, they developed the ability to super jump. He let go of the leash, saw the goat leap, and said with surprise that they had amazing agility, a true miracle of jumping magic, although they probably couldn't jump 10 meters. He should check. They're eating the hatsuk stalks left behind by the Valkyries, so if he fenced them off with a wall, they could graze. It seemed the lands of Bark were just perfect for raising these goats. A wild boar, tamed by a man, became a pig. He thought that in a past life he had already tried to tame a large boar. However, Even if you raise piglets from infancy, even if you break their tusks, they still frantically rush at everything and devour everything in sight. His first attempt at taming a wild beast ended in complete failure. He said that the goats, although they jump, are not aggressive. They will need to send a few to Barkania so they can try breeding them. First for milk, and if successful, the wool will also be useful. He thought that in the future, he hopes that they will appear on the dinner table. Later, Vargas called him and said that Bite and his squad returned from reconnaissance. Ars asked in surprise, "Is this true?" "Excellent," although he promised to return before sunset, but he always arrives on time and without a report. He said that he was always like a boar and that he moved forward without thinking. If he starts to behave completely recklessly, he will stop him himself. After all, they are already living better and better, so he does not need to chase military glory. He said that his father said that he received the nickname Iron Wall for many victories, and he was even promoted from knight to vassal. However, now he commands the Bark troops, but he himself does not go into battle. He is even embarrassed, although to be honest, he himself doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want his family and friends to end up in danger. Vargas called the commander and said that this is exactly why he returned to the battlefield. He also doesn't want to lose any more comrades. He looked at him and wondered what he meant. Suddenly, they heard a very loud sound and it woke everyone in the area. Leon ran to him, loudly called for his master, and he called him by name and asked what happened. He said that their troops had taken Ainrad Hill. He was surprised that it happened so quickly and said that they had assumed it would take at least a month, even after defeating the dragon cavalry. He agreed, and said that, however, after they surrounded the hill with a wall, the Uruks were completely deprived of the ability to send reinforcements, which decided the outcome. The morale of the enemy troops was falling every day, but theirs, on the contrary, were inspired, all thanks to him. Many of the knights wanted to distinguish themselves to get closer to the new lord. However, a siege is a difficult test. Under a hail of arrows and stones, stepping over the bodies of fallen comrades, they advanced day after day until the enemy fortress finally fell. Even so, the army's fighting spirit was maintained only because he had achieved a great feat. He did not allow the enemy to take advantage of the confusion, and one of his warriors charged with incredible energy. If not for this, the battle would not have ended so quickly. The protagonist asked, since they won the battle, they should have a little celebration, right? He agreed, and said that it was worth having at least a little fun. He called the old man and said that he should bring them drinks. Bark was in charge of security for the feast, so he should distribute his men. The first ones to take up their post would get more drinks. They should treat the fountain soldiers and ordinary peasants to as much as they could drink. Leon called him and said that he was not allowed to drink alcohol for now, and everyone else should not abuse it. He thought with a joyful expression on his face that if they threw a feast, the discontent of those who were keeping an eye on him would subside a little. So his first external campaign ended in success. After some time, Carlos said loudly that they should listen to everyone. The next battle would not be as easy as this one. After resting after the feast, they would move on to the northern city of Burma, where the detachment was located. MC, with a shocked expression on his face, raised his hand and asked, wasn't the capture of the city nothing more than a diversion from Ainrad Hill? He said that until they take the hill, that's true. However, now that the hill is taken, it's logical to go to Burma as well. It's an equally important objective. The reports from the detachment there are disappointing, so they're moving there to help. Ars is now responsible for Ainrad. He's temporarily entrusting it to him. Until his return from Burma, he must further fortify the hill and hold it at all costs. He approached him, called him, and said that the Bark army was mostly cavalry and small in numbers. No matter how many walls they build, there's a limit. He calmly said that he would then allow him to recruit new men from the surrounding villages. The rest would go with him to storm Burma. Whoever earns glory will be generously rewarded. He thought with a shocked expression on his face that Bark was strong in the field, but defending a hill required the coordination of several detachments. However, they currently lacked the men who could gather and organize the rank and file. A man came out to the Lord and asked if he would like to stay and help him defend this hill. Would he allow it? He looked at him and wondered who it was. Carlos gave him permission, named him Peach, and said that he and his squires would stay here. He was surprised when he saw him and thought it was one of the knights they had captured during the battle with Raymond. He was from a peasant family and somehow knew Vargas. Sometime later, when the Lord went on a campaign, the protagonist called him and asked what he was planning. Shouldn't he go with him to gain glory? He looked at him with a smile and said that even he couldn't hold this hill alone with just the Bark army. However, he believed that glory could be earned here too by helping with the defense. He said that, frankly, he didn't like to play guesses, so he would ask directly. What were his intentions? Did he want to avenge the late Raymond? Picha asked thoughtfully if he knew how hard it was for people who were enemies to trust each other. It seemed that nothing he said would convince him. He would say it bluntly. He really liked his fighting style. They were both peasants, and he had Vargas, with whom he had fought side by side. He decided it was best to make a name for himself here so he could fight alongside him. He would prove his worth not with words, but with deeds. He looked at him and thought that whether or not to trust him was another matter. He wasn't just strong, He was an experienced fighter and always made cold, calculating decisions, saving himself and his comrades. If he brought his squires, they could be used as commanders of the rank and file. This was a knight who turned talented peasants into reliable squires. That is, their help in defending the hill was exactly what they needed. He sighed and said that in any case, it was the Lord's decision. He hoped for his support. He thought they needed to use everything they had and do everything they could. For now, he would rely on Leon and the Grampley to keep watch and not let their guard down. No matter what happened, they had to hold the hill. Until the Lord returned, they had to hold the hill. They would use everything they could and do everything in their power to do this. He said that first they would start rebuilding the walls damaged in the assault. Let everyone who knew the building magic of erecting walls take on this. He called Leon and asked how long they would have to hold out. He said with a thoughtful look that it looked like Burma was also under siege, so it certainly wouldn't be short. MC said that then he should calculate at least an approximate time of how long they would need to hold out and draw up a plan for distributing people among posts. The old man should stockpile and deliver enough provisions to last the entire siege. Father and Medlock should return to Barkania and start recruiting again. Vargas must gather fighters from the nearby villages and organize them. These villages were previously under Uruk rule, so they must warn them. Their laws now apply here. He wants Bite to help him create a defensive line. He didn't understand what he meant and said loudly that he needed to explain properly. He didn't understand anything. Ars said that if the enemy breaks through, defense alone won't be enough. They need to think of a counterattack. That is, if they spot the enemy, signal with smoke and messengers, and meet them before they have to lock themselves in the fortress. He patrolled every day and saw where Uruk reinforcements might come from, right? That's why he wants him to help choose places to build watchtowers. He understood everything. Ran and said, "There's one suitable place that has been bothering him for a long time. He will show it to him now." The protagonist called Gran and said that later they will do some crafting together. He happily agreed with the master, and he turned around and said that everyone knew their task. They must get to work. They must hold Irad Hill, no matter the cost. He thought that this was how the defense of Irad by the Bark army began. Later, he said with surprise that he should see how many people had gathered. Vargas stood next to him and said that they were mostly the second and third sons of farmers. These people looked at him and asked, "It's him, right? He really is still a child." They say he was also a peasant, and now he has become a knight with his own lands. It was he who defeated the squad of dragon riders. He said with a smile that thanks to his popularity, many volunteered. They recruited people, that's good, but how is he going to defend all this? Usually they defend from the upper walls with bows. However, it seems to him that few people here know how to shoot. Besides, training archers will not work quickly. MC said that's why he decided to use bricks. He thought about it and said that from the height of the wall, one could simply throw bricks at those climbing. It was really simple. However, maybe they should hit them before they reached the walls? He happily agreed and said that that's why they would build catapults. These are machines that can throw bricks over a long distance. If it hits directly, even a reinforced one won't withstand the blow. He thought about it and asked if they would manage to build it in time. He placed his hands on the ground with an inspired smile and said that there had been a lot of problems with the threshing machine. This time, everything was under control. He began to create the catapult and said that he had thought through both what he had proposed, the defense, and the siege itself. He kept the prototype that he and Gran had assembled in Bark in his memory. They would install several of these catapults inside the fortress of Einrad, and since everyone with the surname Bark can do it, they won't run out of ammunition. He thought of stacks of bricks next to each catapult. They would seal all the cracks in the walls surrounding the hill completely. They would finish sawing through the outer wall of the already erected fortress of Einrad, so that it too could conduct targeted fire. From Bite's experience, they would set up numerous watchtowers and smoke signals to convey the alarm even from afar. Also, it seemed like Dad had just recently gone to Bark to recruit, but the ground here had somehow changed. In fact, they simply dug a ditch behind the wall, as usual. However, if you do this to the surrounding hill, it would look like this. Ashira said that if something collapsed, it would be really bad. So far, they had reinforced the wall construction twice with a spell, so everything was fine. He pointed to the side, called Ars, and asked what that noise was. He said with a cheerful look that it was a test shot from the catapults. They throw reinforced bricks to test range, direction, and for practice. He became very concerned about this and said loudly that he should quickly take them inside. They climbed up the bridge into the fortress, and he asked that many things here were truly impressive. But could he tell why he made the entrance such a long drawbridge? It's heavy. Wouldn't raising or lowering it be too difficult? This isn't a home, but a fortress. He said with a worried look that he prioritized defense over convenience. Frankly, it's just a way to correct a mistake when they dug up too much earth. He thought it was so strange, and yet so indestructible, that Einrad Hill had transformed into an impregnable fortress. Ashira called him and said he was doing crazy things. The protagonist said that the Barks simply couldn't have held this place any other way. He smiled and said that perhaps seeing this, the House of Uruk wouldn't even bother coming here. His father had said that there was no point in fighting someone who built castles like that. He thought he had hoped that the Uruk would refuse to attack because of such a terrifying appearance. However, reality is usually not so kind. Later, a knight ran to his office, called out to him loudly, and said that a smoke signal had been raised from the eastern watchtower. He ran out of the office and loudly announced that he and Bite were moving to the vanguard. He called Leon and said that he should gather a detachment of the best cavalry and send them to the northeastern watchtower. After that, he looked through binoculars and said that on their side, thanks to the watchtowers and the speed of the Valkyries, they can react instantly. However, because their ranks are stretched out, it is difficult to count accurately. At least 3,000, maximum about 5, probably. There are also tamed monsters, more than expected. Bite said that they are already fully combat ready. What will they do? Attack first? He refused and said that they have bark cavalry, about 200 horsemen. Even if you count the horned ones, the forces are still too unequal. He thought that in the fortress itself, taking into account the recruits, there are less than 1,000. If there were about 3,000 enemies, it would still be possible to hold the defense. However, if there are 5,000, it will be very difficult. He said with a thoughtful look that first they will send a messenger to report to Carlos and to the fortress. They will request reinforcements in advance if it comes to a siege. Bite grew angry and loudly asked if he was really going to just let them move on. He said that even if the fortress was still far away, just watching wasn't an option. Then they would at least disturb them a little. He figured that when an army numbered several thousand, even setting up camp was a whole job. That's why they usually stopped moving long before sunset, to have time to prepare. After some time, he watched the enemy army from the bushes and thought they were divided into several parts, but it seemed that all the supplies were stacked in a large tent in the center of the camp. Bite asked in a displeased tone, "A night raid is fine, but just setting fire to the food? Isn't that too boring?" MC asked if they didn't have food, they wouldn't be able to move on, right? He asked if even if the Valkyries were fast, he could get to the very center of the camp. He said that was an optional part of the operation. If that didn't work, just set fire to the nearby tents and use the confusion to escape. If it were possible to shoot flames from the nine-tailed sword, it would be easier. He became very angry about this and loudly said that he already had a legendary level sword. He should stop being insolent. He said that of course, the nine-tailed sword is dangerous. The flames from it cannot be extinguished or dodged, even worse than a water blade. However, this has a huge drawback, a huge waste of mana. However, the Hardfang sword, although not effective, is reliable and durable. It is an excellent weapon. He became even more angry and said that he already knew this. Later, they returned, gathered an army, and he thought that back then, he still didn't know how it would turn out. He said that they were rushing from there at full speed, straight to the enemy camp. Their goal is to set fire to the food warehouses using the oil bottles provided. This is the main striking force of the Bark. The Valkyries weren't only fast, but they also had excellent night vision, so they could be trusted to break through to the very center of the camp. He thought, most importantly, that they were his most reliable companions in this world. He ordered them to move forward, glanced to the side, and thought, these are real Valkyries. They move like a single living organism. At this rate, they'll reach the food warehouse in one dash. He was very surprised when someone from the camp pointed a finger in their direction and loudly announced that they were coming, and that they needed to prepare for a counterattack. Ars, with a surprised expression, thought that torches had been lit throughout the camp. Such was the speed of information transfer. Had they really noticed them even before the attack? Bite called out to him loudly and said that he should look at those soldiers. He looked at them and wondered, had they turned into animals? The magic of the Uruk clan is the transformation into foxes. After the transformation, they grow fox ears and a tail, and also gain the ability to control flames. It turns out that these beast warriors heard their every step even before they got close. He asked if their beast form really strengthened their bodies, meaning their hearing also became sharper. He called Bite and said that he should forget about the food warehouse. He just didn't need to slow down. He needed to set fire to as many tents as possible along the way. They galloped through the camp, but noticed a huge man crawling out of one of the tents and screaming loudly. He was very surprised by what he saw and loudly ordered them to scatter in different directions. They should run, because he was preparing to attack. He looked at this huge man and wondered, was he swinging a log? There had been no such giants in the camp before. Where did he come from, and who was this giant anyway? He was 5 meters long. He ordered a retreat again, and thought that the larger the army, the slower they moved. Moving in large formations and transporting supplies is always hard work. The Fountain and Uruk clans understand this perfectly well, so they deliberately don't repair the roads to hinder enemy movement. The night raid was a complete failure. However, they still learned something useful. First, that the warriors of the Uruk clan in their bestial form possess high sensitivity and combat abilities. Second, that there is a mysterious giant among them. They fled to the castle, and the protagonist loudly declared that learning about this before the real battle began was already a plus, I suppose. However, what kind of giant was this? Could there really be a noble family that possesses gigantization magic? Leon asked them to wait and said that he had never heard of such a thing. He said in a very worried tone that if so, then this is already interference from another clan, and that is a separate problem. Picha agreed, and said that among the noble magics there is no such thing as turning into a giant, so the theory of interference from other clans is unlikely. He said that it was possible that if it were a representative of the giant race, they would have noticed it through the spyglass while it was still in the ranks. Bite said that he had also been watching. It was impossible not to notice such a brute among the soldiers. Gran thought about it, called MC, and said that it seemed to be the so-called warrior Atmos. He was surprised by what he heard and thought that it turned out that, like with the Uruk beast form, he again did not know something about this world. He said that if he knew more, he should tell. Leon asked him to wait and said that he had never heard of a noble family named Atmos. He said that these warriors did not belong to the nobility. Moreover, they were not from these lands. They, like him, came from the east. Beyond the lands of Uruk lie enormous mountains, high as if reaching the sky. Because of their severity, there is almost no connection with what lies on the other side of the mountains. Beyond these mountains lie several countries that, like their noble houses, are constantly at war with each other. Among them, the warriors of Atmos fight as mercenaries. They are human like them, but can use magic to triple their size, becoming incredibly strong. In giant form, their bodies harden, and such armor is almost impossible to penetrate. Their home village of Atmos stands on barren lands, so for them, war is life and pride. These are the warriors he knows. Ars said it was good that this wasn't the interference of other nobles, but giants didn't seem to have any obvious weaknesses. He said that perhaps they weren't invulnerable, being human after all, but it was hard for him to say. Leon thought about all this and asked if they were to allow a few warriors of Atmos to break through these mountains and join the Uruks. Gran thought that even a few of them would be useless. He said he couldn't say for sure, but it seemed unlikely. Even in the east, crossing those snowy mountains was considered a death sentence. There were no roads, and most died from avalanches or the cold. The few who returned usually lost limbs to frostbite. The mountains were so brutal. As far as he knew, no one had ever returned after crossing those mountains. Even the warriors of Atmos couldn't do it without a fight. The protagonist asked him to wait and said that he had crossed those mountains himself to get here. He said that, of course, he almost died there too. Besides, now that he could work alongside him, he was sure it was worth the risk. He got frostbite on his nose, his lungs nearly failed, and he broke bones from falling, but those were all minor details. He looked at him with a confused smile and thought that he finally realized that he was still a little crazy. If another noble family had intervened, he would have asked Carlos for instructions, but since that wasn't the case, everything was simple. They had to kill the giant before it reached the fortress. Hunting the giant was their top priority, although it wasn't necessary to engage in a fair fight with him. After last night's attack, the Uruks increased their guard and their advance slowed even more. Thanks to this, they had enough time to prepare. They set traps along the path of their advance, especially for the giant. After some time, Bite loudly asked, would they end up organizing a night raid again? MC turned to him and said that their opponents simply outnumbered them several times. He thought that first they should lure the giant out of their army. This time they would attack at dawn. He looked at the camp through binoculars and said that he saw the Atmos warrior. He stood nearby and asked, but now he looks like an ordinary person. How did he recognize him? He used magic on his own eyes and said that it was impossible to make a mistake. The quantity and quality of magic is incomparable to others. Even if he and his brother attacked, they would not cope with him. If he thinks that he will simply become big, then he is finished. They galloped towards the enemy camp and thought that they would attack from a long distance so that the beastmen would not notice them. They would use the speed of the Valkyries and strike instantly. Speed compensates for the range. They got close enough and he thought that excellent. Everything was as he planned. There were more guards now, but they were still reacting slowly. He turned to his comrades and loudly said that they should hit their supplies. Their target was provisions. They should prepare incendiary bottles. Ars galloped forward with a tense expression, thinking that while they hadn't surrounded him, he needed to break through straight to the giant. He had to get to them quickly. The warrior Amos transformed, and Bite noticed, calling him and telling him that he couldn't relax. He'd been too busy to notice last time, but giants were naked, weren't they? Was that a bandage made of some kind of fabric? He asked if his clothes were torn when he transformed. Since he had no armor, did he increase his defense with magic all over his body? His brother, in a very displeased tone, loudly said that he was the one who had relaxed. He looked at the giant and thought that he was using a log as a weapon again. His strength was astounding, but he clearly had no special equipment. He called his name loudly, and the protagonist said that they could begin. He thought it was risky, but they needed to check exactly what kind of defense he had in giant form. They started using the ice spear spell and kept hitting the warrior. They continued attacking for a long time, and the warrior dropped the log and covered himself with his hands to protect his head. Bite looked at the giant and loudly asked, did they succeed? He called out to him in a worried tone and said that this is usually the phrase after which problems begin. At that moment, he began to reach for it. He looked at it with a confused look and said that he had used so many ice spears, but he did not even have a scratch. His brother turned to him, called out to him, and said that he should try something else. He grabbed his new sword, agreed, and said that if this did not work either, then they should proceed according to the plan. He drew the sword from its sheath and quickly galloped towards the giant. He ran closer, attacked with fire magic, left a burn on the giant's hand, and thought that the damage was greater than from ice, but it was still only burns. The warrior grabbed the log with great speed and began to attack. He was frightened by this, but the Valkyrie managed to dodge. Bite called out to him loudly and asked if he was okay. MC, with a frightened expression, said that he only slightly grazed him, but his shoulder really hurt. The Uruk warriors looked at him and loudly said that they must wait, because this is the blade of 9 tails. All troops, no matter what, must return this sword. His brother looked at him and said that as soon as they saw his sword, they immediately fell into a rage. It seems that for these knights, this sword is real pride. He rode nearby and said that when the giant gets closer, they need to retreat and lead them to the very place as planned. Bite looked back, called him and said that there were still a lot of knights running behind the giant. They were not in the plan. He said that there was no chance of pulling the giant out of the Uruk army alone. However, they had already separated them, so they needed to continue. He thought that in just a little while they would reach that very gorge, a narrow passage, like a canyon. That's where their trap was. They would catch the giant and the knights at the same time. He was afraid that they would suspect a trick from the terrain, but thanks to the 9 tails blade, they were thinking only of him. He waved his hand and thought that everything else was left to Leon. The knights ran out from both sides, and with the help of walls built by magic, they closed the enemy army in this gorge. Ars looked at this and thought that everything went perfectly. His timing was perfect. He stood above, raised his hand and loudly announced that the catapults should open fire. At that very moment, many catapults began firing and hit the Uruk army. He looked at this and thought that they had installed dozens of catapults on the slopes of the gorge to compensate for their slow reloading. They load them with hardened bricks. Even a giant would not withstand such a barrage. He saw a huge hand grabbing the top of the wall and was very shocked by this and thought that it couldn't be. He was able to climb a 10-meter wall. The giant climbed the wall and looked at Leon, who was standing nearby, and the protagonist with a worried look thought that he and the others were under attack. He had an idea. He showed a sword with fire and loudly said that he should go after it. He began to gallop into the distance and loudly said that he should try to take it back if he could. This is the sword that burned him. It is here. The giant jumped off the wall and ran after him. Bite galloped after him and asked if he had angered him too much. He did not answer this question, continued to run and thought that the first trap had not been able to finish off the giant. But it was not useless. It caused heavy damage and will delay the advance of the infantry following. The main thing is that, as originally planned, we managed to isolate the giant. He alone turned out to be faster. With such a gigantic body, he was in too good shape. His brother, looking back with a worried expression, called out to him loudly and said that he was faster than the Valkyrie. He agreed and said that maybe he hadn't run at full speed before because of the Uruk knights. He thought that, frankly, this was beyond expectations. The giant's characteristics exceeded the impression from Grand's story. The second plan was already ready. He looked around and thought that they had arrived. They should all follow exactly behind him. There was a road with a gentle left turn here, and he was demonstratively running wide to the right. A pursuer, wishing to close the distance, would choose the shortest route. He should go straight along the inside of the turn. The giant ran as he needed and fell into a ditch filled with some kind of liquid. The knights turned sharply to face him, and he loudly said that they should quickly surround him with walls. They ran to the ditch and built walls on all sides so that he could not climb out. The giant tried to get out, but his hands were slipping, and he began to look around with a worried look. He noticed that he was surrounded by walls. He began to drown, and Bite looked at it from above and said that it seemed like he couldn't get up in the water without support. MC stood nearby and said that it was difficult to move with algae and mud. He thought that this was a second trap in case he broke through the first trap. The second trap was to throw the giant into an existing pond and surround him with walls. He said that although he hid the water surface by placing a light stone created by magic, this trap would have opened immediately, not on such a dark night like today. He stared intently at what was happening, and his brother called him and said that they should stop. They needed to unite with Leon. He refused and said that they would watch until dawn, as planned. When dawn came, he galloped up to them, loudly called out to the master and asked, "Is he safe?" They came to them, and Ars said they were fine. The giant was killed by the second trap as planned. He commanded with great composure. He was a little embarrassed by this and said that he was just doing what he could. He said that he didn't need to be modest. They had few people capable of leading troops, so he helped a lot. The Uruk squad that fell into the first trap suffered heavy losses from the stone throwing and was destroyed. He looked at him as he was embarrassed and thought that he was a rookie and seemed not used to praise. Leon said they had also struck the infantry unit that had followed them with missiles, after which they had retreated without losses. He praised him for this, but Bite approached them and said they had defeated the Uruk knights and the giant. Perhaps they should pursue them? The protagonist said that not all the Uruk knights had fallen into the first trap. The difference in numbers among the entire army was too great. Leon called him and said that, however, he thought it was worth checking the further actions of the Uruk army. Given the heavy losses among the knights, the main force Would they continue the offensive? He thought about this and asked if their retreat was a chance for pursuit. Bite was pleased with this, rode on a Valkyrie, and said that he would gather a squad of knights and go on reconnaissance. He was surprised by this, called Leon, and said that he should go with him. He could take the horned ones, but they should not pursue too far. After that, he thought he should inform Vargas and the others about the victory over the giant. He said that all the infantry with him was retreating to Fort Einrad. In the office, a surprised Picha asked, "Did they really kill the giant?" MC asked, as he said, he didn't surface until dawn, so everything is fine, right? He said that it often happens that if they don't kill for sure, they will meet again on the battlefield. Even after receiving serious wounds on the battlefield, healing magic in the church heals quickly. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked loudly, "Does this mean his brother and Leon are in danger?" He said that only bishops and above can use healing magic. It is doubtful that such high-ranking persons will go to the battlefield. If they choose to restore the seriously wounded knights, the Uruk army will definitely retreat. He calmed down and asked, "So if he wants to force the enemy to retreat, it is better to leave half alive rather than kill?" He was horrified by this and said that he was saying such terrible things so simply. Leon should understand the question of the need to kill enemies and the role of healing magic. He can only give advice based on his combat experience. Ars said that it would be to his advantage, of course. However, even if he said, "Kill for sure," would he be able to kill a giant alone after hearing this? He said with a slight smile that it was completely impossible for one knight to do so. Lord Carlos, as the head of the house, can use higher magic that is inaccessible to them. He does not know whether it is possible to win, but in the fountain domain, only he could properly fight the giant. He thought with a serious expression that even such a strong giant is on the level of the head of an aristocratic house governing the territory. No, or rather, is the lord as strong as the giant? Although he realized this too late, aristocrats, it is still cool. After all, he communicated with them so informally, although he is quite brave. Although it's not the royal family's great magic capable of instantly destroying an entire city, the heads of the aristocratic houses are so powerful that one can turn the tide of battle. Until now, they've managed somehow by building walls, but given the giant's presence, this can't continue. To survive, they need to come up with something new. Vargas ran into the office, loudly called out to the commander, and said that Bite and Leon had returned. They were all overjoyed, and he said that the Uruk army had retreated, with no casualties in the pursuit. The protagonist, with a joyful expression, said that this meant there were currently no forces attacking Fort Einrad. It was good that they were discovered early and stopped far from the fort. Picha, with a joyful expression, asked, "By the way, where was the battle?" He looked at him and said that he thought he said it was the Kirishia road. He was very surprised by what he heard, and he said that Brother Bite had gone on a reconnaissance mission on a Valkyrie and returned that same day. It was within reach. He calmed down and said that acting with him, the norms shift. It looks like he will have to advise Lord Leon more and more often. They were one step closer to completing the task of defending Einrad Hill. He was glad to hear this and thought that, however, he did not forget to keep an eye on what was happening around him. He said that now they will wait until the Lord captures the northern city of Burma. At the same time, Carlos, with a surprised expression, asked, "Did he just say the Kirishia road?" The knight kneeling before him said that the Bark army, under the command of Ars, carried out a night attack on an estimated 5,000-strong Uruk army. They successfully repelled numerous attacks from the enemy deployed on that road. It is confirmed that the Uruk army has retreated to the second city. He said with a surprised expression that they had only recently reported spotting Uruk reinforcements. Moreover, they had repelled this 5,000-strong army on the Kirishia road. He thought that under normal circumstances, this was impossible. This road was further from Einrad Hill than the route from the hill to Burm. What was he thinking? Going so far? His standards were simply absurd, and this time the absurdity was that the reconnaissance zone was too large. However, if the large Uruk army was not heading towards the hill, there was a high probability that they were heading towards the city of Burm. If he had not repelled them, their army could have suffered enormous losses. He said that they needed to send a direct check to the Kirishia road and collect information from Peach, who remained on the hill. The fact of the retreat of the large Uruk reinforcements must be widely spread, and the morale of the besieged must be undermined. He thought that, however, if the enemy reinforcements had retreated, there would be no better chance. Einrad Hill, which even Raymond couldn't retake. If he falters here, the leader's abilities will be called into question, and people like him will be allowed to advance again. Failure to retake Einrad Hill is unacceptable. Lives must be put on the line, and the capture of Burm is already near. All thanks to him. The destruction of a detachment of Uruk dragon riders under the command of enemy General Kim. A large-scale wall and observation around the hill, blocking the Uruk rescue party. He not only defended the hill, but also repelled enemy reinforcements. Who asked him to do so much? He is completely reckless in everything. A reward must be given commensurate with his services, but when they are so outstanding, it is difficult. What should he do? Later at Bark Castle, Clarice knocked on the door of the office, entered Lillian's room, and said that she had received a letter from the master.